Let me tell you one thing. Listen to me carefully. Give me few hours and I will change your life. You didn't believe me, right? I say that whether you are 18 years old or 60 years old, as soon as this video ends, the world must have changed. So if you believe me, then continue watching this video. Because we humans have a dark side. So if you have this dark side inside you, if you do not have a good understanding of the side, then on one hand you will remain troubled, and on the other hand you will lose your composure. If you lose many successes in life, then in this video I'm going to introduce you to the dark side and tell you how you can protect yourself from the dark side of humans. The name of this course is Dark Psychology and Manipulation. First of all, let us understand what is dark psychology. We humans are forgetting our dignity. We don't know why we run around so much. We want something from our life. Have we humans nowadays become objects, or rather objects? People treat us like objects. We use it for our own benefit, and when we see that everyone around us is using each other, then we also start using it. The most powerful way to use others is to use dark psychology. Psychology and manipulation is a topic that every person would like to know about. But the reason for knowing it would not be that he is trying to manipulate someone else, but he would like to know that someone from whom we cannot manipulate it, because there is one thing for sure: the voice of a soul within all of us. It keeps coming, and when we do good to someone, we feel good, but when we do bad to someone, our inner soul remains incomplete. But there is no dearth of such people in the world who they have killed their inner soul. And if such people try to deceive you by using dark psychology, if you want to cause harm, you can cause a lot of harm. And there is one more thing. You may believe that you haven't been subjected to dark psychology because you believe that the people around you are people. They may not be very educated or not so clever, but the truth is that dark psychology has been working on you since childhood. Dark psychology is being used by all of us knowingly or unknowingly on each other. But they keep doing it. But if there is one person who has done dark psychology, there are tricks, there are concepts, explain and teach them. And if that person is trying to fool you, he uses dark psychology and can ruin your life. So first of all, we will learn what is dark psychology. After this, our second topic is going to be dark psychology traits, from which we learn about narcissism, about Maxwell's theory, about psychopathy, and more. Another one about sadism. Then the third topic is going to be psychological manipulation. Tactics, i.e., how manipulation was done using dark psychology. Let's learn about those tactics, which is going to be the next topic, in which we will understand how we can be a manipulator. We can identify it so that we can protect ourselves. After this, we will know that whenever a manipulator tries to manipulate us using manipulation techniques, what happens to us ultimately, what does it do? Then the next topic will be what kind of people can be easily manipulated. That is, those who manipulators have their favorite victims. And in the end, we are going to learn how we can protect ourselves from this manipulation. Sacked music. Yes, dark psychology is an art, a science of manipulation and mind control. What happens in general psychology is that we try to understand how our mind works and in what ways. Based on the thoughts that come to our mind, we take actions and how we humans interact with each other. In dark psychology, we try to understand the thoughts and actions of ourselves and others. We make efforts which are predatory in nature, that is, through which we protect others. Overall, in dark psychology, we look at those tactics from the perspective of the victim. You are going to understand about the tricks that are used by cunning and bad people to manipulate you and make you angry, or to put pressure on you so that he can take advantage of you or harm you. If someone takes advantage of me and I don't suffer any loss in return, then there is no problem. But what is happening these days, people are very jealous of each other. Because of the toxins that are going inside, what is happening nowadays is that people are using dark psychology. They think less about taking advantage by doing this, whereas by using this dark psychology, they try to bring others down and harm them more often. Normally, when a person uses dark psychology, There is definitely some motivational force behind it, and basically, there are four types of motivation, the first of which is money. The second is to create. The second is to gain power, and the third can happen when a person, even if someone wants to take revenge on another person, they can use dark psychology, and the final reason could be sex. To achieve this, but this motivation does not end here. There are many other types of motivation. It could be so, and depending on the way toxins are reaching people. If you go by, people also use dark psychology to bring others down and harm them. This dark there is psychology. It can manifest in different ways in different people. In some it can manifest in dangerous ways, such as by setting fire to the inauspicious substances. I enjoy it. These people will set fire anywhere. They will set fire to someone's house. They will set fire to someone's field because they don't like fire. It's fun to put it on. Just like the necrology, they are attracted, which means that the manifestation of dark psychology is it can also be dangerous. But such a dangerous manifestation is very rare. Now fourth, let's learn about dark psychology traits. These traits are called narcissism, machismo, bellicosity, and psychopathy. And sadism. For a long time, psychologists have referred to dark human traits as the dark triad. It was named so because there are mainly three types of traits in it. The traits included were narcissism, the second was Machiavellianism, and the third psychopathy. But in recent years, another trait has been added to this group, and that is sadism. So what used to be the dark triad has now become the four. It is important for you to know about dark psychology traits so that you can be able to identify such dangerous people and save yourself from becoming a puppet in their hands. If possible, you can recognize when you are being manipulated by them. But before I move ahead in the video, you have to keep two things in mind. First thing, all these symptoms are found in a spectrum. That is to say, you cannot say that Mr. A is a sadist while Mr. B is not a sadist. These symptoms are found in all of us, but it is important to note how many. If this trait is more powerful in a person, then that person is dangerous. It happens, and that is what is called narcissist or sadist. That is, you are within me and within yourself. You can also see the signs of a narcissist. But because he is not powerful, you will not be called a narcissist. And secondly, it is not necessary that only one person has the same signs of the way powerful a person who is a narcissist may be with, even if you are a sadist. If you do not understand these traits, then you will be like such people. You will not be able to identify them, and when you will not be able to identify these people, then you will not be able to deal with them. So let's start the video. Do you follow us? Music. Take the word narcissist or narcissism. It comes from Narcissus, this Narcissus. This was a Greek mythology cartoon, in other words, the folk tales of the Greek people. But its name comes, it was a kind of hunter. It was a very beautiful looking one. He was attractive and charming, which is why people fell in love with him, and every female would fall in love with him. She used to sit, and in return this man only betrayed everyone and tortured everyone emotionally. And if you misuse it, then what happens one day, she is the goddess of revenge, or you can say goddess of in revenge they cursed it, and then what happens is one day it falls into the pond. He sits on the bank and sees his own reflection in the pond, and as soon as he sees his own shadow and falls in love with himself. What happens next? Falling in love with himself, his life ended. This is what was said about these narcissists. It is said that these people love themselves very much, but the truth is that these people do not like themselves. What people do is they create a fake image of themselves, and they love that image. To protect his image, he will also be seen doing good to others and maintaining the same image. To protect themselves, they can even harm others. However, such people, that goodness is of no use anyway. So right now you should understand that these people themselves, they do not love themselves but love a false image of themselves, a false character. You will see four types of symptoms in a narcissist. The first is high level. Grandiosity is the second. Superiority is the third. Dominance is the fourth. Entitlement, grandiosity, and superiority make these people feel that they are superior to others. They are different from others. they are superior to them and their capabilities are also greater than others. What happens because of the trait of dominance is that these people try to keep the people around them under control. In other words, we try to make people around us dance to our tunes. What happens because of entitlement? That these people feel that they are very special in some wedding, some party, or if these people attend any social gathering, they should be given special importance. As soon as these people arrive, people should surround them from all sides. But narcissists are also adept at forming new relationships, which makes people think it is said that this person is very good and friendly, but the truth is the opposite. Those who make new relationships do so under some motivation. That is, these people they make contacts, not relationships. And one more thing that is visible is that the only people around a narcissist are those who agree with them. If a person does not agree with this, then this narcissist manipulates him and makes him move away from himself. He will try to get the agreement, but if he fails to get the other person to agree on his own, if he fails, what he will do is that he will remove that person from his life, and he may even defame the person who is a narcissist just to get revenge. What does it mean to teach him a lesson? If people are found around the narcissist, if they are happy with that narcissist, then perhaps those people are his sycophants whose backbone he is very weak. So I told you some basic things about narcissists. There will be many more videos on this narcissist personality, for which I will create a separate playlist. I will give Machiavelli's two traits, decidedness and manipulation. These people are deceitful and manipulative. They do not differentiate between right and wrong. If they are benefiting from doing it, then that work is right, no matter how much benefit others get from it. For such people, life is a zero-sum game. That is, these people think that they will benefit only when others suffer losses. So what? They can cause any amount of harm to anyone to make their own profit. The word Machiavelli comes from an Italian political philosopher named Niccolò. Machiavelli wrote a book called The Prince, which explains how political people say that leaders manipulate the common people and gain power over them. Let us understand this political philosophy in this way, that if your interests are being fulfilled by harming others, then harming others deliver us. This book teaches that to reach your destination you have to use cunning, deceit, and manipulation. If a person has symptoms related to this trait, he can take the help they cannot form deep relationships with others. The relationships they form are quite shallow. This happens because these people look for their own benefit everywhere, whereas in relationships strength comes only when you can sometimes sacrifice for relationships. A special thing is that narcissists and psychopaths are people who enjoy making fun of others. It can also harm them, but those who have symptoms of Machiavellianism they dominate. That is, they are powerful and they harm others in a very rational way. That is, they will see that if they harm you, they will benefit. They will harm you only if it is happening. These people never harm you just for fun. These people can even break others emotionally for their own benefit. But in situations, these people also care about the emotions of others when they come to know about it. Know that if they cause you emotional harm for their own benefit, then in return you can also harm it. So these people avoid playing such games because people are very rational. Those with a Machiavellian personality have a coldness in them. Empathy is found in cold empathy, not hot. We can find out what happens in empathy, that the person in front of you is so troubled and broken, but the hot empathy that in that we take a step forward and try to help the other person. They try to get out of that situation because they have cold empathy within them. When it happens, these people at least find out that the person in front of them is weak and broken. Instead of helping him, these people try to take advantage of him. There are white-collar crimes. They are committed by them, and these people can be clearly seen in politics. Anyway, the Prince's book on political philosophy of the 4 dark psychology trades, this one is the most malevolent. This means that a person with symptoms of psychopathy can harm you the most. The pathology that a psychopath possesses is almost non-existent. People do not care about others at all, and hence they are dangerous, because they have a lot of impulsiveness. Due to high impulsiveness, This means that these people can do anything because they do not care about the consequences of their actions. They do not have it at all. Along with this, these people are also thrill-seeking. And to feel that thrill, they can give any amount of pain to others. Because they lack empathy, it is very difficult to identify a psychopath. This happens because they look like normal humans, but they have neither sympathy nor empathy. However, because these people are very manipulative, they try to show the world that they people also understand the pain and suffering of others and also care for them, meaning that these people can also act. However, if a person is a manipulator, then he will definitely be an actor. In the movies that are made, it is shown that there are serial killers, supervillains, or bombers. Those who are psychopaths. So know one more thing. Those who are psychopaths, they are normal human beings like us. It is not easy to recognize their truth. It happens that she is able to come in front of only a few people, and that too in front of those who are trapped in her trap. Now the question arises whether a psychopath can be treated. The question is whether psychopathy can be treated, i.e., if it is possible to treat it. The answer is that if a person has become an adult, then he cannot be cured, i.e., adult. There is no cure for psychopathy. But if it is detected in childhood, so these symptoms of psychopathy can be prevented from growing in that child. Efforts can be made to develop sympathy and empathy music. Now I'm going to tell you about psychopath and sociopath. Let me tell you the difference. Generally, both these words are used interchangeably, but the truth is that both these words are different. The one who is a sociopath is not antisocial. That is, they break the traditions of the society. There is a great feeling in breaking things, and before breaking any tradition, these people, I don't even think whether the tradition he broke was really bad, or whether we have broken a tradition that was helping in the internal growth of humans, i.e., that these people hate every tradition of the society. This probably happens because when this child is a sociopath, it is possible that under the guise of the traditions of the society, he may be given a lot of there has been severe mental and emotional torture, or it is also possible that when this person was a child, he might have seen people around him who broke traditions and did not follow any tradition. I don't believe it. Today humans have progressed a lot. This could also be the reason why that child has become a sociopath today, which means that only those people become sociopaths whose upbringing there may have been problems at the time of death. But those who are psychopaths, psychopaths are born, that is, a psychopath is born a psychopath. But after birth, where they are brought up, it is decided that this psychopath, what will be the future if this psychopath is born in such a family and society, where people are very good and caring. He has been loved a lot since childhood. If it is found, then the symptoms of psychopathy will not be able to grow, i.e., when it grows up, it will grow as a normal human being. But if its psychopaths are born into a family and society where violence is rampant, there is also physical and mental exploitation there. So it is possible that this person may later become a very dangerous psychopath, because the symptoms of this psychopath grow. It has got the atmosphere it needed to do this. So more about psychopath. There is a lot of information that I would like to share with you, so I will share it later. I will do it, but to understand dark psychology, this much information is enough as I have given in the video music. The main characteristic of a sadist's character is callousness. In other words, these people have a little, they are ruthless and have little to do with the feelings of others. No, it is a bit impulsive. In other words, it is impulsive and manipulative as well. Because the impulsiveness and manipulative behavior that they have, it is of normal level. That is why the traits of dark psychology, which were originally those, were the three which narcissism, masha, wellnick-pathy, but currently sadism has also come to be included under dark psychology traits. It is not difficult to recognize a sadist. Do one thing. Look around you. Some of them may enjoy cruelty and are probably sadists. Apart from this, you can also see the traits of a sadist in a narcissist, Wayyal, and a psychopath. But you will also find some people who are neither narcissists, nor he will neither have a well-behaved personality nor a psychopath. He is just a sadist. Now let me tell you about their behavior. These sadists, when they call others pain, it is to cause pain. They are motivated from within, so a kind of internal motivation is found within them. This happens even if the person in front is innocent, because these sadists love to cause pain to others. They enjoy giving. That is why they do not spare even innocent people. If a scientist were to discover that if he caused emotional pain to another person, he might also experience pain in return, or he may also have to face emotional pain, yet this sadist person in front overall, this will not shy away from giving emotional pain to the distance. Cruelty is, or rather ruthlessness, it feels pleasurable and exciting. Some people also find this brutality sexually stimulating. You have heard about sexual fantasy, right? BDSM, sexual fantasy. This sexual fantasy can exist only in those people, those who have symptoms of sadism, even if in very limited quantities, because if you don't have even the slightest signs of sadism, then this sexual fantasy is not for you. This means that you are not going to enjoy this sexual fantasy. If you are a sadist, if it is causing pain and stress, then if you do not confront them, that means if you do not protest or distance yourself from them, then this sadist gets a green signal, and it will cause you constant pain and stress. Overall, it is very important to oppose these sadists or maintain distance from them. Let me tell you what else sadists can do for you. Suppose you have I told my secrets to someone and that person was a sadist, so what? Even if the person has promised not to share your secrets with anyone else. Despite this, he will definitely deliberately tell your secrets to others. Because when your secrets become known to others, you will get upset, and if you get upset, then what is that sadist going to get? He is going to enjoy it, which is Machiavellian. There are personalities who tarnish the reputation of others so that they can get ahead of you, whereas a sadist does the same if he works. He will do it so that when your reputation falls, you will be worried, and he will enjoy it when you are upset. This sadist can be seen in your workplace also. You will find them. Do one thing, look around in your office. There are some people there. There will be those who will be seen giving stress to others without any reason, maybe without any work. It can be completed without tension and stress, but suppose your boss is sadistic, then what will he do? He will definitely stress his employees, because when his employees are stressed, if it happens, then he will enjoy it. This situation also unnecessarily affects your personal life and personal relationships. They can create tension because they will enjoy it when you are worried about your personal life, and it is possible that these people may show you sympathy from outside, but they can also steal your belongings. They will not steal because they need the item. They will steal because they will get it when you are in trouble. And music. You will also get it. The internet trolls are also sadists. These people, they do not oppose something because they do not believe in it or consider it wrong. But they oppose it because they think that when they oppose you, you will be upset, and when you are upset, what will happen to them? Fun. And yes, if you start replying to these internet trolls, then and if you get energy, then ignoring internet trolls is the best decision. Those who are certified, they like some specific professions like police, military, or other similar professions, where they get the opportunity to beat others and hurt them. And this is their work. It is also right in the eyes of law. Many times you have to take action to maintain law and order. It was seen that a peaceful demonstration was going on, and the police got orders to end that demonstration, and the police, when it reaches there and starts raining batons, you will find some policemen there who use their full force. They are using batons, and sometimes it happens that another policeman has to intervene to save the person. This policeman was raining blows of sticks on him with full force because the policeman who came to save the man was basically just doing his job, was breaking up the protest, while the first policeman who was using batons with full force was probably a sadist generally. It is seen that the ratio of sadists in police forces is higher than that of the society. So hopefully, you have understood about the 4 dark psychology traits. Now, I will tell you about the 13 mostly used, and I'm going to discuss the most powerful psychological manipulation techniques. So let's enjoy. Music gaslighting is the most dangerous form of manipulation, but it works very slowly. It does mean that its effect is gradual, but if a manipulator uses this technique properly on someone, then that person can even drive one insane. In this, a person loses his memory, his perspective, and he starts doubting the reality of life as well. Let me explain this with an example. Suppose one of your friends asked you, "I tried to talk rudely to you and insulted you, but for some reason you did not listen to me that day." I did not think it right to interrupt him, but when I met that friend again after a few months, if something happens and you remind him of that incident, then if your friend is a manipulator, then he will deny that incident and will tell you that, "No, friend, I cannot do this and will not do it. Forget about it, I can't even think of such a thing. But if I make a mistake, if I did it unknowingly, please forgive me." As soon as your friend says these things to you, your mind will start to flutter. Thoughts will come to my mind that maybe he might have insulted you by mistake that day. Maybe your intention may not have been like this. If such thoughts have already come to your mind, congratulations, you have been gaslighted because a while ago you knew that your friend intentionally insulted you. But as soon as the friend said some things, what came to your mind that maybe he might have done this by mistake? This is just an example, but the truth is that the normal level of gaslighting happens. It happens to us no matter how smart we think we are. Music. So let me go further and explain to you where the term gaslight came from. In 1938, a magazine was published in Britain. The play was staged under the name Gaslight, and later in 1943 it was called Gas. A movie is also made with the name Light, so I would tell you the story of this movie in short. Yes, what happens in this is that there is a house, and only two people live in that house, husband and wife. The wife she is completely dependent on her husband and also trusts him. She does it a lot, but her husband is a very cunning and manipulative person. So his mind, it occurred to me that why not make my wife realize that she has gone mad, or if you're going crazy again. There was a gas light in that house. So what the husband does every night is that he turns the light on, dim it, then on, then on. And when the wife saw that the light was getting dimmer or brighter, she would ask the husband that the gas, "Why is the light becoming slow and fast?" The husband says, "Why is it becoming slow and fast?" Everything went well, and these incidents continued for several months every time the light went up or down. If the wife asked him, the husband would simply brush off the incident and say that the lights were on properly. Jal Rai, maybe your mind is going crazy and you are going mad. Now there is no one else near your wife. She was the person she could confirm, and she could completely trust her husband. She also trusted him, so it started to enter her mind that perhaps she was going crazy, and gradually she also went mad. So from here the word came cast lightning. And yes, this movie, maybe one can easily gaslight their partner. I call this husband-wife key. Let me explain it with an example. Suppose the wife is completely dependent on her husband. If she is dependent, then the husband here can easily gaslight his wife. First of all, understand how. The husband will start telling small lies to his wife, and the wife will come to know that her husband is lying to her. But she will still ignore him because she is completely dependent on her husband. And the wife who is with him will also try to convince herself that it is a small lie. Yes, ignore it, but these lies will keep increasing. Then what will happen when the husband lies? If it keeps increasing, then one day the wife will get angry and will tell her husband that, "Why did you lie to him that day?" Then you know what your husband will do. He will confidently refuse and say that he hadn't lied and might have even yelled at his wife. Then as soon as this happens, the wife will get stressed because she is completely dependent on the person. She was dependent on him in a way. And now a distance seems to be developing between her and me. Whenever my husband comes to me for any reason, I will, if he lies, his wife will start ignoring him because he has no one to support him. It is not there, and if he opposes that lie, then he will have to face stress in return. She will want to avoid that too, and then gradually she will come to know about the big lies of her husband. Overall, The husband will gradually start accepting his wife completely. Some psychological pressure would have been created, and gradually, the wife would have lost all the things of her husband. She will start accepting lies, which means that her husband's lies will become the truth of her life. Music, I'll go with this to another husband and wife. Let me explain it with an example. Suppose there is a husband who is trying very hard and continuously trying, but despite all these efforts, despite this, he continues to fail and his confidence gradually declines. If he is going to be with his wife, then she can easily control her husband. Then he will be the best. What will she do first? She will isolate her husband from his loved ones. That is, she will distance him. After this, since the husband has confidence in himself, if it is not there, then gradually the wife's views will become the husband's views. If any decision has to be taken, the husband will look towards his wife because he does not have confidence in himself, and the wife also does not have confidence in him. Gradually, she will try to make him realize that he does not understand the world, nor he is unable to understand life, and that is why he is continuously failing. Then what will happen if the wife is there and misbehaves? The husband will not be able to oppose her, and the wife will, I will slowly make my husband realize that I love him very much. What will happen is that the wife will start taking the major decisions of life. That is, with whom to maintain a relationship, with whom to break it. You want to fight, with whom you don't want to fight, who will decide everything, your wife. The husband will also feel that his wife is right and the rest of the world is his enemy, and if the husband is very foolish, then on the one hand, according to his wife, it will work, and on the other hand he will also think that he is taking decisions about his life himself. Music, how gaslighting is now happening on a societal level. It happens. I will explain this with two examples. The first example is gaslighting there. It is easy to get stereotyped, or it has traditionally been said that women have external, they do not understand the world. Hence they should not interfere in the affairs of the outside world. They should only do kitchen work. It should be seen that apart from this, it has also been said that the lower castes do not have that much understanding. It is not as much as the upper caste people have, because God has given the upper caste people has been given more understanding and more knowledge. So if a woman or a person of lower caste, if he believes all these things, then it is very easy to gaslight him because he does not have confidence in himself. Another example is that whatever is ours is ours. The prayers we offer to God are of a very personal nature. That is, the prayers we offer are not shouted, but these are done in silence. But through thousands of years of mental conditioning, it has been ingrained in the minds of people that by you any prayer or worship offered will reach God only if it is done by a particular class of people. People are aware of the truth, but despite this, those who they stop the rituals and worship in the same manner as said by that particular group of people, because people have no control over themselves. Not only confidence, people also think that what these people have said may turn out to be true. That is, we are alone. I pray and then God becomes angry with me and his wrath rains down on me. And the society that we have created, the economy that we have created, and the structure of life that we have created have been created in this way. It is said that blessings keep pouring in our lives. That is, in our lives problems keep on coming. As soon as any problem comes in our life, then the same people who conduct pujas come to us and tell us this because the puja that was performed was not done with complete rituals, due to which there is some problem in your life. These problems have arisen and we accept them as true because we have no control over ourselves. If there is no confidence, then what is all this? The entire society is being gaslighted by thousands of years of traditions. We all realize this, but still, we live our lives exactly the way these traditions tell us to. Now let us understand what are the methods of gaslighting, and whatever methods there are, he shows his mettle in the long run. Music, like someone did something wrong to you, or broke a promise, and later when you remind that person why you did something wrong or why you broke a promise, what will the other person do? He will deny it directly, and what will he say? That I did nothing wrong to you, and I broke no promises. Music, what happens is, Suppose you are telling an important thing to someone, but the person to whom you are telling that important thing if he is a manipulator, then you know what he will do. Whenever you are telling him those things, then he will turn towards you in this direction. He will look as if he doesn't understand what you are saying, and after some time he will start acting as if he is not listening to you. And if this happens to you, if we started meeting often, then I never told him about his wrong behavior. You will start tolerating everything because he is constantly ignoring you. By doing this, your confidence has been broken, and you have started thinking about yourself that perhaps your words are of no particular importance. What would happen in this? Suppose you told someone about an incident that this is what happened that day, and these people used their brains and ruined everything. Now, if the person in front of you is a manipulator, then you know what he will say. He will say that your memory is not good. That day such a thing happened. It did not happen, but it did happen. That is, he will tell a counter story but he is completely dependent. Hence, it would be appropriate to trust his story. Because you have to avoid stress, we'll argue anyway. Music, no. Understand this also, that suppose one day your girlfriend misbehaved with you and now you want to talk to her about the incident. But if your girlfriend, if it is manipulative, then you know what will happen. You will start talking, but after some time you will find that the debate you are having is not with someone. The original topic being discussed on another topic has disappeared. So what could have happened here? First, your girlfriend must have blocked the original discussion, and then in a very clever way, that discussion must have been diverted to something else. For example, you asked your girlfriend why she behaved rudely with you that day. Then your girlfriend will say that I behaved rudely with you. It is true that you behaved rudely, but I did it because you did this to me 10 days ago. And then the discussion will start on the fact that you had done that with him 10 days ago. Did you misbehave or not? And then you will start giving your explanation that you did not misbehave. No, it works something like this. I remember a village saying related to this. As for the fact that we had set out to worship Hari, cotton fell on us, meaning we had set out to worship God. But what we're doing is picking the cotton from the cotton bowl's music. I think this is very common. The manipulator in this makes you feel that whatever you are saying has special importance. He is not, and he will tell you that you are too much about what happened that day. There is drama and we are becoming too emotional. There is no need for so much drama and emotion. This means that he will try to downplay the importance of what you say, so these are some ways. Even though you may not find these methods dangerous, if you are completely dependent on someone and all these things have been happening to you for a long time, if this is happening, then it becomes very dangerous. The control you have over your life. No, it almost ends now. Let me tell you how to recognize if you are being gaslighted. Or else whenever someone gaslights you, then there will be a lot of problems in your life. Problems will start to arise. By analyzing those problems properly, you can recognize that you are being gaslighted. Or not. Music, you knew very well about an incident that had happened some time ago, but now if you have doubts in your mind and you are wondering whether this really happened or not. If it happened, you might be gaslighted. Music, you're completely isolated in your if no one believes the site's story, you're probably being gassed. You know very well that it is not your fault, yet you start feeling this way. If you are the one who has to apologize, then you are being gaslighted. Music, whenever someone gaslights us, right? So its effect is that gradually our self-confidence and self-esteem starts to fade away. So if this is happening to you too, then see if anyone is gaslighting you. Music, you're stuck in a bad situation in life, you are fed up, you want to change everything, yet you are unable to change. You have become hopeless. If no one is believing your side of the story, then you may have been gaslighted. Music, whenever someone gaslights you, you will become depressed, your anxiety will be at its peak, your self-esteem will be gone, and you will not be able to take any decisions about your life. And if things have reached their extreme, you will feel as if you are crazy. Now we understand why people do things that are abusive and toxic. Gaslighting is very common in relationships. This abusive and toxic relationship also affects professional life. It can be related to personal life as well. The manipulator involved in this completely manipulates his target. He does this to control and make the other person dependent on himself. As soon as the other person becomes completely dependent on the manipulator, the person will become dependent on the way in which they are treated, and what will happen after that? The manipulator will misuse it as he wishes. Music, if you're being gaslighted now, you can understand how to deal with it. Stop always looking at the other person for every decision and everything. Trusting your instincts and gut-level feelings, learn that whenever the manipulator behaves inappropriately, keep a proper record of it and proceed further. Whenever you go and remind him why you did that day, do you know what? He will say that he did not do this. Then you should remind him properly as to which day and at what time. In front of whom did you behave rudely? Do not become dependent on anyone and do not isolate yourself from your loved ones. There should be some people with whom you can share everything and get their suggestions. Get their perspective. Music if possible. Stay away from the manipulator. Don't try to stay connected to him because of emotional weakness. When you start to feel that all the suggestions I have given above are not working for you and you are unable to save yourself, then projection is a psychological manipulation. It is a technique in which a person imposes his mistakes and negative emotions on others. It is also a kind of defense mechanism in which we humans express our negative emotions and negative behavior. We try to avoid taking responsibility. Every person uses this to some extent. We do this because we humans have a natural tendency to project our negative emotions into negative behavior. Trying to push the responsibility onto someone else, like, suppose someday it's me. If I get angry, what will I say? That I got angry because of you. Or whenever we get stuck in a bad situation in life, even if they go, what do they say? That this happened because of you. Overall, this is a normal thing because if you accept it, if I am angry, then it may be the other person's fault. So if you do a lot of projection, then it is not bad because it is not right to blame yourself for everything. If you blame yourself for everything, if you blame others, you will soon start hating yourself. And anyway, the other person is also guilty. It may be so because we humans are social beings. We live in a society in which we influence others. If you are a person and are influenced by others, it may be that the person in front of you has made a mistake and you got angry and said something. Meaning a little bit is okay, and it is necessary too. But if a person is manipulative, or then if he has a lot of symptoms of some other dark personality, then that person can do this projection beyond a limit. Before I move ahead in the video, here is some useful information for you that now you can share your problems with me. And you can also pass on my advice. Dial the number that appears on the screen between 9 and 10 in the morning. And you can book your time slot by calling between 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. And if you haven't followed us yet, please do so. Well, in this video I am going to explain with different examples how projection is done. It is done and what is its result. And I am also going to tell you that when a person projects on you, then what can be done. Toxic people find it difficult to admit their mistakes. They will always blame others. Blaming others even for small things. Overall, these people try their best to impose their negative emotions and negative behavior on others, like your boss. He often comes late to office, so if you are late even for a day, he will directly blame you that you are often late. For example, suppose a person who is kleptomaniac keeps telling others that his belongings have been stolen. For a third example, suppose if a person lies a lot, then it is possible that he may tell you that he hates lying. Despite this, you may still lie to him. The person who lied is cheating in the relationship. Or someone who has a cheating mindset, that is, someone who has already cheated many people, it is possible that that person may ask you this. Tell her that you are cheating on her. Even if you don't tell her, she might find out through her behavior. Makes you realize that he is doubting you whether you are cheating on him or not. Let me explain it with an example. Suppose if your partner is cheating on you, do you know what he will do? He will check your phone calls. A normal partner will do all this when you start behaving differently, become mentally absent. then it is possible that insecurity creeps in and he starts spying on you. But the person who is manipulative, he is cheating himself. He will do such things when you are behaving absolutely normal. Understand the result of projection. This is how manipulators do this to you. This manipulator will do a lot to keep you in a defensive mode to control you. You keep even small things in your mind so that you can use those small things at the right time. Suppose your partner, who is also a manipulative person, makes a baseless accusation against you, and as soon as that person will blame you, and it will come to your mind that it is necessary to explain it to him, that the accusation he has made is not correct, overall you will think of giving clarification. Whereas you did not need to give any explanation because the one who makes the mistake gives the explanation. And if you start giving explanations without any fault, then who has become your boss here? Manipulative partner. Let me explain it with another example. Suppose your partner is a manipulative person, and someday he will if you find out that he is cheating on you. Then before you talk to him on this topic, if she has already blamed you for cheating on her, then what will happen to everyone? First, you will think of giving your explanation. After that, your courage will weaken, and you can tell your partner, why are you cheating on me? Because your partner has cheated on you. I have already put you in defensive mode by accusing you, and if you muster the courage, even if you tell your partner, why are you cheating on me? Then you know what he will say, that I had asked you for an answer, and you are blaming me instead. It seems like whenever you are giving clarification on any issue, then you are not the boss at that time. If the person to whom you are giving explanations is your boss, then you are a manipulative partner. Blaming someone for small things from time to create psychological pressure and control over them. He will keep blaming you for such small things that you will wonder, how can a person blame you for such small things? But that manipulative partner blames you even for these unimportant things. He will keep asking you for clarification every time, and the final result will be that a manipulative person will gradually gain complete control over your life, and you won't even know. I'll tell you something interesting. If someone is imposing their negative emotions on you, you naturally feel sympathy or compassion for that person. That means you start feeling a kind of attachment, as if someone has accused you. When I was asked why you behaved badly with me that day, you would immediately start giving explanations, and what you would say is that, no, friend, I did not do that. I did it, and if something happened by mistake, then I am sorry for that. Overall, you should complete it. You will try to relax in some way, and you will do this because somewhere deep down you felt sympathy for him. When a manipulative person falsely accuses you in front of many people, then perhaps you don't want to answer because you know what kind of explanation there is for a false accusation. But the people around you will start expecting answers from you, and it will happen. He might ask you why you are so quiet. He should also present his side. This happens because there are people around you who consider themselves very smart, but they are not. He wonders what he would have done if he were in such a situation. He would have immediately started giving explanations. It is very difficult in such a situation that you do not want to respond to that false accusation. But the people around you, if you are expecting a response, then whenever someone projects it on you, putting your emotions aside and trying to handle the situation rationally overall, if the person in front of you is misusing his mind, then you should not respond to him with your emotions. If the person in front of you is cunning, then you should also show him the power of your mind. We all have a social support system that includes our family members, friends, and well-wishers. These people help us in bad times, show us the way, and whenever if we need any suggestion or advice, then first of all we seek suggestions and advice from them. If we take it, then the manipulators know very well that if they want to control someone, then they have to control someone. If you want to make someone dance to your tune, then first separate that person from their support system. If they have to, manipulators try to distance their targets from everyone they can, with whom he or she shares his or her thoughts, so that when they start manipulating their target, they should have no one to turn to for help. Here, manipulators mainly use two methods. They work by first distancing their target from their loved ones, completely cutting them off from their loved ones, and secondly, manipulators also make their targets completely dependent on them. It's worth noting that manipulation without isolation is quite difficult because, let's say, in my life there are 5 people with whom I share everything. That is, they are my support system. So whoever is a manipulator, neither he can manipulate me beyond a limit because I have 5 people, I have a support system of 5 people. As soon as I share my problems with these 5 people, I get 5 different perspectives. And also suppose the manipulator misbehaves with me someday. And as soon as he misbehaves, I call these 5 people. What will happen if I tell this to these 5 people? If they stand in my support, then if someone wants to manipulate me, then the first thing he will do is to make these 5 people speak ill of me and distance me from them. He will also try to make me feel that he will always stand by me and he wants the best for me. And he is my true companion too. So if any manipulator tries to take me away from these 5 people, it does this, which means it cuts me off from my support system, so I don't have anyone to share my problems with. Only one person will survive, and who will that be? The manipulator. So there is a big mess here. Because if I have any problem with the world, then with whom can I share it? With that manipulator. But if that manipulator, if he starts creating problems in my life, then I will not have anyone to support me. Keep this in mind that whenever someone starts distancing you from your support system by filling your ears, then become alert in your life. Perhaps problems are about to arise. Before I move ahead in the video, here is some useful information for you that now you can solve your problems with me. You can share it with me and also get my advice on the number that is appearing on the screen. Book your time slot by calling the number between 9:00 a.m. to 10:00 a.m. and 1:00 p.m. to 2:00 p.m. You can do it. And if you have not followed us yet, then follow us. So let's go now. Let me explain things to you in detail with an example. And yes, whenever I give you an example, please do not get angry. What is this? Girls also do this, or boys also do this. Let's do it, brother. I am giving an example and I will give only one example. Then sometimes I will male, sometimes I make a female the villain. But you have brains anyway, so please use your brains. Use it to understand things and not to vent your anger on me. So you are a girl and a boy comes into your life. As soon as you see that boy, you talk to him a little bit. What do you think? It seemed as if this was the prince of your dreams, who had just come in your dream on a white horse, whereas he had just come on foot. Then what happened? You were having various kinds of conversations with that prince of your dreams. She started dreaming, but the prince of her dreams was a manipulator. The fact that he was a manipulator is why you liked him so much, because he behaved exactly the way you wanted him to. So now he's the manipulator. That means if the prince of your dreams wants to misuse you sexually or in any other way, then the first thing he will do is it will see who are the people around you and how are the relationships between you and them. Now suppose she finds out that you have a strong relationship with your sister. But later she also finds out that if you have a disagreement with your sister on any issue, then you know what she will do to you. Sister who will try to inflame the issue in order to distance you from him in your support system. You have differences with your sister. What will you do then? Maintain distance from your sister. She will start hiding things from him, while she will get closer to this person. Because the person is constantly supporting you or is acting as if he is supporting you. So when he was getting to know about you, he came to know that there is another person with whom you have a very strong relationship, and you share everything with him, but you do not have any differences with him. Then what is this? It will take some time, but using lies will take you away from that person also. By promoting distrust or by emotional blackmail. Now when someone has, if you don't survive, this manipulator will start playing games with you, and when the game starts, you will have no one left. So that you can ask for help whenever someone tries to separate you from your loved ones. Putting emotions aside and using another part of your brain to see if they're isolating you. Isolation is crucial to many manipulation techniques, such as gaslighting. Without isolation, isolation is impossible works in quite different ways. Like Joe Machiavellian, there are leaders of mindset. What they do is spread hatred between religious groups and different social groups and create division between them. Religious fanatics try to get votes by isolating groups from each other. The leaders of the groups never want you to know about other religions, meet people of other religions, and read their books. They will try to keep you away from all information about other religions, or will only allow you to access as much information as possible, as much as it fits into their agenda. Here too, the leaders of religious groups are isolating you from other groups. How to use people and the right information to your advantage in the workplace. Understand that isolation exists. It is possible that you may not be given access to information that is essential for your promotion. In English, it is called withholding information. I will explain this also with an example. Suppose your manager asked you for a ask to do personal work like drop her child home from school, but he refused. Now what can the manager do? Understand that you are going abroad on behalf of the company. You were dreaming, and you were also an eligible candidate, but your manager was angry with you. So what did he do? That information was not allowed to reach you, and you missed the opportunity. Now you will avoid denying any request from your manager, no matter how ridiculous the request is. A manipulative person can also isolate you to punish you. Suppose that manipulative person asks you for something one day. He requested, but you refused. Now what can he do? He can be a manipulative person. He can organize a party one day, and he invites everyone but not you, and the next day when you ask him why he invited you, if you ask him why he didn't call you, he might reply that he didn't remember you at all. But you will realize that you interrupted him that day, and that is why he interrupted you. If he is not invited to the party, then next time before interrupting him or his request, you will think many times before denying it because you have already been punished for it. So here I have said, what did I tell you about the basics of isolation? So remember one thing: when someone tries to isolate you, then get emotionally due to weakness or emotional dependency or any other reason, you are unable to completely isolate yourself. Don't isolate. Taking the name positive reinforcement may sound like it's a good thing, but the truth is that positive reinforcement is a good thing. So let's understand how. First, let's take an example like yours. If the child is busy with the mobile all day long, then if you tell him that, son, if you play outdoor games, you will soon get a job. If you will be given a bicycle, then what is this? Positive reinforcement, and this is a good thing, because you are using it for the betterment of your child. Second example is you tell your employee that if he completes this work in 15 days, he will get his salary along with a bonus at the end of the month. Here's what you can do to increase your employee's productivity using positive reinforcement. Now what will come to the mind of your employees that if they work hard, then what bonus will they get? So it is possible that he may start working hard. Third example, let's say yours. If the child is reluctant to eat green vegetables, tell him that if he eats green vegetables, he will also get ice cream along with it. It is possible that gradually, in the greed of eating ice cream, he starts eating green vegetables also. So isn't positive reinforcement a good thing? You should also use it. But if a person is a manipulator, then this I'm going to explain how positive reinforcement becomes a manipulation tool. Example: if a manipulator tries to control you by using positive reinforcement, you can be alert, and yes, if you have not followed our channel yet, then follow it. Use of manipulator positive reinforcement. How I use 4 different methods to control you, to manipulate you, and to take advantage of you. Let me explain with an example. Suppose one day a manipulative and the toxic husband beat his wife in a fit of rage, and now he doesn't want his wife to know about the incident. If I tell anyone, what can he do? He may become number 1. After some time, someone will tell him, bring a gift, or tell him that we will have dinner at a restaurant tonight and eat a little if you show extra love. The gift here is restaurant food, and your husband tries to manipulate your behavior by using this extra love. Suppose a manipulative and toxic wife did the first thing she did after a lot of efforts. After this, she made her husband realize that all those people who were once his own, they all used to say that they are useless people, and how did he do all this by playing mind games and lying? This is done by verbally inciting fights, fostering distrust, and through emotional blackmail. They say isolation. Now that the husband has no one left, what does the wife do now? When things do not go according to her wishes, she says a lot of nonsense to her husband and ruins his respect. But later, after a few hours or a few days, she also shows extra love to her husband. So here the extra one, it's love, isn't it? This is positive reinforcement, and now the wife is using it to manipulate her husband. What does the husband think? That it is okay? His wife is a bit rude and disrespects him, but she loves him too. She does, and anyway, it is so difficult to find true love in today's world. Suppose one day you catch your boss using office resources for illegal work. What can the boss do if he catches you making money? Offer you a promotion. And as soon as you get a promotion offer, you will shut your mouth. Suppose there is a politician who has a Machiavellian mindset, and he dreams of becoming the dictator of the country. Then during his entire tenure, he will try to uproot the constitutional institutions. But as soon as the elections come, he will start making big announcements like, we will do this, and we will do that. They will give it so that the common people forget everything and give him a chance again. If you get lured by positive reinforcement, the bad behavior that is happening to you will keep increasing, because now manipulative husband, wife, boss, and politician know very well that no matter what you do with them, in the end they will be left with nothing. If you want to give them benefit and their mouths will be shut, then do you understand how they are manipulators? Can use positive reinforcement to control and take advantage of you. The psychological manipulation techniques I'm going to discuss in future videos are a bit like negative reinforcement. Some will fall in the category of punishment, and some in the category of punishment. But what does the category matter? We do not have to give the exam. We have to understand things and take control of our life in our own hands, right? So first in this video, we will discuss what negative reinforcement is, and then we will learn how a manipulator can manipulate us using negative reinforcement. So if you have not followed us yet, then follow us. First of all, I will tell you, let me explain the meaning of the word reinforcement. The person in front of you, in a situation, he is going to behave in a certain way, or he must do what he is going to do and not back down from it. Reinforcement is called ensuring that the negative. What happens in reinforcement is that the person who is going to do the work tells him about the negative things that are going to happen while doing that work. Remove them so that the person in front of you is not afraid of those negative things. If you don't back down from your work, there seems to be nothing wrong in it, but then the same problem arises. If a person is a manipulator, then he can manipulate you using these techniques. So first of all, let me explain negative reinforcement to you with some examples. The first example is want to go to the beach for a walk but are afraid that your skin might get burnt due to sunburn. What should you do? If you apply sunscreen, what have you done to avoid the negative outcome, i.e., the problem of sunburn? What did you do? You used sunscreen. Now you must. Second example. The kitchen is very dirty and your wife is back from her mother's house today. She is about to come, and you know very well that if she sees the kitchen in this condition, there will be chaos in the house, so you should avoid this negative situation. Outcome means if you want to remove Tandev from your life, then what will you do for that? You will clean the kitchen before your wife comes. Third example. You were going somewhere by car when you noticed that a car driver behind you was continuously honking. If you have given your horn, what is this negative outcome? What will you do to avoid it? We will give him way and say, brother, you go ahead. Fourth example. What in a school? It happens that children are given homework every day, but then you as a teacher announce that the child who fails in the exam, if he performs well, he will not be given homework for 3 days in a week. What is one behavior you should follow to ensure that children study diligently? That is, What was done to reinforce a negative outcome, i.e., removing homework. I hope you have understood what negative reinforcement is. Now let us understand how a manipulator uses it. How to use it. First example. Suppose you know that if you calculate your income according to your if you don't behave properly, your wife may ignore you and even abuse you. If you can speak, then the negative stimulus here is your wife yelling at you. What will you do to avoid shouting? You will do whatever your wife wants. Here the wife is acting as a manipulator who is hinting to her husband that if you do not do as I say, then all this will happen. Negative things will happen, so if you follow my advice, you will be saved from all these things. Similarly, manipulation can also happen from the husband's side. You yourself are an example of this. Just think of another example of democratic governments that lack moral strength. Means there is lack of democratic morality. What can she do? She can give this message to the media houses that if you can reach Hapola Gar, chance agencies against me, then what is the government here? A manipulator who is signaling to media houses that if you do not publish against me outcome means if you can escape from the investigating agencies, then what will the media houses do? Negative outcome means stopping publishing against the government to avoid investigation agencies. Now the government can go a step further to control the media houses. That is, it can also use positive reinforcement. She can do this and can tell the media houses that if you publish news as per my wishes, news in favor and advertisements can also be found. So the manipulator here is the government. She is trying to ensure through negative reinforcement that no news is published against her and positive news is published. Using reinforcements, it is trying to ensure that media houses report in its favor. From the outside, negative reinforcement and punishment appear to be the same thing, but the truth is that there is a difference between these two. To control the behavior of a person, if unwanted things are being added, then what will be the punishment? But if unwanted things are being removed, then what will be that negative reinforcement? For example, suppose it is part of the husband's behavior that if things don't go according to his wishes, he shouts at his wife and doesn't give her money for expenses. Then what will the wife do about these negative things? To avoid things, she will follow her husband's instructions. What is this negative? Reinforcement is what happens in punishment. Suppose a husband wants his wife to do something particular. If you do not talk to a person, then if his wife talks to that person, then he will be punished. What can the husband do to do this? He can snatch her phone. So here the phone is snatched. Jana has been added to a negative stimulus. So what happened? Punishment, this nagging, is somewhat similar to negative reinforcement. Nagging is also known as hectoring and pest drug nagging. Manipulation is a technique in which you do not feel like doing a particular task, or you have promised to do it later. I will do it, but the manipulator wants you to do that work now so that he will keep requesting you continuously. How please, 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 what happens in this? Man, suppose two people were talking to each other. Then the manipulator in them would make a request to the other person, but the other person will refuse. Then the manipulator will request again and again, while the other person will refuse again and again. He will do it. Then the tension in that situation will increase. What will happen after that? Whoever among them, if a person is intelligent, he will not be a manipulator because he is the one playing the game. So the person in front of him will accept what he says, because he would not want the matter to escalate and lead to an argument. Anyway, nagging is not that much. It is not negative, and at times it is very important, and we all use it like parents. He resorts to nagging to change his children's habits or to inculcate new habits. You can take it, for example, suppose your child sleeps late in the morning. Then as a parent, what you'll do is start asking him to get up at 6:00 in the morning, and you will say it again and again. Then as soon as it is 6:30 in the morning, do you know what you will say to your child? You will say, "Oh my God, it is 9 o'clock. The sun has risen, the sun has come out, the earth has started opening up. Now get up." Now the child knows very well that it is not the earth but the tea that is opening, and it is not 9:00 but 6:30. It is already past midnight, but he will still get up because he wants to avoid nagging. Similarly, our own people sometimes nagging is for our own good, which means that in a healthy relationship, there is some extent nagging is necessary. But if a person has dark personality traits, if the symptoms are there, then that person is using this nagging to harm you. It can reach him and he can benefit himself. So it is most important for you to know this. It is important to know the intentions behind the person who is nagging. For this, you have to keep four things in mind. First, see the person who is nagging, and is the work for which he is nagging going to benefit only him. Secondly, try to find out who is doing the nagging. What is the element of pressure involved in what is happening, i.e., is the nagging forceful? Third, suppose a person is nagging and you keep refusing him again and again. Does his body language or the words he uses show any anger? Fourth, if you are not listening to the person in front of you, then is he using such words or saying such things which may hurt you? Feeling guilty. If you notice one or more of these things, then it's the right time to express your emotions. Put it aside and harness your brain's potential, which means you can use your brain. Activate it because the intentions of the person in front of you do not seem right. Overall, when a person with dark traits, if he does nagging, then after some time he will send a message like this: that listen to me, otherwise else otherwise. Something will be included in this which will be harmful for you. One more thing. A while ago I told you four things, but there can be exceptions to them. Suppose someone, whether it is your husband, wife, or girlfriend, she has some control issues. That is, she wants you to be under his/her control. I want to keep you in my shoes to make it less offensive. Let me use other words. Let's say she wants to keep you at the tip of her shoes. If he or she wants to, then it is possible that when he or she does nagging, there may be pressure there too. If this element is involved, it would be bad for you to be on the tip of your partner's shoes. It can be dangerous for your mental, emotional, and spiritual growth, but this nagging is dark. Less dangerous than people with traits, provided your partner has. If the dark personality traits are not included in it, then congratulations to you for finding danger somewhere. And I don't want to go. I am sitting right next to you. I should not joke on serious topics, sorry. So the final line is when a person, if someone is requesting you while nagging, but their request seems more like a demand than a request, then maybe something is wrong, sorry. This sex means screaming and shouting, and it also includes crying and wailing. It might look something like this music. Sex is a manipulation technique. Understand it this way: whenever a person yells at us, when he shouts, we feel very uncomfortable and scared. And finally, what happens is that we accept what the other person says. When a person yells, he can manipulate us in two ways. First, if a person shouts at us, we will be on the back foot and then he will dominate us. And secondly, when a minister shouts and cries in front of many people and says that he did this to me and that to me, so he showed himself as a victim and blamed the people around him. He is trying to put pressure on you by gaining sympathy. But let me tell you one thing, that it is not bad to scream and shout. It is possible that the person in front of you is very cunning, and he is trying to appear good in front of the world. But if he keeps playing from behind, then it may happen that if the person you played with is very simple and emotional, then in this case that person may cry. He may scream and shout, but he is not a manipulator, even though he is screaming. The manipulator here is the one who was playing with that person. So here you have to use your brain to identify a real manipulator. You can't just decide that the person who is shouting is the same person. He is a manipulator, and it is not that difficult to identify a real manipulator, provided don't act blind. You can act blind for many reasons. One of them could be that it seems that the person who is a manipulator may benefit you in the future. Now to know more things. First of all, a person can use this penis to scare you, because as soon as you get scared, we will accept the other person's point of view. Suppose there is a debate between two people about something. A logical discussion was taking place, but the manipulator knew very well that if the debate was based on logic, if it happens, then he will lose. So what can he do to change the direction of the discussion? And to win the discussion, one may start crying, screaming and shouting when if people are talking and one person's voice starts rising, then it is a clear sign of rising. Let me give you another hostile example. Suppose there were two people, one a girlfriend and the other her the boyfriend. Who was the girlfriend was her babu, gold, silver, diamonds and pearls. That is, she was angry with her boyfriend about something, and she wanted that her boyfriend, if she listens to everything he says, then what can she do publicly? She may start screaming and shouting at her boyfriend and may start crying. There will be people around who do not know the whole story. What will they think? They will think that perhaps the boy is a wrong person. He is a human being, and he must have done something wrong to this girl. Now, whatever the people around, why would he have sympathy for the girl? He would have it because there is a general perception that girls are weaker than boys, and sympathy is with the one who is weak. It connects, and even if a boy shouts or screams at a girl in public, people think that the boy must be wrong, but look at the poor girl, how she is screaming. Overall, in such situations, the winners are the girls, the exception. Apart from this, when the girlfriend is crying and shedding tears, then what will the boyfriend do? He will agree to everything he says because the people around him do not like him. Considering her a human being and looking at her with judgmental eyes. After this incident, if the boyfriend if he has a strong personality, then you know what he will do when the situation calms down. After 2-3 days, he will talk to his girlfriend about that incident. I will speak to the law and try to ensure that such an incident does not happen again. No, but if the boyfriend is a weak person, what will he do? He will start agreeing to everything his girlfriend says because he is afraid. I'm afraid that his girlfriend might create a ruckus again, so here I tried to explain things with an example. But such manipulation can also happen from the male side, so do not think that screaming, shouting manipulation is only done by females. Males also do it. There is a detailed video on silent treatment already available on this channel. Watch it, the link is coming up. You can go there and see it. But in this video I am going to discuss this. I'm going to explain how the silent treatment becomes a manipulation technique in the hands of a manipulator. Follow us. Silent treatment is a manipulation technique. I will call it in 2 words: love withdrawal. That is, the love and the affection a manipulator was giving you is now being pulled back. If a manipulator, if he is giving you silent treatment, then he is indirectly telling you that listen to me. Otherwise, the love and affection that I am giving you will be taken away. I was giving it to you till now, I will stop giving it to you. Overall, this is a kind of punishment. It is used as a way to control others. It falls under the category of emotional abuse, that too a powerful emotional abuse. Now how this understand that the silent treatment only works when there is emotional dependency between 2 people. There should be emotional connection and attachment, because if 2 people are prophets for each other or both, if there is no special attachment between you, then it will not make any difference to you whether the person in front of you is whether he talks to you or not. As a social being, if we humans want to grow in life, yes, the word grow would not be appropriate here. The correct word would be thrive. A social being, if we humans want to thrive in life, that is, if we want to flourish in life, then we have to be friendly with others. Approval and affection are needed. What does approval mean here? For example, suppose you are doing some work and the person in front of you tells you that you are doing it well. If you keep doing it, then what is this? It is a kind of approval. The rest is love and affection for you. You know how much it helps us to move ahead in our life. Even people who are introverts do not care much about others, do not talk much to others. They also need the approval and they need affection. And if they don't get it, they feel their life is incomplete. It seems that when a manipulator gives the silent treatment, it means that whatever love and affection he was giving is being taken away. Now he is pulling back. Then the psychological tension and pressure that is created, don't even ask. then maybe you'll give the manipulator that concession to get your affection and love back. You will be ready to give what you were not ready for yet, which means you will succumb to the manipulator's demands, even if it seems trivial to you. But imagine the person you love the most, without whom your life feels incomplete if he is not with you. If he does this, starts ignoring you and stops talking to you, what will you do? Let me explain things to you with an example. Suppose there is a person without whom you cannot live. You are very much attacked by this person. You have become used to his love and affection now. What will happen if a person does not want you to do some work? He will ask you to do that work and you will refuse. Then what will happen? The person will start ignoring you and will not answer your calls. If your relationship can be saved, then why not save it? After this, you will listen to that person. And finally, that manipulator manipulates you. Then here you have one thing to know. It is important to keep in mind that sometimes it is necessary to compromise to save a relationship, but not everything, but no. Not always, and keep one more thing in mind, that the demand to which you are bowing it should not be against your life values, but you should keep your life values in mind. To define your life, you will have to understand it deeply. Mental illness has been going on since childhood. We will have to break the web of conditioning and move towards absolute freedom. Only then you will be able to understand yourself deeply. Now listen to the final thing. Silent treatment is such a dirty thing. It's a habit that grows over time in a relationship. If the manipulator first, if he succeeds, he will use it a second time. If he succeeds a second time, if he uses it for the third time, it is your responsibility to stop him from progressing further. Intimidation means intimidation. It is of two types. Covert and an overt manipulator may use both these methods of intimidation to instill fear in you. What will happen next is that you will succumb to the manipulator's demands. That is, you will surrender to the intimidation and bullying. It is said that in this, the manipulator will directly threaten you to get whatever he demands from you. Or he may show you what an angry person he is and get angry. He can do anything. He can even beat you. And if you give in to his demands, if you don't give in, he might actually start beating you. Such people are basically they are short-tempered and have authority issues, meaning they tend to suppress the people around them. Those who want to threaten the court, that is, indirectly, these are just as violent as the overt ones, those who threaten. But these people are cunning. They know that if they threaten openly, if she does so, the society and people around her will know her truth, which may tarnish her image. Also, people who threaten in a coded manner are more dangerous because their true nature is not revealed to the world. These people would never have been able to threaten in such a calculated manner and with such words. They use this so that you will understand that you have been threatened, but you are not in the vicinity. They will not be able to convince people. This will happen for two reasons. First, such people will hide their reality. They remain hidden and remain good people in the eyes of the world, and the other, such people use such methods to threaten or use such words which can have many meanings. So if you tell someone that that person threatened you, then you know what people will think. People will think that he is such a good person. How can he give such a threat? And after this, he will start explaining to you and will say that, friend, he might not have threatened you. What he meant might have been something else. He must have said this to you for your own good. Why did this happen? Because his threat was such that there could have been many meanings, but you don't have to worry. I will deal with them later. I will teach you. So what you have to do now is that you should understand all the manipulation techniques that I am teaching you. Okay, and watch the entire video, because the most difficult thing is that we do not recognize manipulation. Learning is an experience that happens to us only once, and it brings about a permanent change in our behavior. That is, XP, or so much tomato, it is easy and powerful that we will never make that mistake again. Let us understand this with an example. Suppose you were going somewhere by train to sell tea in the train. The seller comes and you take tea from him and drink it. Now what happens to you because of food poisoning? Your health deteriorated and you kept eating sweets the whole way. Now maybe you will never travel by train again. I will not drink tea. This is one trial learning, that is, 1x and your behavior be forever changed when we humans lived our daily lives by eating and hunting for food. Then forest trials learning was directly linked to our survival. Suppose when you were a primitive man, you had to eat a fruit. You saw the tree, plucked the fruit, ate it, fell ill and died. Now your primitive man friends, he will spread the news to the entire primitive society that this fruit is poisonous, and he will never eat it. Vote another example of food forest training is often seen in our schools. You get what's called corporal punishment in school now. If a child makes a mistake, it is possible that the principal or teachers may scold that child, that he should be properly beaten up. Now the child will not commit the same mistake again because if he thinks of making the mistake again, he will remember that beating. What is this? One trial learning. But the good thing is that spanking has been banned in schools because this type of beating has very serious psychological impact. Corporal punishment also has a negative impact on children's self-esteem, which that he is not able to get out throughout his life. Later on, I will make a video on this topic also. Now the manipulators are tomato ones. They may use trial learning to shape your behavior. A manipulator may be trying to pressure you into something. He bursts out in anger, starts abusing you and beats you up, meaning he is one any method can be used as a medium of trial learning. Let me explain things with one final example. Suppose your neighbor, he often plays music at very high volume, and sometimes he turns on the music system even at night. So that day you try to put your point across in a very rational manner, but what did that neighbor say? Did he burst out in anger on you publicly and did something very absurd and abused you? Together they created a complete scene. After this incident, you are so traumatized that you can do anything now. You started tolerating everything. You got used to tolerating. This is what is called tomato 1 trial learning manipulation used by neighbor to your behavior. To control it, please tell us by commenting if anyone has tried this method for you. Ever manipulated using manipulation of facts is a very powerful tool. Psychological manipulation is a technique because it is based on facts that are subject to interpretation. That is, this manipulation is based on facts and in different circumstances of facts. There can be different interpretations when a manipulator changes facts. If he manipulates, then technically he is not lying, but ethically, that is morally speaking, he is lying. He uses facts in such a way that benefit him or harm others. Any manipulator can use 3 methods to manipulate facts. The first is cherry picking of the facts. In this, the manipulator will only present the facts that are relevant to the subject. He should benefit from the second, vomiting certain facts in which the manipulator manipulates those facts. He will hide something that could expose his truth or cause him harm. Thirdly, taking facts out of context. For example, if someone jokingly says something about someone, then the manipulator, he will tell the same joke to the world for his own benefit as if he have said in a serious manner. Those are Machiavellians or Machia politicians with a Wayyal mindset, are adept at facts manipulation. Such politicians also spread false facts. I will speak with so much confidence as if it were eternal truth. Later on I will speak in Machiavellian. I will also make a video on politicians with mindset because such leaders are a threat to any country and it would have been very dangerous for the future of the people of that country. Before I move ahead, know one thing about facts, no matter how much the facts are. It should be indisputable, but it can also be interpreted differently. So let me explain manipulation of facts with different examples. First, for example, the excuses that are made are also a form of manipulation and facts. So, when a person who makes a good excuse makes an excuse, nothing will be a lie. He will speak, but he will tell only as much as is required. Suppose a child did not go to school, then the next day when the teacher asked him why he did not go to school if he did not come, he says that his grandmother was unwell. Now the teacher says there is no problem. No, sit down and go away. Now the child did not tell that his grandmother was well in the neighborhood. There used to be a grandmother who was unwell, so a child the size of a Chawani saw her. Manipulate your teacher using dark psychology. The second example given is that the manipulators in this are the victims, so to speak. The person who is suffering is blamed. Suppose in a relationship the wife is a manipulator and she is adamant on some issue. She got angry with her husband and then she came home to scare him and control him. She left, and when her husband got scared, she came back and later told her husband that I am so fed up with you and the people in this house that I don't know what to do. Now what will the husband think? The poor girl is very upset, and that is why she takes such a step. In the second case, the husband got angry and raised his hand on his wife, and then he says that you forced me to raise my hand. Now what is my wife thinking? Chintu's father must have been very upset. That's why he raised his hand on me. By the way, he is so nice. So for the husband in the first case and the wife in the second case. Second, the mind is on my side, so now let me explain another facts manipulation technique. It's called withholding of key information and strategic disclosure of facts. Therein the manipulator will provide correct information, but his objective will be to manipulate the other person. Because the manipulator knows very well that if you give any information to the other person, what will be the reaction of the other person? It depends on his mood, whether he is happy, angry, or stressed. Or it's cool. Let's say your brother is trying to ruin your relationship with one of your friends. If he wants, one day your brother finds out something about your friend that you may get tensed after hearing this, so your brother will pass on that information to you at that time. When you are already angry or stressed, then as soon as that information reaches you, your anger will get out of control, and you will get angry at your friend. Your brother will explode with anger because of this. Because if he had given you this information at a time when you were happy, you might have ignored it. Or you do not react so strongly to your friend, and the relationship does not get spoiled, but your brother wants to spoil the relationship. Withholding of key information and strategic disclosure of facts in both techniques are very important in any interpersonal relationship, business relationship, and political discourse. It is used by politicians. They use this technique every day. For example, suppose there is a report like this, it comes to light which may tarnish the image of the government or the truth about the government. If it can come out, then first of all the government will want that the report should not be published, or then even if it is published, some information may be removed. But suppose it is on the government, there is a legal obligation to publish the report exactly as it is prepared. So now governments can do three things here. First, if the government follows democratic values, if the government believes in it, it will allow the report to be published and face criticism. Secondly, if the democratic character of the people running the government is weak, if so, what will we do? We will publish the report, but before that we will try to ensure that the report does not get much media coverage. Before publishing, they will raise some unimportant issue and then look for TRP. The media in the country will be focused on that, and the report will not get media coverage, due to which people will not even be able to know about that report. Thirdly, if the government, the people who run it, are very cowards and have a terrifying mindset. So what is that? They do? You know very well that they already control the media, so he will simply tell the media that he has to publish this report, but he should ensure that the information does not reach the rest of the people. Media people know their work well. Apart from this, there are other ways to facts. Manipulating, such as exaggerating facts to downplay a fact in order to create sensation, etc. To control someone's mind, it is not necessary that you have any superpower. You should have natural power, but if you have knowledge of human emotions and human behavior, if you have good understanding, then you can control the mind of your target. So if you want this, that the other person should think what you want and feel what you want them to. If you want to behave in the same way as you want, then this work is done by mind. This can be done through control. Here you have to keep one thing in mind, that mind control, it is not a manipulation technique in itself. But so far in this series, you can control anyone's mind using all the manipulation techniques discussed. Like there are cult leaders. If we talk about the Babas in India, what are they? What they do is brainwash their followers, and the followers realize this first. They assure that they have special powers by the grace of God, and gradually, this brainwashing goes so far that the followers of these Babas consider them as God. Even when these Babas are accused of something in some way, they start believing in it. Despite criminal charges being filed and proof being given in court, the followers of such Babas believe that Baba Jai has been framed and he is not a good person. There are humans like there is a big young Baba in Madhya Pradesh. According to this Baba, God by grace, he has some powers through which he knows everything about others. Let us accept that there are millions of people in India who believe in the miracles of this Babaji. This is mind control. I think these Babas are being used by the Indian government. This should also be done so that it can be found out who has how much black money and how much is that money. Where has the black money been hidden? Or the government can ask this Baba that where has China hidden its nuclear weapons? Because this Baba Jai is in this field, it is not that mind control can only be used in the wrong way. But by controlling the mind, one can do wrong things. Habits can be changed, and new good habits can also be inculcated. Mind control, it is basically based on information. Whatever thoughts we have, whatever beliefs we have, we learn everything, and the process of learning the method is information. In this also the information should come from such a source on which we believe. That is why leaders with dictator mindset are not able to reach out to the people. They try their best to control what information reaches them. That is why the media, they control themselves. Such Babas first of all get themselves into some temple or God. Because temple and God are connected to our faith and faith logic doesn't work, then what does this Baba say in the name of God and according to his own understanding? Whatever information is related to your benefits, whatever things happen, you share the same with your followers. Overall, what this Baba does is to use the faith and belief that people have in God. Let's do it for our own benefit. Now understand a few more things about mind control. The brain of us humans is hardwired for survival, and survive information is most important for doing something. So if any information is given repeatedly, if it is delivered to us in different ways through different mediums over a long period of time, even if we know that this information is wrong, we humans still believe in that information. But they start believing in him. This is the reason why even the smartest people believe in Baba Jai. They start believing in miracles and start giving them donations, or else they start praying to one another. Smart people are brainwashed and turned into terrorists through mind control. To understand this, you should do one thing: watch 100 videos on any concept. In the end, you will find that you too believe that inspiration to some extent or completely. You have started doing it. Mind control is easy where one person is dependent on the other. It means that the person on whom you are dependent controls your mind. He can do this very easily, hence he should only have a relationship with an understanding and supportive person. I should move on and not be with someone who is manipulative, controlling, and any relationship is toxic if a person controls the emotions of his partner. If he does this, he can easily control the mind of his partner. And remember that the person who uses his brain everywhere even uses his brain there. Where relationships are based on emotions, if the partner of such a person is emotional, if he is, then he can easily control the mind of his emotional partner. So if emotional people want to protect themselves, they will have to learn emotional intelligence. For this, you can follow us. I will also teach you well, and yes, it is necessary to control the mind. It is not that mind control can be done only if there is emotional dependency, but if financial, whether there is dependency or any other type of dependency, mind control is easy. Music, let me explain with another example. You might have heard about Stockholm Syndrome. What happens in this? Suppose a kidnapper kidnaps someone for ransom. After this, the kidnapper will keep the person he has kidnapped with him tied with ropes. Now in such a situation, the hostess will be completely dependent on the kidnapper. will become dependent now, since the kidnapper will not even want his hostess to already he should die, because then he will not get the ransom and other problems will arise. If possible, he will himself fulfill the basic needs of his hostess, such as food, to give or for other needs, and in the meantime the hostess may meet her kidnapper after the conversation begins. The kidnapper will tell his side of the story, either true or false, why he kidnapped her, and after hearing the whole story, the hostess he begins to feel sympathy for the kidnapper and feels that the poor man is helpless. That's why I was kidnapped. You might have seen such things in movies, but understand here why this happened. It happened because the hostess kidnapper he was completely dependent, and the greater the dependency, the easier it is to control his mind. It is as easy as it gets. You may have also noticed that the mind control that has happened in the story is done subconsciously. The kidnapper is consciously controlling the mind of his hostess. He was not trying to control himself, but still, he tried to spoil his hostess's mind. I took control because the brain is hardwired to survive, and in this session the hostess who is helping the kidnapper to survive. Hostess's attachment to the kidnapper or feeling sympathy for him. This is Stockholm Syndrome. Now the final line, listen. No matter how smart you think you are, if circumstances control your mind is favorable, and someone wants to mind control you in that situation. If so, he can control your mind. Mind games are basically hand-crafted manipulation techniques. They are called hand-crafted because the person who what mind games to play with that person, and how to manipulate the mind the game has to be planned. It all depends on the nature of that person. So if a manipulator wants to play mind games with someone, he first tries to gain insight into his target's personality. Will gather as much information as possible about it. And after getting all the information, he will then plan and execute mind games to manipulate his target. Like other manipulation techniques, mind games work best when it happens when the target, i.e. the victim, is dependent on the manipulator, or you trust a manipulator. And yes, we all have been in a relationship with someone or the other at some point or the other. We keep playing games and we don't even realize it. This happens because whatever the intention is only to get your work done without harming others. But when a narcissist or psychopath plays such a game, it is for his own small benefit. It can ruin the life of the person in front of you. So be aware that before this, I will continue with the video, and you can follow us on mind games psychological tactics. These are used to instill fear in someone and to control someone. So far, I have covered all the psychological manipulation techniques in this series to manipulate, and all of the things discussed can be used to plan any mind game. So let me take an imaginary situation and plan a mind game in that situation. Then the result of this mind game, what is going to happen is this will be the end of the victim. That is, the one with whom this emotional manipulation is done. Mind games will be played until he finally says goodbye to the world music. If you then listen to the disclaimer that this story is completely imaginary. If this dream you can relate this story of the journey from flying to saying goodbye to the world to someone. If you are able to, this is a good opportunity for some self-reflection, as you can find out whether, where, and with whom would you like to stand in this story, or if such a mind game, if someone is playing games, then who are you standing with at this time, or has a manipulator taken advantage of you? You have also not managed your perception, due to which you knowingly or unknowingly do what the victim does. I have joined the game that is going on, or suppose you have come to know that there is such a thing here. If the games were played, what was your stand? Did you stand with the manipulator because he was a successful person and could have been of use to you, or you stood with the victim, or you remain neutral without taking sides? And yes, being neutral can have two meanings. First of all, you are not with anyone. You are just standing with your own benefit and more benefit. This can only happen if you remain one of your own and the other of both the manipulator and the victim. This could mean that you are standing with the manipulator, because if there are two in a war, if there is a conflict and you are neutral in it, then you are standing with the powerful. You are not neutral. While listening to this entire mind game, never let this thing go out of your mind that what is happening here, he is a manipulator. He has been playing with the emotions of the victims since childhood, and the victim, he is not even allowed to realize that he is being played with when our minds are clouded with emotions. If the eyes are covered, then things are not visible clearly. You must also know this, and it is emotional. Manipulation is often discovered after the damage has already been done, so don't forget what to do. That the victim here is like an emotional person, because when we connect with our loved ones, if they do not use their brain, they connect with emotions. Whereas those who are manipulators, they use their brains, even where relationships are based on emotions. Music. There are two brothers in this story. The elder one's name is Sonny, and the younger one's name is Vicky. But both of them were not born from the same mother, meaning both of them have different mothers. Vicky's mother passed away when he was a child, so he was raised by Shani's mother. That is why he stayed with Sonny since childhood. There are many aspects of the character of Sonny that he is now. Characteristics like he's a narcissist, basically a sympathetic narcissist, and he is also a womanizer. That is, he is a manipulative person, whereas Vicky can say that he is a little wise, a little foolish, a little simple, and a little kind-hearted. He is short-tempered, a little rational, and a little emotional as well. So in emotional matters, his responses are often emotional. So listen to Sonny's target here. The target is to not let Vicky become more successful than you under any circumstances, because Shani, he is a narcissist. And if Vicky becomes more successful, he will get more attention from Vicky than from Shani. If other people start getting ahead of him, then Saturn can tolerate it to some extent. But the person who has been with him since childhood is younger than him and has grown up in his house, and Sonny cannot tolerate that he surpasses her and starts getting more attention. If possible, then understand what all Sonny did in his mind game. First of all, it was shown to Vicky that though he was not his real brother, he was better than his real brother. He believes in me more. In this way, he won Vicky's trust because Vicky is a child. He had been with Shani for a long time. So Shani had all the emotional patterns that Vicky had. He was well aware of all the mental patterns and emotional traumas that he had suffered. Then a time comes when Vicky starts living with Sonny in a big city and starts thinking about his future. To handle this, I started preparing for a big exam. Here I take UPSC as an example of a big exam. Yes, okay. But Vicky did not even realize that he was not thinking about his future. But if you are preparing for suicide, then let us now look at each move of Saturn, and let me try to explain what the result was. So when Vicky started preparing for UPSC, Sonny was he was sure that Vicky would not be able to clear the UPSC because Sonny felt that such a big there are exams, and Vicky has not been that good at studies since childhood. So first of all, when Vicky reaches Delhi to prepare for UPSC, Sonny tells him to stay with him and prepare comfortably. This will save you money, and Mom will also enjoy it when we are together because, after all, we have been together since childhood. Vicky also liked this and started living together now. Understand how Sonny used this incident in his favor. Narcissistic Sonny used it around, created the perception in the minds of people who knew him and others that Vicky's education expenses were being borne by, and he was taking care of her other needs himself. And when someone told him that Vicky's needs to take care so that he too can move ahead in his life, Sonny tells him that I will give it to him. I have even given him my ATM card. Now listen, Sonny will know what the reality was. It was not known how much Vicky's fees were because neither Sonny nor Vicky once told that Vicky had taken the money himself for his preparation. The downside to Vicky living with Sonny was that he had to bike 30 km every day to attend classes. There were more than one class a day, so he would wake up at 5:00 in the morning, and he would leave by 6:00 a.m. because he also had to avoid Delhi traffic. And in the evening around 9:30 p.m. when his last class ends, around 11:00 p.m. in order to be able to return, Vicky would go out in the morning without eating or drinking anything and would eat whatever he wanted throughout the day. He would drink and eat outside in the hotel. Even the first tea of the morning would be outside. Peter would only have dinner with Vicky, that too around 11 o'clock. The petrol cost incurred in commuting and the unhealthy food consumed outside throughout the day. The expenses would have been so high that if Vicky had lived somewhere near his coaching classes, so it would have cost less, and Vicky himself was bearing all this expense. In this way, Sonny Jr., he became a hero in the eyes of the people and started thinking that he is such a good person and he does not have a real brother. Still, I was doing all this for her, and meanwhile Vicky was busy preparing for his UPSC. If he did not talk much to anyone, he would have known about this perception of the world. I didn't even realize that Shani was completely successful in this trick, now in this mind game. Let me explain the second manipulation tactic used. This tactic was isolation, because without isolation, a one can be manipulated only to a certain extent. In this, Shani has been manipulating Vicky since childhood. He kept trying to isolate Vicky, making him completely dependent on him. Why did he want to make Vicky powerful and dependent? Because this would have given him complete control over Vicky's life. So Shani Vicky, the method he used to isolate the virus was very clean, and it did not give Vicky any protection. I did not try to distance myself from him. That is, I did not fill Vicky's ears, because if he had done this, Vicky would have understood. So what could he have done to Vicky's loved ones? Management takes him away from Vicky. Remember here about perception management. I will explain this in the last of this video. What does he do for this through Vicky's? He would first connect with his friends and those who are close to Vicky, and then whisper in their ears. Gradually, by manipulating the facts in different ways, or by telling a one-sided story, by telling this, he creates such a perception that he loves Vicky very much, more than his own brother. He believes that is why he is doing so much for her. That is, first of all, he shows that he wants the well-being of Vicky. After this, gradually, the feelings of these people towards Vicky start developing. Negative things could have happened and would have happened. Here, keep one thing in mind, that negative things in these, the messages that reach people's minds, may not appear negative when seen consciously, but gradually, their effect becomes such that this thought starts settling in the subconscious mind of people that Vicky is a little bit of a donkey. He is selfish. He is short-tempered, etc. Vicky is unaware of all these tricks. The result was that all the friends Vicky made would go away, and the rest who were with Vicky, Shani's own people, also started thinking in their subconscious mind that Shani is a much better person. And then gradually, a negative perception about Vicky develops in the minds of these people. He would have done it, but still he would have thought that whatever he is, Vicky is a member of his own clan. Overall, understand it this way, that when Vicky's close relatives and friends had it in their minds when Sonny came, positive things would come, but when Vicky came, a slight wave of negativity would come. If it had passed through his mind, then what would have been the result of this step of Shani? That Vicky, those who became friends, gradually moved away from Vicky and became friends with Sonny, and Vicky had relatives who had already made up their minds that Shani was much better than Vicky. It can be understood like this, that when Vicky says goodbye to this world, at that time Vicky had only one friend left, whom Shani he knew it, but still could not keep her away from Vicky. Now a question about Sonny. One more thing you should know is that he was also a womanizer, meaning a very rude womanizer. That is a different matter. That he used to hide his misbehavior by using his manipulative behavior. You already know about womanizers. Such people cannot respect any female, including their sisters and mothers. Also, they want all the girls, so someone becomes a friend of others. If she became his girlfriend, Sonny could tolerate it to some extent. But if she became Vicky's, he couldn't tolerate it. He thought, why is this girl talking to Vicky and not to me? What is lacking in me? And then what does he do? He plays mind games and makes different moves. And using others, first collect information about each of Vicky's female friends. And then through misinformation and perception management, he alienates everyone. Once Vicky came to know about all this, he behaved very strongly in front of Sonny. He gave an emotional response because when the relationship is emotional, the response is also emotional. So as soon as Vicky's Sonny gave such a response that he gaslighted him and said, "Brother, I must have made a mistake. So forgive me. I cannot do this intentionally. I cannot think bad about you." And then what would he do when Vicky's friends and Vicky's own people came to their minds? It would have been the right time to say that he considers Vicky as his own brother. Can do anything, and secondly, Vicky, look, I got angry with him for a girl, so here, I've given only a few examples. There are many such types of emotional emotions, Vicky. I have been facing this continuously since childhood, so now I will directly tell you the story of that day which happened to Vicky. It proved to be a turning point in his life. Vicky worked hard with full dedication, and God listened to him. He also cleared UPSC prelims in his first attempt, and yes, when he cleared prelims, he was on the borderline. No, but 12 marks above the cutoff. Music Wiki gives the result date as 14th July 2018. It was probably Saturday, and at around 8 in the morning I get a call from a friend saying, "Brother, prelims result is out. What happened to you right now, Sonny?" Naha, I was doing this, and Sonny's future wife was making tea. I downloaded the result PDF. I checked the door number and found the roll number in that PDF file, and I started dancing with joy. Then when this news was told to Sonny's would-be wife, whom he had already started calling Babhai, she also started dancing with joy. Shani's would-be wife was so happy that Sonny was taking a bath, but she was continuously knocking on the bathroom door, and after some time, Sonny came out after taking bath. When he came out, he told that Vicky has cleared the prelims, but what is this? There was no smile on Sonny's face. Then Sonny says to me, "Vicky, show me." I went to him and showed him the result on my mobile. Then Sonny said, "From where?" I downloaded it. "Give me the link of the official site. I will download it and see it later." Sonny, he goes to the official website of UPSC and checks the result by downloading the PDF of the result from there, and also gives him the roll number there. He gets the number, then Sonny just says that it is fine and starts preparing to go to the office. But there was no smile on Sonny's face. There were slight lines of tension. Music. Now the thoughts that came to Vicky's mind were the biggest mistakes of his life so far. Vicky remembered the line from the movie 3 Idiots that it feels sad if a friend fails. And if he tops, then he feels even more sad. Then he thought that maybe this is a normal human being. Sonny gave such a cold response due to emotions. Perhaps by evening, Sonny will convince himself and then everything will become normal. But Vicky still has no idea how cunning, degraded, and ill-mannered a person Shani was. It did not happen. Vicky paid the price for this by giving his life. How much is Sonny in real life? No one knew he was a cunning man. Even his wife and mother knew. No, well, when Sonny came back in the evening, he was behaving completely normal. Vicky also liked seeing this. He thought that maybe Sonny has convinced himself, but Vicky had no idea that he had been thinking all day about how this moment had brought a storm in Vicky's life. Go, because only 2 months were left for the UPSC Civil Services mains exam, and then it took just 15 days, and a storm came in Vicky's life, as Sonny made several moves one after the other. She went on and instigated some foolish people to create trouble for Vicky's actual family, and the family in which Vicky grew up. That is, started a struggle in Shani's family and himself. He just kept using his mind from behind. Then he started making many moves simultaneously. First of all, he keeps talking to Vicky's family and friends so that the situation remains under control. And no one came forward immediately to end this conflict. And he did one more thing. I would also have convinced Vicky to talk to that friend or relative of yours today. The second trick he uses is that he makes Vicky feel helpless. I tell Vicky that, "Brother, you just study and stay away from fights. I am standing with you." And thirdly, he keeps on using new tricks to spoil the situation. In this struggle, the one who was facing the most stress, or indirectly Shani, the one who was causing the most stress, was Vicky, because on one hand there was his family, where Vicky was born, and on the other side was the family where Vicky grew up. But poor fool Vicky still did not understand the whole situation. It was not known who was the mastermind behind all this, but still Vicky was angry with Sonny on the matter that if Sonny had wanted, he could have ended the conflict in a day, but he did not do this. He was just angry with Sonny on this matter. Now here I will continue the story. Before I continue, let us know one more thing about Vicky, that when Vicky was preparing for UPSC, even before he reached Delhi, some such things had happened in his life which, because of this, symptoms of depression had emerged in him. But because the depression was at a normal level because of this, it did not have any significant negative impact on Vicky, and Vicky tolerated it. I started preparing for UPSC in the stage of depression and cleared the prelims in the first attempt itself. But here the problem was that Vicky had once told Sonny that he was suffering from depression. Symptoms are that Vicky did something like telling Shani about his depression. A piece of meat is thrown in front of a hyena, and the hyena eats that meat. I was waiting for the right time to eat the piece, and that right time has come now. It was over. Now I will take the story forward. Now this struggle happened during UPSC Civil Services Mains. 2018 papers have started. Poor Vicky could not study even before and was not able to go to the exam hall. If I tried to study while standing outside, I would not feel like studying. I would have started studying at the end of my life. He kept struggling in his mind to resolve this conflict, and whenever he stood outside the exam center, he would get calls from someone or the other. They kept coming to him, and even when he came out after giving the exam, there were many missed calls on his phone. Overall, Vicky's exams were over. Now I will stop Vicky's story here, because my motive is not to tell Vicky's story but to explain the mind game. You must have understood the mind game. Now here is a hint about Vicky's situation and the further story. I will give it after the Civil Services Mains exam is over, a few days after the lawyer's exam. Some of our people saw that the conflict was increasing, so they came forward and resolved the conflict, tried to end it, and then it was decided that all the parties involved in this struggle, or whose names are coming up, they will all sit and discuss. And then according to whatever picture emerges, the matter will be closed by giving a decision, and the date and place of the meeting will also be decided. But that meeting never took place, because if the meeting had taken place, all the details of this struggle would have been lost. The layers would start opening up, and the person whose truth would come out would be Shani. So Shani is like this, how could he let this happen? So Shani once again spoke to the people he had provoked. I started the struggle, and then they never said yes to the meeting. After this, everyone was thinking that what was the benefit of this struggle? People took the blame unnecessarily, but only Sonny knew that he was successful in this game too. Even after this, Sonny continued to show affection to Vicky by showing love. By showing this, by manipulating Vicky's loved ones, and by putting indirect pressure on Vicky. Initially, Vicky was again under his control, but this time when he was near Shani. If he had gone, he would have felt very suffocated, so finally Vicky got away from Sonny. After this, when Sonny felt this, she realized that Vicky was probably going away forever, so she started using his brain to leave her completely alone and break her emotionally. And continued his walk for all this until he received this news. Now understand what happened in Vicky's life. Vicky's life is plunged into darkness, fighting which he reveals to the world. Says goodbye, it was darkness, of severe depression, of anxiety attacks, of panic. Attacks of extreme levels of mourning anxiety, of severe suicidal tendencies, the failures of external life, the loss of loved ones, and becoming completely alone. But Vicky was a stubborn man. How could he surrender before all this? The story of Vicky, which starts and ends with his death, is such a story. This is a story that can teach you how to live life and recognize the chains of mental slavery. And it can teach them to break the herd mentality of this society. It can tell you its disadvantages and also the way out of hard mentality. Overall, it can show you how to live life so that you have no regrets at the time of death. Because this is a story of self-discovery, and one more thing, when Vicky, from self-reflection, he embarks on a journey of self-discovery, and looking back on his life, learns about all the games he played. I found out that he was played with, and then Vicky told me this story, and now I am telling you what was the climax of this story, Vicky. You should also know this. I vowed not to surrender to this dark secret, but to rise above it. Because when God sent him to earth, as soon as he opened his eyes, a new morning dawned. So he had vowed not to surrender to darkness, but to a new dawn. If he does so, then as soon as a new morning is about to dawn in his life, the first ray of that morning, with this he says goodbye to the world. So can you see Vicky's journey from darkness to light? If your answer is yes, then you can tell us by commenting. Now I will tell you about 13 types of I am going to explain about manipulative behavior and characters. Because if you want to recognize any kind of manipulation in its early stages, you need to have an understanding of manipulative behavior. Let's start. So far you've learned how manipulators manipulate. We've covered about 13, having learned about manipulation tactics. We will now look at the behavior of the manipulator and learn about character traits that can help you identify a manipulator in your life who is using dark psychology. If someone is manipulating you by using it, then you can recognize it. Today we are going to identify any manipulator. The character trait of manipulators that you will learn about is lying. Now you might be thinking, what do you already know about lies? We all know this, but it is not so. I will explain in this video that there is no manipulator. What types of lies do we tell? As per the demand of the topic, in this video I will tell I am going to explain two types of lies. First is lie after commission, and second is lie by the omission. First of all, let us understand what is lie by the commission. It can also be called a classic lie. That is, a classic lie. When a person says something that if there is a factor then it will be lie by the commission, means a lie by the commission is something that is simply untrue, is like someone says that yesterday I went to the theater to watch a movie, but the truth is that he remained lying in the house the whole day and kept sleeping. So what is this? Such a lie by the commission. It is said to fulfill some purpose and to deceive someone, to gain benefit in any situation. Its main purpose is to raise money. It is not that lying by the commission is malicious. That means there must be some wrong motive behind this type of lie. Anyway, we all lie. It is said that even small children lie, like Lord when Krishna was a small child. He used to steal butter and eat it. One day, his mother Yashoda caught them red-handed. How has Surdas written this scene in Braj language? First I will tell you that, and then I will explain its meaning as well. So when Mother Yashoda, when Krishna was caught stealing butter and eating it, he said, "Mother, I did not eat the butter." "I mean, Mother, I did not eat butter." So his mother says, "It is all over your face." The butter is applied. Now Krishna thinks, "Take this. This has gone wrong. What should I do now?" Then an idea comes to his mind and he says, "I have this thought in my mind. All my friends together embraced me." That is, Krishna says, "Mama, this is not those who are my friends. They are bent upon making fun of me. They are the ones who have buttered my face." Now Krishna did not stop here. There is a psychology that as soon as someone is caught lying, then that situation has to be explained properly to defend it. So Krishna further says, "Look, there is a vessel hanging high on the same pole, which I am saying is non-car. How could I do it on my own?" That is, Krishna says to his mother, "Mama, you only see. I am so tiny and my hands are so small, and where is this butter pot? Look how high it is hanging, how can I reach it?" And then Krishna remembers the plate in which we had eaten butter is lying right in front of us. So what should we do? Wipe your mind with a clean plate and wipe the butter from your face with one hand and the other with your back. The classic example is that both of them hide behind the body that they ate butter with their hands. It is a classic lie, i.e., lie by commission. But the person who is a manipulator, he's more likely to be completely comfortable lying in the way that manipulators are. He lies habitually, even where there is no need for a lie, like what narcissists want is for you to keep thinking about them, how great, powerful, and wonderful they are. To ensure this, he may tell a lie about himself. Like he can say that he is acquainted with the cabinet minister, and who is a sadist. They can lie to you just to give you some kind of tension, which means lying in both these cases. There was no need to speak because why would anyone lie when he is stuck in some problem or wants to take some advantage? But because one of them is a narcissist and the other is a sadist. This you lie under the influence of your dark traits, which means that even if you using lie by commission in a situation may seem pointless, but manipulators according to him, every lie has some value. Like for a sadist, giving tension and pain to someone without any reason is an important task in which it would be interesting if we now learn about the second type of lie, i.e., lie by omission. Lie by imitation is very dangerous. It is also dangerous to manipulate anyone with it. It is easy, but it is also difficult to catch this lie. And if you do it after a few days, even if a lie is caught, the liar has a safe way to escape. Such lies can be described as exclusionary detailing. It is also said that in this the manipulator will tell the truth but will hide some information, due to which misunderstanding, i.e. misconception, will occur. This gets encouraged, and even in legal situations, such lies are told a lot, and when the liar is caught, then he replies that I only answered what you asked. If you tell me the whole story, if you had asked, I would have told you the whole story. Now I will explain this also with some examples. Lying by. A classic example of the omission is when a salesperson simply describes a product. It conveys positive expectations while hiding the negative aspects of the product. Manipulators use lie by omission to control the other person's reaction, and can also control his way of thinking, like those who are malish as people. What will you do? Suppose he wants you to have enmity with someone. Then the person if you want to make an enemy of someone, you will talk to him about anything. Now accept that the person in front of you, he said 10 nice things about you and one unkind thing. Then that evil person will tell you only one thing which was bad, and this he will exaggerate the matter so that you get angry with that person, and a distance is created. Let me explain this with another example. Suppose there are two people, husband and wife, in which the wife is manipulative. Now the wife was talking to someone, and the wife is making various allegations against the other person to humiliate him. Now the person in front of me gave a very sharp response after hearing all this. So now the wife, she will hide everything from her husband. She will also hide what she said. She will only tell that the person in front of her said all this about me and about you, and will also try to ensure so that the husband does not go to her and ask her what she has said about him. Why did I say this? Because if this happens, then the wife's secret will be revealed. This is lying. By omission, now failing to correct misconfiguration music. And I'll take the reference of the story I told Vicky, when someone said to Sonny that you should take care of Vicky's needs so that he can also move ahead. So what did he say? Don't worry, I take full care of him. I have even given him my ATM card. What did the person in front say? Good, keep helping him, and when Vicky starts earning, then he will return your money too. So what does Sonny say? Oh no, he should just become something. I don't want my money back. Now if you have heard the whole story, then you will understand it well. You can imagine what conclusion the other person will draw from this line. He will conclude that Shani is fulfilling all the needs of Vicky and I was bearing all his expenses. Now understand what the truth was when Vicky started preparing for UPSC. When he started, he covered all his expenses, spent about rupee lakh, but what in the end? What if his bike broke down badly and he had no money at the time? Sonny gave his ATM card and said, get the bike repaired. Only Rs 3,000 is left in the bike. It cost money, but as soon as the bike was repaired, Sonny and Vicky made a plan to go home. And they came home. Meanwhile, Vicky remembered to return Sonny's ATM card. As soon as Sonny reached home, he met a person who was close to both Vicky and Sonny. He was our own. He told us to take care of Vicky's needs. So what did Sonny say? I told you just a while ago. Now this let me unravel another psychological layer of the story. Sonny's ATM was with Vicky at that time. This is true, but from what Sonny said, any person will conclude that Sonny he was bearing all the expenses of Vicky. And since Sonny also wanted people to think the same so that he keeps getting respect without doing anything. Due to this, he not only created misunderstanding rather than giving birth to this misunderstanding. It perpetuated it and allowed it to spread to others. This is failing. To correct the misconception, if there was any sensible person here, what would he have said that till now Vicky has he did not take any money from me? Maybe he has money, but if he ever needs money if needed, I will definitely help, and even if such a misunderstanding spreads that I have borne all the expenses. What would he have done then? He would have cleared the misunderstanding of the people and said that no, it is not like that, and secondly, those who are intelligent and sensitive, when they help someone, they do not shout so much, and if there is any talk about help, even if I will tell you only as much as they have helped me, then you will understand. Wayyal is not an extremely evil psychopath Macwellian narcissist, and a better human being. What is the difference between this and lying by omission? Apart from this, lying by omission is used to deceive people. This can be done to confuse them and to confuse them, just like the mind of us humans is capable of reaching conclusions. Because if the human mind is unable to reach a conclusion, it gets stuck there, and the same thoughts keep coming again and again. If things persist and start creating tension, then it is the nature of the human mind that he just gets some clues and draws the conclusion from them. I will give it to him also. Let me explain it to you with an example. First, a general example, and second, a story about mind games. For example, suppose you are in a hospital and a white coat comes from the gallery in front. If you see a person coming wearing it, your mind will immediately draw a conclusion. He will assume that the person will be a doctor. Now, the manipulators use this psychology. Can take advantage of this if he just needs to make someone realize that if there is a doctor, he will come to the hospital wearing a white coat and take a round and pass in front of him. It will definitely happen that he is trying to create such a misconception in himself, but the manipulator will also try to ensure that the person in whose mind the misconstrued, if this happens, then his secret will be revealed. I hope you have understood this, so keep your mind. Let me also give you an example of the game story. In that story, Sunny is in people's minds. If this misconception is being raised, then this misconception will be further aggravated. What does Sunny do to get stronger? He tells Vicky to go shopping for clothes, and he had bought 4 pairs of clothes. Now, if Vicky and Sunny had the same height, then Sunny's, if the clothes were also Vicky's, then Sunny would tell Vicky that you should also wear the same clothes. The shirt that Sunny would wear one day, Vicky would wear the same the next day, and when people would see all this, his mind would have drawn the conclusion immediately. Sunny had already used different methods of perception. I had made it clear that I would be taking full responsibility of Vicky myself, so people would think that Sunny he works while Vicky is just studying. So this is the shirt that both of them wear. This must be Shani's, which means Vicky probably doesn't have enough money to buy his own car. Now Sunny could have bought separate clothes for Vicky if he wanted to, but then how would his agenda be fulfilled? And secondly, Vicky could have bought clothes for himself, where he had spent around rupee lakh. What happens to the 5,200 right boys out there if they have one pair of clothes to spend their lives with? I never feel any shortage of clothes. If I have 2 pairs, then I feel it is good. If there are 3 pairs, then they feel that God has given them more than they need. And if there are 4 pairs, then they start feeling that they are the king, and finally they are the king of all these. You already know the game that Sunny played with Vicky by using misconception, and if you don't know, then definitely watch the mind game video. This was live by the commission. And lie by the Hindi translation of omission denial is to refuse, to accept, or to reject. Manipulators do this work in a very clever way. In general way, when we say that if someone is in denial, it often means that the person in front of you is denying the reality. But when a manipulator uses denial, the meaning of this denial changes when a manipulator uses denial. This is done when the person knows very well that he has done something wrong, yet he tries to show it to others by using denial. Manipulators use denial, the image that others have of him and what people think about him. To manage things, some manipulators are so expert at denial that they assume you know it well, and your intuition is completely hidden. Even though this person is pointing out that he has done something wrong, The manipulator is still using this in such a way that your mind will automatically move towards second guessing, i.e. manipulator denial. But direct denial will say something that will make your mind go crazy. You will be drawn to second possibilities, whereas just a short while ago you were quite confident that this person has done something wrong. For example, suppose you come to know from somewhere that Mr. X has Mr. Y has been wronged, and your intro also points to this. But when you talk to Mr. X about this someday, he straight away denies that. If straight away denies, then maybe do not trust the person in front of you completely, because his image is already established in the minds of people. If he is not in a good mood, then he will say something to you in a very innocent manner. No, if people say bad things about me, then even if it is bad, I will apologize to you. You can even kill me, but every coin has two sides. This sentence will take you a second. It will lead to guessing, and you will start thinking that something must have happened from there too. It must be that clapping cannot be done with one hand. It was just this manipulator named Mr. X. He knew he played games, he manipulated. But now if I started believing his line that clapping cannot be done with one hand or one coin. There are two aspects. So now he is out of the list of manipulators and has become a common man. And common man makes mistakes, and let me tell you one more thing. If it happens to you often, it happens that at first you know very well that your into is also shouting at you. Tax is saying that someone has done wrong to someone, but as soon as you talk to a manipulator, and then you start to feel that clapping cannot be done with one hand, and then you don't stand with anyone. Being neutral in such situations, you often express your gratitude either consciously or subconsciously. You take decisions only for your own benefit and have nothing to do with the right color. This happens to you because this happens to you, or your spine is very weak. This means that you don't have the self-confidence that you can clap with one hand. As the saying goes, in many cases there can be other explanations. For example, one explanation could be that the manipulator, he raised his hand to slap, but the person in front raised his hand to stop the slap. Then both of them hands collided and there was a clap. And then you became neutral in that situation by saying, if you are saying that one hand cannot clap, then you are indirectly saying that first he should have taken the beating and then taken his side. He did not even get slapped, so how could he take anyone's side? If I take sides, then if you are a person who often remains neutral, then those people, the fate of those who call you their own is very bad, because if the time ever comes, I will not stand with them either. What I mean to say is that if you are alive, then look alive. Learn to take a stand even if you have to. If you find out that the person you have supported has also made a mistake, then forgive him later. Take the scolding, but sometimes take a stand. Denial is a behavior that makes you can identify whether the person in front of you is gaslighting you or not. That is, when you also say or ask something to the person in front of you that will be helpful to him. If it doesn't happen and he often denies it, you're probably being gaslighted. But the video is already uploaded. Watch it, and you will believe that you are in a relationship with someone. The beginning has been made, and it often happens with you that both of you discuss anything. You know very well what is true or whose fault it is. But as soon as you discuss that topic with your partner and she directly denies it, then you don't worry. Your partner will regularly gaslight you in the years to come. Whenever a manipulator is exposed or his truth is revealed, if so, they use denial to protect their image, and denial means that the truth that has been revealed to the world is still there. I don't want to accept it, but people with dark traits and denial, by using them, they not only try to deceive you, but they also deceive themselves. They use denial to keep themselves in the loop, and such people are even more dangerous because the consciousness that they have inside them, whatever happens, is at a very low level. Such people cannot even differentiate between right and wrong. They find him and they feel that whatever he did was right and necessary. This is how the world works. Someone harmed you and then, when caught, clearly denied it. So this is a danger sign. But if there is a person in front of you who, on the one hand, he harmed you, and when he got caught, he denied it because he thought he had, if what he did to you was right and not wrong, then you are dealing with a dangerous psychopath. Whenever a manipulative person is deniers, it clearly means that the denial of such people who do not change their behavior shows that he has justified his actions in his mind and has convinced himself that if what he did was not wrong, then you can assume that the manipulator is trying to manipulate you. He will continue to do the work or behavior that he has done today. Keep one thing in mind: if a person wants to correct his mistake, then he will have to accept that mistake. He will have to admit it. If a person accepts his mistake, if he is no longer alive, then firstly, he will not be able to rectify his mistake, and secondly, he will not be able to do so in future also. Will continue to do so. And if you meet someone who also considers objective facts, if he denies it, you are dealing with a responsible person, and such a person is sure to make sure that everything happens according to him. He can deny any truth and then it will be final. Listen to this line: denial is a defense mechanism, a manipulation tactic, and nothing else. It is also a way of avoiding taking responsibility. But whatever may be the purpose of denial, if a person faces denial again and again, then his psyche, that is, his mind, has a lot of negative thoughts. If it has a negative impact, then when you have to face denial again and again, then be a little cautious. Perhaps you are dealing with a manipulator music. If you want to identify a manipulator, you will have to know that the person in front of you is how rationalization is affecting behavior, and actions, rationalization, and excuses. There is not much difference in things, and manipulative people are very careful in justifying what they do. If they are skilled, then suppose the manipulator did something very wrong to someone. Then later, when a convincing explanation by the victim or someone else will give that anyone is convincing him that he has played the game, i.e., that it is possible that the victim may also be convinced by the explanation in the letter. This will happen because the manipulator must have harmed the victim after he started planning this game. From then till today, this thought must have always been on his mind, that whenever he would be caught, so how will he protect himself? So what will he do about the incidents that happened in between? It might be that someone might have said something, and someone might have said something else in their explanation of all this. If anyone gets convinced by the theory of the manipulator, then here I want to tell the victim three things. The first thing I would like to say is, dear victim, trust your gut-level feelingless words. I would like to say that I should not get trapped in his trap again. And secondly, I would like to say that there is a high possibility that you will be left alone, because most of the people who could have stood with you some people will appear satisfied with the manipulator's explanation, and therefore, they will remain silent. Because when they will come to know that they too were included in this game, knowingly or unknowingly, by the manipulator, and if someone has knowingly or unknowingly harmed the victim, then such people would not want that the matter may escalate and he himself may get exposed, and it is possible that such people may expose you. He started explaining that let it be, forget what happened and move on. So dear victim, it's okay if you're alone, but don't try to convince yourself that maybe the person in front of me, i.e. the manipulator, is right. I am the one who is overreacting. He went and spoiled the whole situation and caused harm to himself. And thirdly, if the manipulator is true, you will not be able to expose him by talking to him in front of everyone. Because today you came to know what game the manipulator has played with you, and you came directly to talk to him, but the manipulator knew this day would come years ago when he planned this game. The day when his secret will be revealed and he will have to defend himself. He is preparing for this day. He was doing this since years. So, dear victim, if the manipulator is cunning, then do not argue with him. Do that and move on with your life. Now let's move on with the video. So when a normal person tries to rationalize any of his actions or any behavior, if you try this, you will realize that even though you can improve your ration is doing the actions, but somewhere inside him there is a feeling of guilt, and he feels that he has done wrong. But when the manipulator changes his behavior and actions, if someone makes a ration card, He does it only so that the feelings you have for him/her can be reduced. Perception has been created, and they can manage it while they feel from within that they have what I did was right. This is the only way to control others and become powerful. But in one case, the manipulator can also apologize whenever he feels that now he has been exposed, and there is no way to escape but keep one thing in mind: forgiveness along with asking. He will also show that he did not do all this intentionally, but by mistake. It's happened that most people use rationalization as a defense mechanism, that to show that what they had done was not morally wrong, that is to say, they try to make it appear as if what they did was just a mistake. It was, and such mistakes can happen to anyone, and forgiveness for such mistakes is also possible. But keep one thing in mind, that whenever a person uses ration cards, through them, he a mental and cognitive leap to justify what was done. It is imposed so that he can show his actions as morally tolerable through his reasoning. And the bigger this leap, the more dark trades will dominate within it. That is, he would be as dangerous a narcissist as Mash's William or I will explain this with an example of being a psychopath. This example is the value of office theft. Let's say the company orders supplies for its office needs and orders XVA. And an employee named ABC brings some goods from that supply to his home. For example, when stationery arrived for office work, both of them took some pens and used them for their personal use. Now he brought home an employee named XY Judd to justify his actions. He says that friend, the company orders so much stuff, and if I have some pins for myself if kept for personal use, I don't think it will cause much harm to the company. So this is a small leap because it has the name XY root. The employee is just downplaying the impact of his actions. Now the name ABC to justify his actions. The employee says that the company is making so much profit, but it never gave me the proper reward for my hard work. My salary was not given. It was much less than what it should be. So this is what the company I bring a little stuff home. That's just one way I can win. If I can get at least some portion of what I am entitled to, it is a big leap because in this, an employee named ABC not only committed that small theft by using raceline, he not only justified the theft, but also justified it on the grounds of personal unfairness and compensation issues. If we add this, then the employee named XY Judd here cannot justify the big theft. He will not be able to do it, nor will he commit a major theft, but the employee named ABC, he can commit any amount of theft, any amount of corruption. So here the name ABC, the employee of XY, is much more dangerous than the one of XY. And inside its symptoms of narcissism or psychopathy in the XY age employee is far more dangerously dominant than I am. And that's how I found out about it. Now, using the method of rationalization, suppose you ask a stranger if you meet him, and you talk to him about an incident where it is clearly visible that something wrong has happened. Then just see that the person in front will start to react to this incident to see how much that person is dangerous. For example, suppose a person of one religion talks about the God of another religion. If he made some derogatory remark, then a person of another religion killed that person. Who made that derogatory comment. So now suppose you're talking to someone on this topic. Then one of them, in order to justify this incident, says that both people should have exercised restraint and not used such abusive language. And even if he had used such language, the other person should have controlled his anger. I should have controlled myself, but what can I do now? Not everyone is so restrained and understanding. Otherwise, perhaps I would have lost my temper. His anger might not have been controlled, and he might have committed the murder, but another person might have been involved in the same incident. To justify this, he said that every action has a reaction. That is, every action has a reaction. So this had happened in this case, and it should have happened, otherwise people would have insulted our God. If you stay here, the other person is very dangerous. If this person is in this case, there would have been riots and the blood of who knows how many innocent people would have been shed. If small children were killed, it would have justified those riots as well. Overall, The first person is trying to justify the murder with uncontrolled anger. That is, he is saying that murder here was wrong, but his friend was angry with that person. By not giving the murderer is giving it to someone, while the other person is justifying the murder. Then you are the other person, be more careful with this person, because this one is more dangerous than the previous one. Minimization basically involves the importance of a person's emotions and actions. An attempt is made to reduce it. And why is this done? To manipulate the minimization that occurs falls somewhere between denial and rationalization, when someone, a manipulative person, can neither fully deny nor fully rationalize the importance of any matter or any event. If he can do it, he will try to minimize it. And remember, manipulators, they always do this work. And yes, the emotions and actions of manipulators, they try to downplay the importance of the situation, which could be their own or the victim's. Or it could be a third person who simply fulfills the manipulator's purpose, such as suppose you achieve something in your life. Then what will a manipulative person do to you? Attempts to belittle whatever has been achieved, i.e., to diminish its importance. He will also do the story of Vicky and Sunny, which I told in the Mind Game video. Sunny always tried to minimize Vicky's efforts, and he did this. I have been doing this since childhood. So now let me explain here that due to minimization of Saturn, the effect on the lawyer, what would the impact be? And if there was someone here who really wanted Vicky to also, what would he say if he moves ahead? Sunny has been aware of Vicky's efforts since childhood. I had been minimizing him and his emotions, so suppose Vicky gets good marks someday. If he had gone, he would have been happy. Then Sunny would have said, "Don't be so happy. The real exam is the board exam." What would have happened then was that all of Vicky's happiness would have vanished, and this would have had a direct impact on him. This would have affected Vicky's confidence and his mental strength when he cleared the UPSC prelims. Sunny kept trying to minimize its impact on Vicky's subconscious mind. The same effect would have happened as it had been happening since childhood, but the real question is whether this would have affected Sunny. What would be the benefit to narcissistic Sunny? The benefit would also be of two types. First, psychological advantage. By saying all these things, he would convince himself that clearing the prelims was essential. It is not such a big deal. The monster named Nuz Sajam inside Sunny was happy with this. It would have happened, and the second advantage would have been that by saying such things he would have tried to break Vicky's confidence. He tries to ensure that Vicky does not achieve anything big in his life. But this time, somewhere deep inside, Sunny started feeling that he would not be able to clear the exam in the first attempt after preparing from Hindi medium. He cleared the prelims even though he was never that good at studies since childhood. That means perhaps he was working hard and doing it in the right direction. So he felt that this bar minimization will not work. A big game plan will have to be made. And then he planned that mind game, the story of which I had narrated in the Mind Game video. So suppose there is someone like this in place of Sunny. If there was a person who really wanted well for Vicky, do you know what he would have said? He would have said, "Good, 24 lock candidates filled the form, and 9 lock candidates appeared for the exam, out of which 10,000 you have been selected, and you are one among these 10,000, which means you are moving in the right direction. Don't stop but move ahead with strategy and work hard. I am sure you will do it. If you have any other problem, please tell me what effect these things would have on the lawyer, and his confidence would be boosted. His mental strength would be positively affected, and he would move forward towards his goal with more strength. Then I would like to tell one thing to my viewers: that do not criticize your children too much and never compare them with other children. Do this because it will have a very bad effect on the psyche and mental strength of your children. Instead, you can love bomb your children, because love bombing, even though it is a manipulation, is done in the name of the manipulator. But love bombing is a very powerful positive parenting tool. I will soon upload a video on this method of parenting, i.e. love bombing, using this tool. You can make your children not just a human being but a better human being. So let's go now, coming back to my topic. In any relationship, There is a manipulative person. He definitely tries to minimize his partner's emotions. For example, the husband or boyfriend is manipulative and said something like this or then. He did something that caused his wife or girlfriend to have a very strong emotional if you react. Do you know what the husband will say to minimize his wife's emotions? He will say it's too much or you are sensitive. Yes, be a little mature. On hearing this, your wife will automatically come back in her tracks, and such a thing as a manipulative wife can also do something rude. And when the husband objects to that rudeness, if she reacts, she might tell her husband to behave like a man. What a weak person he is. Now the husband will automatically come on the back foot after hearing this, and keep in mind that minimization always works, because minimization makes us self-conscious. It makes it like, suppose someone tells you that, brother, it is not as big a deal as if you are getting angry, then you will automatically become self-conscious, and will think that somewhere I'm not overreacting. Abusers also try to show this by using minimization, that his action or behavior was not as harmful as the victim is making a claim, as if a physically abusive person had abused his partner. But he raised his hand, and then he will tell his partner that he did not hit that hard. And what an emotionally abusive person will do is first he will try to break you emotionally, and then when you confront him, he will say, "Are you reacting like a child?" Behave like a mature person. Minimization also has an expected cognitive distortion, in which the manipulator tries to show it shows that no particular action or emotion is as important as trying to show that. Suppose someone taunted you, and you scolded him. Confry will say, "Hey friend, I was just joking. You should have at least this much sense of humor." Hello, but keep in mind there is a difference between teasing and showing a sense of humor. It happens that a sense of humor can never be inserting, but under the guise of a sense of humor, the taunting that is done in it is insulting, and this cognitive distortion. This also happens at the institutional level, say in an organization or in the way the government works. There is a big system problem, but when the government is asked, the answer will be something everywhere. There are bad guys, and because of them, all these problems are arising. The advantage of this will be that now the government will not need to reform its own way of working, because bad ears are everywhere. And so, a final message for you: if you need to minimize anywhere, if you have to face it, then try to stop it now, otherwise it will increase. Manipulative people also use this trick a lot. So let me teach you how this diversion and evasion happens. Then you will know that this has been happening to me, and you will also know that you have also used it. But the same thing is that when a common man, that is, a better man, uses diversion and aversion, then first of all he will use it only up to a limit. And when he uses this trick, then others will, the emotional psychological damage will not be much. But when a manipulator, if you use this, it can cause you a lot of harm. So watch the video. Let me start with this. If you haven't followed us yet, then follow us. The manipulator also uses evasion and diversion to conceal their manipulative behavior. Manipulators use this trick to hide their true identity, because if their truth comes out, then no one will fall into their trap. Additionally, when the manipulator harms someone and feels that maybe now people will know what he did, and by using this trick, this can help avoid taking responsibility for damages that occur when a clear end is found in a situation. A direct response is demanded and someone starts talking in a roundabout way. So what is this? What do I mean to say? The manipulators are very expert in this. You will ask for a direct response and they will talk in vague and irrelevant ways. He will do it and will also satisfy you with his words. Now, I understand the difference between evasion and diversion. What will happen in the equation is that the manipulator will try to avoid giving a direct answer to a question, but will use a diversion. What happens is that the manipulator will change the topic of the discussion and will bring in a new topic. And the topic will be like this: this will make you very angry, and then a heated debate will start on a new topic. And the old topic on which you were seeking a response from the other person is left behind. For example, suppose you ask your partner why he came back from office so late. So the evasive partner will start talking in vague terms, maybe about office matters. He started telling you what happened in the office today, and you might be enjoying listening to those things. You also started taking interest, and if you got carried away by these things of your partner and forgot, so what was your question? You have been manipulated. Now let me explain the diversion. For example, suppose the wife knows that her husband is a very rude womanizer. Then what does the husband do that he calls a womanizer in his office? He recruits a female employee who was in dire need of a job. Now, since his wife is away from her job, she knows her husband well enough to understand what kind of person he is and why he ultimately hired this woman. Now the wife knows very well that her husband is on one hand dependent on that girl. He will show fake affection, show some friendly nature, and make fake promises and other things. And it will indirectly send a message to his subconscious mind that if she does not listen to him, then she may lose her job. Both these tricks are very effective. Now, using this, he will manipulate that female to have a sexual relationship with her. The wife wants that all these things should not happen. So, what did she do? She told her husband directly that you cannot keep her in the job. Then you know what the manager husband will say. He will say that the household expenses and you are wonderful. I am living my life because of my hard work in that business and you are interfering in my business. Then wait for some time. Later, there would be a debate on whether the wife is interfering in the business or not, and my wife must be giving clarification that I am not interfering in the business in the manner that I want. Whatever the topic is, it will be left behind. This is diversion. Politicians are those. Diversion and evasion are used a lot. For example, suppose there is an imaginary country called Wayyal. The land is named so because its shape is like a needle. And this country has a modern democratic system of government with a constitution, and there is also an independent judiciary. Now the main problem of this country is unemployment. Some of the rapidly growing cronies, i.e., corrupt industrialists, who have ties with the government, it is a sad god, which means they donate money to the government, and the government gives them a quarter of the country's wealth. It sells it at a quarter of the price, due to which a few businessmen are becoming rich. This means that the poor are becoming poorer and the top few rich are becoming richer. Along with this, what else are these businessmen doing? Because they have influence in many sectors. If they have a monopoly, they can increase the prices of things whenever they want and take money from the pockets of the people of the country. Withdraw as much money as you want, whenever you want, in your pocket and in the government's pocket as donations. Apart from this, there are many other problems in this country, like farmers are committing suicide, which is against the democratic. There are institutions like the judiciary or the election commission. There is pressure on them too. If it is being made, then when the government people will be asked to answer on these problems, then they will to avoid questions. He will always come up with some new topic. What topics can he bring up? Number 1 is nationalism. Hitler also did the same thing. Number 2, to bring about a feeling of revenge against neighboring countries. Yuka said, it is a democratic country, and in such a country the government will be formed by the one who gets the most votes. If you will meet politicians of that country who have Machiavellian mindset or politicians who have dictatorial mindset. And know what will we do? And what will we do is that we will show the people of the religion whose population is more in that country that he will not improve their economic condition, to show that he is with them. Because the aim of such politicians, the aim is not to improve the economic and social condition of the majority community, but only to get their votes to remain in power. What they will do is build religious structures like we will build a church, a mosque, or a temple. What else but this? They will spread hatred towards the minority community. This is also what Hitler did. I had told you all these things, and slowly they will throw the young generation of that country into the fire of hatred. These come under the category of diversion and evasion, and to carry out this diversion, such leaders, first of all, we will control the media and, if needed, social media also. Number 4, such leaders know that they, the people of Iceland, are not at all happy with what we are doing. So you know what they will do? They will show us dreams of the future, and they will say that after 20 years the income of every person in the country will increase 10 times, and after 20 years what will we do? We will give a new dream which will be much more beautiful than the previous dream. Hitler had also shown such dreams. Diversion and evasion are the more powerful the leader is, the more he uses these things. This will ensure that the main issues are not debated. Now let's move forward towards the end of the video. I grow. Veganism and diversion work best on people who are not assertive, that is, people whose self-confidence is weak and can be easily misled. So what about you? You have to do this, for example. Suppose you ask someone something and the other person is trying to divert the topic. Then just when if the other person is diverting the topic, maintain a firm and calm facial expression. Keep looking at him/her and don't say anything. And as soon as the other person stops talking, tell him that perhaps you did not hear my question properly and repeat your question. Give and keep doing this until you get the answer. After some time it will happen that in front of you the person will either use other tricks to avoid answering, or I will give you the answer, whatever it may be. But if a person uses these two tricks, then it is a clear sign of deception. That is, the person in front of you either trying to hide or avoid giving the correct answer. Covert intimidation and guilt tripping are both very effective forms of manipulation. These are powerful methods because they use a person's emotions to manipulate them. There are two things here. There are covert intimidation and guilt tripping. So here the covert intimidation works on fear and guilt tripping works on compassion, kindness, and sympathy. People who use both of these tactics excessively are called covert aggressive personalities by psychologists. Overall, these people there are wolves in sheep's clothing. Such people have two faces. One face is clean and full of goodness. One face is in front of the world, and the other face, which is very dangerous and full of brutality, is kept hidden by them. And this, the second face, is the real face of these people. But this face is rarely revealed. Court intimidation can be revealed to the world in a very cunning and clever way to instill fear in the mind of the victim. It is made to sit, and yes, this method can be used best by the one who has his know a lot about the target, including their desires and fears. For example, if your boss knows that you are trying to get a promotion, then the boss can use this information to his advantage. What he will do is ask for personal favors and indirectly make you feel that you are due for a promotion. If it is in my hands, then keep me happy and do whatever I say, otherwise your promotion may be stopped. And remember, your boss will not say all these things, but in spite of this, he will somehow make you realize what this is. Intimidation. Here the boss used your desire to get a promotion in his favor. Let me give you another example. Like, man, look, you are a very emotionally needy person, and the fear of being alone is always there within you. If your partner is emotionally unstable, he or she can use this fear to his or her advantage. It could be like, suppose your girlfriend is an emotionally selfish person. Because of this, if you are thinking of breaking up with her, she will repeatedly make you realize that you no longer, if you break up, you'll have to live alone. As soon as the fear of being alone starts dominating your mind, you will remove the idea of breakup from your mind. Then here your girlfriend is now using your fear of being alone to her advantage. Let me explain about guilt tripping. Guilt tripping is also a manipulation technique in which the manipulator tries to take advantage of you. They will make you feel bad and give rise to a feeling of guilt in you. We will give this. This can happen in many ways. First, to make people doubt themselves. For example, if the manipulator wants you to do something but you don't want to do it, then the manipulator will question your ability to do that work, and then you will feel bad. You will feel guilty, and then you will do anything to prove the manipulator wrong. We'll complete the work. Second, to make people assist in this manipulator. First of all, in any way, this will increase guilt and stress in you by taking any past incident, due to which you will become very stressed from within, and what will happen after this is that your self-confidence level will go down drastically. After this, the manipulator will make any demand from you, and then you will not be able to refuse. You'll find out because he's already undermined your confidence in yourself. Third, to make people reveal the manipulator. Suppose your cousin is a narcissist and he wants to gain control in your life. Then he will help you, and then underhanded and in a hidden way, he will always make you feel that you are grateful for him. It should be there, and respect should also be shown towards it publicly. If you want, remember one thing: be grateful to those who have helped you. You should definitely do it, but remember one more thing: that many people will help you because of this, so that he can gain control over your life, and when the time comes, he can use that control. If such people can harm you or make a wrong profit for themselves, then beware of such people. Be careful with help. To understand this properly, you must watch the video of Mind Game. If you want to take it, keep one thing in mind: that it is a good thing to be grateful for someone's help, but it is a very bad thing to feel indebted. In guilt ripping, the manipulator first tries to it will make the person realize that he is a selfish person, and then the other person will try to prove that he is selfish. If you don't come 2 steps ahead and do what the manipulator wanted you to do, then if you are of this mindset that you keep trying to prove something or the other to others, then you should change yourself, because the manipulative there are people who can take advantage of you very easily. Now let us explain things with 2 examples. Let me give you the first example. Suppose you are dating someone with the mindset that you want to spend your life with him/her, but the person the person I'm dating is a manipulative person and is only doing this to have a sexual relationship. He is doing all this drama because he is looking at you as a prey to hunt, and he doesn't want to waste much time, so he can move on, so he can end the relationship. He will ask for your sexual favors in the early stages, but you will refuse, saying no, not so soon. Then a manipulative person will tell you that you probably don't trust them and will indirectly remind you of some favors. Then you'll do everything you can to reassure him that you trust him. Why did it happen as he wanted it to? Because of the confident words he had spoken. Guilt arose within you, and then you did something to eliminate that guilt. You did not want to do another example. For example, with great difficulty and great effort later, if you have a girlfriend and she is also manipulative, then she will be more expensive than you. She will demand a gift, and when you tell her rationally that you are buying such an expensive gift, she will, if you cannot buy her a gift, she will lovingly say that you do not care for me, and I don't even love you, and any rational argument on this matter is not going to work, because it's all about emotions, and she is indirectly telling you that you are mine. If you give more importance to money than happiness, then a feeling of guilt will arise within you, and along with this, a feeling of fear will also come, because you know how difficult it is to become a girlfriend. Then what about these 2, i.e. that under the influence of guilt and fear, you will bring her every gift she asks for? One more thing to note here. Guilt trip works so well because it's based on emotions, not logic. It happens that whenever you care for someone, you have some responsibility towards them. That is, you also feel responsible, and this is where that person gets the power to make you feel guilty. So be careful if a person is a manipulator and he is trying to take advantage of you by making you feel guilty, then first of all, he will develop an emotional connection with you. That is, a relationship of affection and love. He will connect you and then manipulate you by putting you on a guilt trip. If he does, then whenever you make a new relationship with someone, then see that that person treats his loved ones. He doesn't often include me in guilt trips. If he is doing this, he will also join you after a few days. This is going to happen. Shaming means putting someone to shame or embarrassment. This is also a method of manipulation, and manipulators use it a lot like us. People are very conscious about their behavior. We already have in our mind which behavior is good and which behavior is wrong. Now you accidentally said something without thinking that made you feel, you shouldn't have said this. People would have misinterpreted it. So whatever is inside you at this time, the feeling will be about the being, which means you will feel embarrassed about the being. I should know one more thing: that SEM is a social construct. That is, this concept is a social construct. And it is highly subjective, meaning it may be that the way you feel embarrassed in a situation, You feel embarrassed in the same situation as someone else don't feel embarrassed, like you're in a public place and wearing a skirt. Just then a strong gust of wind came and your skirt lifted upwards, and you felt embarrassed. But in Western society, you will find many such communes where people they do not wear clothes and remain naked. Apart from this, there are many tribes on this earth, where both males and females remain naked or half naked, like in Indonesia. The Asmat tribe and the Cabri tribe of Nigeria live on the Brazil-Venezuela border. Wayyal is from the Mami tribe and another tribe in Nigeria called Koma Koma. Apart from this, there are many tribes where people wear clothes on normal days, but if there is a festival then they celebrate that festival by dancing without clothes or with half-dressed clothes. Our people might feel ashamed of being naked or half naked. Live in incomplete clothes? The answer is no. The point here is that most successful behavior is also successful because we consider it successful and we consider it shameful. Why do we believe this? Because the society in which we grew up considers it shameful. So, whatever manipulators are those who convince you to do something and make you do it. Should you feel ashamed, or should you admit that you have some secrets that you want to keep hidden? At least do not reach those people who are very special to you. Otherwise, the manipulator will try to harm you. He will either tell the secrets to those people, or will threaten them directly or indirectly, that if you do not listen to me, if you agree, then I will reveal these secrets of yours. That is, tell me, I will tell you what traditionally happened, that, let's say, the society or some members of the society, the contractors made some rules related to society. Now the society wants you to follow those rules. If you follow the rules, this society uses shaming to make you follow its rules. When you do not follow those rules, society will make you feel ashamed to punish you. Besides, children should be brought up properly. Semen is also used to ensure that but those who are malicious people use it for their own benefit in many different ways. For your sake, they can abuse you, or suppose you gave an idea of your own if you show them your emotions. Then in response to all this, you can give an expression of tuss gust, sarcasm, that is may make sarcastic remarks or roll their eyes at you, or you can tell your secrets to others. These are some ways of shaming, because whenever a manipulator does all this, you will lose sight of yourself. You will feel ashamed about yourself and your behavior. Male people also smoke so that he can show you down and himself above you. Apart from this, manipulators also seeming is also used to hide flaws and weaknesses so that it appears more visible to the surroundings. Divert people's attention from your incompetence and hide your true character. Apart from this, sadists will smoke because when you feel uncomfortable, you will feel bad about yourself. So they will feel good. Whereas a narcissist will smoke you so that he can show others that he better than you, and a Machiavellian modifying your behavior to his advantage, saving for the purpose of saving, will be very similar to guilt tripping. It happens, but there is a difference, that shaming is possible only in public arena, and shaming it works most effectively where people evolve who opinions matter to you, and those who are melite know that some there are things you don't want others to know about, just here. They may use shaming to modify your behavior. Here are some examples. Let me explain things with the first example. Like, suppose you are a college-going student, that means you are 18 plus, and you smoke cigarettes or you drink, and at least there seems to be nothing wrong with this in principle. But you also want to, at least while you're in college. Your parents shouldn't know about it until college is over. If it happens and you find out after this, then there is no problem. Otherwise, there is a manipulator here to manipulate your behavior. He can threaten semen by saying that if you don't listen to me, then I will pass on the information that you smoke cigarettes to your parents. Another example of slut smoking is this. Basically, only females have to face it. The closest Hindi translation of slut is that it is a term used by our society to refer to females who work in red light areas. You can guess for yourself what the word is. The word slut has no gender. There is no opposite word, which means that only females have to face this shaming. In this, the malevolent person is against a female. To modify his behavior or to defame his character, Whatever he does there may have been sexual relations or the use of any sexual relations that may be taking place at present. That is, what happens in this is that on the basis of a female's sexual relations, she is insulted or she is treated the same way. I'm going to start a video series called The Unfinished Sexual Revolution that I'm trying to do. I will discuss the topic or this Masoni approach properly. The third example is this very shaming. An extreme example is shaming using revenge upon, say, a malevolent person. You entered into a relationship with the person and had sexual relations with him or her, and at the time such sexual relations were being formed at that time, with or without your consent. He took some photos or made some videos of you without your knowledge and consent. So when you think of getting away from that person, he will do it in an overt or covered way. I can threaten you that if you think of going away from me, then I will send this video to your family members, or then I will bring it before the whole world. So whether you are a man or a woman, there is one for you. It is suggested that whenever you have sexual relations with anyone, these photos and never click on videos, because there is no greater stupidity than this, because you know it should be that even after being deleted from the mobile, nothing gets deleted easily. Any photo can be recovered. So suppose there is something similar in your phone. There are photos and videos and your phone is lost. Then if the person who found that phone gets the digital, if a person has even a little understanding of technology, he can recover all those photos and videos. Can do whatever was ever in your phone even if you deleted it. And our society right now, it is not so mature that at least nude photos of any female can come into the public domain. If despite this there is no impact on the respect for that female, then when the society becomes mature, if you go, then you can click photos like this. No issue. But don't do this right now. Only those who are very clever manipulators can use it successfully. Although it is also used by narcissists and psychopaths, but Joe Machiavellians are experts in using it. So if you have these 4 personality types, i.e. narcissist, if you want to know about sadist psychopaths and Machiavellian, then read chapter 2 of this series. You must watch chapter 3 and chapter 4 videos. So today I will tell you about the manipulation. I'm going to discuss a tactic with you called vilifying the victim. So let me move on in this video. Before that, I have a request for you. If you are new to our channel, then you should follow us. Now let me start the video and explain it with an example. Like suppose Sonny is a manipulator, and he is playing games with Vicky. That is, the Vicky here, if he is a victim, then Sonny will convince the people around him that Vicky is wrong. He is the abuser. Vicky has done wrong. That is, when a manipulator abuses the victim, if he is declared a villain, it will be called vilifying the victim, and this technique is used. There are only 2 types of manipulators that can do this best: covert narcissists and Machiavellians. Because both these types of manipulators are very clever, they appear to be very intelligent in the eyes of the world and are capable of helping others. They remain loving and caring people, but the person with whom they play, i.e. the one who they can completely destroy their target because of their true character. He rarely comes forward, but his luck may not be bad. May his luck be so bad it is possible that, suppose a covered narcissist has given fake love, affection, care, etc. to someone. He continued to play with her under the guise of and almost ruined her life. I tried to control myself completely, but the person in front of me was not coming completely under my control. Then later on, what happened was that the victim, that is, the one who was played with, became this covert narcissist, caught the movement of, and he recognized that the one he considered his own was actually he is a monster. And after this, if the victim's mind becomes sharp, then he will completely reveal the truth about this manipulator. Could expose this covert narcissist to the world, but this can only happen when the victim, even though he is an emotional person, has a brain. If you want to be smart, then assume that you can do it by playing in a very clever way under the guise of emotions. The narcissist almost ruined the victim's life, but now the victim understands. He has realized what has happened to him, so now 2 minds will be facing each other. the mind of the narcissist versus his. The mind with which the game has been played. Let me explain one more thing here that Joe mashes Williams when they play games with someone. They do it only for their own benefit, and keep in mind that the person with whom they are playing he is playing a game, so that his game does not take away everything from the victim. In this case, the narcissist, if someone is a little more stupid, he might hurt the victim just because of his ego. To make the victim bow down before you, to show yourself better than the victim in front of the world, and he plays any dangerous game with the victim to show himself more successful than her. They can even play games to the extent that if the victim does not bow down to them, then play mind games with the victim and break them down emotionally and in other ways. That the victim starts thinking about dying. That is, the person in front of a narcissist to make someone bow before me. I can snatch away everything from him. I can do anything, no matter how much if a manipulator plays such a game with someone. That the result of that game, the consequences took away everything from the victim, and he was about to die. But then if he decides that before dying he will kill the one who played the game, once the account is settled, the manipulator must now face the biggest challenge of his life. It may happen because a bigger challenge than this rarely comes, because whoever has nothing to lose there can be no one more dangerous than someone who has nothing left for him. Just like what happened to Vicky in the mind game story. He had nothing left to lose, and he was always thinking of dying. So if suppose before ending his life, Vicky had thought that Sonny would be held accountable for what he had done, then to tell you the truth, according to this calculation no one can stop what happens, so don't play with anyone so much that you take away everything from them. Let me now move ahead in the topic. Any manipulator can manipulate the victim in two ways. The first manipulator can vilify the other by managing perceptions. This way it will make people around them believe that the victim is the real abuser, and then everyone around will start considering the victim as wrong, like the manipulator. He is constantly torturing and harassing the victim by playing various mind games. I kept harming him and gradually troubled him so much that it can be said that water, if it goes out of control, the victim may shout in anger in front of everyone. If he reacts in an uncontrolled manner, now you know what will happen. People will blame the victim. They will say that because the manipulator is very clever, he is not allowing his image to be tarnished. He appears to be a very good person in the eyes of the world, but he is just playing games from behind. Even when the victim yells at the manipulator, they may remain calm and vary by responding calmly. He should try to show the world that look how rude the person in front of him is. So I didn't say anything till today. I never even spoke to anyone in a wrong manner. So what about here? The manipulator vilified the victim by making him a villain in the eyes of the world. The second method is where the manipulator makes the victim realize that you are an abuser, you are doing wrong, you have ruined my life. This can happen when the victim is almost completely under the control of the manipulator, but he may be dependent or an emotionally weak person who lacks courage. Overall, if the victim lacks self-esteem, the manipulator can easily make the victim believe that they are the real one. The abuser is the one who is wrong. An example of this could be that suppose when, according to the wife, if things don't get done, she starts shouting at her husband and starts talking nonsense and started crying. In this process, suppose the wife's health also deteriorated. Then the wife became ill. Like this, she can blame her husband for her health, saying that everything happened because of her. And if her husband, if he lacks self-esteem, he will also think that if I had not done that, then the wife would neither get so angry nor would she feel unwell. And yes, to verify for this, the same old techniques are used which I have already discussed, like rationing, denial, gaslighting, guilt tripping, etc. So if you want to identify this type of male, then see if any person, if he always blames others, then he is probably a manipulator and will do something wrong to you in the future. This is what is going to happen. He will blame you for every small and big thing. So the manipulator, he realizes from within that he has caused a lot of harm to the victim by playing with her. So he tells the world to keep the victim in deception, and to maintain his image in front of the world, they also try to vilify the victim. That is, they make the victim a villain. There are two advantages. Firstly, they remain desired in the society, and secondly, the people around them, they start considering the victim to be wrong, due to which the victim is always on the back foot, i.e. defensive. This allows the manipulator to continue to dominate the victim, such as narcissists have a deep-seated feeling that they are superior to others, and when they vilify their victims, they take advantage of him and harm him to make him bow down to them. Then they feel that they have not done anything wrong. This is how the world works, where superior people try to make others bow before them. No matter what it takes, that is, if a narcissist abuses someone so much, even if he troubles someone so much that he commits suicide, the narcissist still feels guilty inside. It does not happen even if they show anything to the world, because they feel that those who are superior in the world do not get anything. Have the right to do it because that's what has been done. This has been done and misused. But there is one more thing here, that when a manipulator portrays himself as a victim, he does not actually consider himself a victim. Rather, it is just a trick on his part. There is a game and a manipulation technique through which the real victim to get sympathy, or to get sympathy from the people around them. And what they have done, this manipulation can happen in two ways to avoid taking responsibility for it. The first case is what the manipulators do is they try to make their real victim feel this way, that he is very troubled and is traveling a lot, due to which the real victim can come forward, help him, or sympathize with him. In the second case, the manipulator does two things. First, you can show yourself as a victim, and second, you can show the real victim to the world. If you make the victim a villain, then the manipulator will not say anything to the victim but will tell the people of the world. He will tell that he has done so much for the real victim, but he did not even acknowledge any favor, or he could have said how wrong he did to me. Because of this, people of the world will start sympathizing with the real manipulator, and the real victim will start considering him wrong and will move away from him. Overall, similarly, the manipulator isolates the real victim by distancing him from others. If you do, then understand two more things here. First, the manipulator in the second case, this is more dangerous than the previous case because he is not just keeping the victim narrative between himself and the real victim. The other manipulators who are selling to the world are very good at building a victim narrative. If there are experts, then if the real victim here has changed this narrative further, if the manipulator is not countered properly, his reputation will be damaged to such an extent that it can never be compensated. So, whenever a manipulator builds a victim narrative, if they try to tarnish your reputation by doing this, then counter them in time. It is important, for example, suppose you are dating someone, that is, entering into a relationship. So if the person in front of you is playing the victim game, then in the beginning itself, either by yourself or with the help of a counselor, you should stop this manipulation. Eliminate it from your life, and if the person in front of you sells this victim to others, if he is doing this, that is, telling others about it, then end that relationship as soon as possible. Finish it and move on. Otherwise, after a few days, you will find that everyone is not yours. I have been against it. Now I will explain things with some different examples. When a manipulator harms someone or treats someone unfairly, if someone behaves in a negative manner, they may try to portray themselves as the victim to avoid taking responsibility. For example, suppose an employee always comes late. Then one day the boss confronts him and asks if you ask him why he is often late. Then the employee may start telling you about his personal problems. He started telling her about what was going on in his life, how worried he was, and how much pressure he was under. Overall, what did that employee do? That he focused on his lateness. He diverted his attention towards his personal problems and personal struggles, which later he could have avoided the consequences of his arrival and the criticism he might have had to face. In this, the manipulator tries to convince the other person to behave and take such actions. will try to put you in guilt for something that was not actually wrong, or if a person is not in a healthy relationship. If someone wants to set boundaries, the manipulator guilt trips the person who wants to set healthy boundaries. He will try to put it in. For example, suppose Abhishek's girlfriend tells Abhishek that I need a break from this relationship for some time. I want to focus on myself for some time. So what does Abhishek do? Instead of respecting his girlfriend's decision, he starts telling his girlfriend that when I get your best, if you need me more, then you are leaving me. Or Abhishek said many other things like this. If you are trying to make your girlfriend feel guilty and pressurizing her to change her decision, then this what is guilt tripping, because from now on girlfriend's relationship for some time. Asking for a break from work would fall within a healthy boundary, because we all sometimes, even if it is for a short time, we need a break from the life we live. If we are living, then here, Abhishek is portraying himself as a victim and his girlfriend as a victim, trying to turn the situation in his favor by putting him in guilt. Suppose the manipulator has done something wrong to someone or has behaved very badly with someone, then this thing should be over to shadow, that is, to hide and avoid apologizing. That he started saying that he was going through a very bad time. This is called diverting attention from bad behavior. For example, suppose a wife behaves inappropriately towards her husband. She does this and shouts at her husband in front of everyone. Now the husband does anything at that time. He did not speak because he did not want to make the situation more tense, but later when the husband talked to his wife about this incident, the wife told her husband, she starts telling him everything that has happened to her in the past and how troubled she is. How much emotional pain has she faced and how much has she traveled? So basically here the wife does two things. The first thing she is doing is diverting her husband's attention through her bad behavior. One is trying to show herself as a victim, and the other is trying to show herself as a victim, whereas here the victim was the husband, and he was treated unfairly. Music. Suppose someone criticized someone for some reason, but the person criticized means the person being criticized was a manipulator, so he will try to turn the entire situation in his favor and make it appear that he has been unfairly targeted, that is, himself. He will try to show you as a victim. For example, suppose you are working on a project, there are many other people involved in this. So the person named Ravi who works with you, if the worker is neither doing his work properly, nor completing his work on time, one day you told Ravi the same thing, that Ravi, your work should not be completed on time, and neither your work is up to standard. So what does Ravi do here? That he tells you in a very emotional way that the team members are very affectionate towards him. Are you unsupportive or are you too harsh? What will happen after this is that you not only will you feel bad, the rest of the team members will also feel bad. So what has happened here is that the real victims are you and the rest of the team members, but Ravi cleverly portrayed himself as a victim here, just by saying that the team members were being mean to him. It is too harsh. That is, it is too harsh. This is playing the victim mindset. In this, the manipulator tries to make you realize that look how much they have sacrificed for you, how far you've traveled, and the manipulator does this to make you feel undated. That is, it can make you feel in some kind of debt and make you realize that look how much I have done for you, and you are not even acknowledging it. For example, suppose Sanjeev is a young, educated, and mature person, and he has so much understanding that he knows very well what kind of life partner would be right for him, and believe there is also a girl in his sight about whom he feels that this girl is the one for him. She is the best, but Sanjeev's mother does not like the girl whom Sanjeev liked. This is because his mother is seeing another girl. So when Sanjeev tells this to his mother, he says that he will marry only the girl of his choice. Then his mother replies that what all did I do to raise you so much? I never thought about myself, how much I have sacrificed for you, how much money has been spent. So here Sanjeev's mom is a manipulator who she is showing herself as a martyr in front of her son, and is showing that she has sacrificed her happiness, her dreams, and herself for her son. She even sacrificed her son's life, and by saying all this she was trying to make her son feel guilty and was pressurizing him to respect your mom's decision and marry the person your mom wants you to marry. If you want to get it done, then understand one thing here, that everyone has expectations from everyone, but before expecting anything, make sure that your expectations are not unreasonable. It should be. But here the expectations of Sanjeev's mother are unreasonable. Because Sanjeev has to live his life, but with whom does he want to live his life? It is his mother. She wanted to decide, even when Sanjeev himself was quite intelligent. In this, the manipulator exaggerates his own vulnerability so that he be able to control others and control the behavior of others. For example, if a husband is very controlling, manipulative, and abusive towards his wife, then when his wife tries to show that he has become like this because since childhood he has a lot of bad things have happened to him. A lot of trauma is still there inside him. All those things are still there, I could not get out of it. What will happen after this? If the wife calms down on her own here, the real victim was the wife. But since the husband was a manipulator, he himself, if he is shown as a victim in this situation, and his wife is made to feel guilty, then this I was playing the victim manipulation. So now whenever such manipulation happens to you, you can immediately recognize it and protect yourself from being manipulated. Can prevent it from happening. If so, then follow us. And if you want to see our premium content, then you can also download our mobile application for details of the mobile application and complete information on how to use it. You will find the details in the description box and comment section of this video. Playing the servant role is a manipulation technique in which manipulators pretend to the world that they are doing the work they are doing. There is some great purpose behind the work that you are doing for the welfare of others, some noble cause, or they try to appear as if they are simply engaged in serving others. He is not doing anything for himself, but the truth is that he is fulfilling his own agenda. If I were doing it, aliens and psychopaths would be experts in using this technique. There are, but narcissists are less likely to use this technique effectively. It is mostly used by politicians, religious gurus, and people who call themselves social workers. So let me explain things with some examples. Those who are Machiavellians, they are very good at hiding their real intentions, even if you don't know about it for years. He would be able to guess what was going on in the mind of a Machiavellian. Then as soon as he was in front of them, when the opportunity they were waiting for comes, their true face is revealed. And then they play their final game. For example, suppose you are a state. If you are the chief minister, some leaders will always be seen standing with you and will show you that no matter how many problems you face, he is always there for you and you too trust him. Because you will see that this man has been with us for 20 years and has always been with the party. He has been honest about his agenda, and when you start trusting him, you are in his hands. Gradually, it will also empower and give him access to the party's resources. Will give him the power to take important decisions. Then what happened one day? For some reason he resigned from the post of minister and made that person the chief minister. Then as soon as you make him the chief minister, will he make him, or will he give him power? That Wayyal who has been a servant for so many years. He was role-playing and will play his game. After this, you will find that the same possession in the party it has become established. Hence in the last few years, such examples are being seen more in Indian politics. As for religious gurus, you must have seen that many hypocritical religious gurus show this he is serving God, and the knowledge given by God has reached you. He will stay and give knowledge to his followers to stay away from materialistic life. They will give the knowledge of giving up pleasures and devotion to God. They will talk big, but of all such babas, except a few, the complete truth about the rest of them. If he comes in front of you, you will find that the knowledge this baba gives is hardly true for himself. They might have applied sometimes. That is, such babas will show the world that they are only God's disciples. The person serving is immersed in devotion to God, but to be honest, he is only serving himself. Such babas keep coming whenever they get caught in any scandal or when they get exposed. Even if there are people, then under the guise of the agenda of religion and service to God, they try to save themselves by taking it like there is a very young baba in India who does this. He claims that he knows everything about others. This same Baba Jai once he reached Maharashtra and was about to establish his divine court there. But perhaps he knew it was not that the Maharashtra Prevention and Eradication of Human Sacrifice and other inhuman evil and aghori practices and Black Magic Act 2013 is in force. According to this law, if they say that you have such powers, then you will have to prove them. Now Baba Jai is in trouble, common people are trapped. So he could have fooled them, but how could he fool these educated and intelligent experts? They will fool those who already know what game Baba is playing. Then what was supposed to happen happened. Baba ran away from there and did what was necessary to save himself. Which other hypocritical Babas do, that is, they take shelter of religion and God so that but if there are not too many questions and if someone asks a question, he can be declared anti-religion. Then perhaps this Baba is also God's. There are some leaders who show that they are not serving but serving themselves. That he is only serving the country. He does not even think about himself. He works hard day and night. We do it only so that the country can progress. But if you have even a little bit of strength in you, if you have understanding, and even a little ability to come out of mental slavery, then one can immediately identify which leader is so cunning and how dangerous he is. I will not give any example because you all are intelligent. There are many NGOs in India which they are doing good work, but there are many NGOs which have been formed as societies. And to bring change in the environment, but under the guise of serving the society, they serve their masters, are engaged in the service of. Anyway, you must have seen that there are plenty of social workers in India, but not so many social workers. Despite this, the society is not even thinking of changing. Why is this happening? You should understand well. So this was playing the servant role manipulation. I hope you understood it. Seduction is an integral part of romance and courtship. But if it is malice, then this seduction becomes a manipulation technique. So in this video, I'll tell you when seduction becomes a manipulation technique so you can protect yourself. But further, I am going to bring a complete video series on the art of seduction. So you follow us. So let's start with the video. We all want people to like us and have some respect for us in the eyes of others. If we have value, then whenever someone praises us, compliments us and flatters us when he talks nonsense, we somewhere deep inside start believing in those words. So whenever a manipulator meets you for the first time, he will praise you and make you feel valued. That is, seduction is one of the first manipulation techniques that most manipulators will deploy they meet for the first time. I have told you one thing many times, that any manipulation technique is effective only when this method works when the manipulator has an emotional connection with the victim. This means that the victim is emotionally connected to the manipulator, and the first step is to establish an emotional connection. That is seduction. Seduction and flirting are very effective ways to leave an impression on someone. There are Indian methods which are feasible. Using these methods, it is very easy to create a good image of yourself in someone else's mind. It is easy. Manipulators use this method because it has two advantages. First, this method, it is easy to make a place in the mind and heart of the person, and the other way around, manipulators are also successful in hiding their true intentions when someone is trying to fool you. If he pays attention to you, praises you, and makes you feel special, you start opening up to him and let him into your life. I give you space. That is, you let your gut down, and then the person in front of you gives you a big can manipulate easily. Overall, you give the other person a chance yourself. Maybe he can manipulate you. Now the question is, why does this happen? The answer is that we all have some amount of narcissism in us. So whenever someone praises us, if someone flatters us, we start feeling good, and then we start thinking people stop using it and do not even think why it is praised so much. What are his intentions, and do we feel that this is why he is praising us? Because you too make the mistake of thinking that we are worthy of praise, so don't make such a mistake now. Even sometimes this also happens. That whenever someone praises us or flatters us, we realize very well that the person in front of us ultimately, despite what he wants, We feel that when we already know why the person in front of us is doing this. If it remains, then it will not be able to manipulate us. And then you can do it just for fun, i.e., you evolve with that manipulator for fun. And then by the time you come to your senses, then you find that you have become emotionally evolved with that manipulator, or have become emotionally evolved. That is, you have become emotionally attached to that manipulator. Now the question is why this happened. The answer is that most people are unable to understand themselves, and we do not even try to know. They feel that what do they have to know about themselves, about their weaknesses? They know everything about themselves, and one more special thing about such people is that such people will be seen judging others too much and passing judgment on them. If you come, my suggestion is that you should understand yourself, your weaknesses, your emotions, and understand your desires and take control of your life in your own hands, then you will feel good. To do this, you will always have to depend on the praise of others, which means that the key to your happiness will be in the hands of others. When manipulators use seduction, they never put a full stop to the process. They keep moving forward until it is complete. Until the person in front falls into their trap. Along with this, the manipulator, to succeed in the seduction process, create a false character based on lies. They will try to show how wonderful a person they are and will do everything to trap the other person. They use this method, after which when the person in front gets trapped in their trap, then they will use it. And after the manipulator has gotten what they want, either they will reveal their truth themselves, or it may also happen that they never let their truth come out. And then, when by the time you realize what has happened to you, it will be too late. The damage was bound to happen, and it has already happened. So here I have explained how seduction works. In the wrong hands, it becomes a manipulation technique, but if a good person uses this trick, it becomes seduction. There is a great way to add color to life, so I have written a whole series on seduction. I will bring it and teach you how to use seduction better. When should we stop in the process, and what kind of person should we make ourselves so that let seduction be a medium to add color to your life and not a manipulation trick? Yes, if you want to understand the seduction process better, then you should also have an understanding of sexual psychology. For that, download my mobile application and watch whatever videos you find there. Keep playing the blame game. It's one of the most defining characteristics of manipulators. That is, if you want to recognize a manipulator and know how mean they are. Look at how he is shifting the blame to others. Manipulators blame others. These people are experts in blaming others. When they blame others, they get mainly two benefits. The first benefit is this: what happens is that the manipulator is saved from taking responsibility for whatever he has done. And the second advantage is that the manipulators who use this trick put the victim in a defensive mode in advance. That is, through this trick it is easy to distract people by this. In this video series, I made a video on the topic of projection. Projection and projecting the blame. These two seem similar but differ slightly. There is also a difference. Projection manipulation involves a variety of behaviors, and one of the behaviors is playing the blame game. But in projection, since this is the most main behavior, is because of this both projection manipulation and playing the blame game look similar, so now let me explain this blame game and projection in a little detail. Everyone does projection, that is, even normal people do it. And manipulators do it too, but normal people do it because projection is an automatic mental behavior, and there is a lot of research on this behavior in the field of psychodynamic psychology. Whenever people feel guilty for something and they feel that they have done something wrong or someone has done something wrong to them, if a mistake has been made, he is seen projecting automatically, i.e. subconsciously. They will come to share their intentions, their motivations, and their behavior with others. But later, when that person thinks logically about the situation, if he thinks about it, he will feel guilty, and he will feel that he should not have done this. That is, he will now feel stressed about two things. First, that he made a mistake, and second, that he did not even take responsibility for that mistake and blamed someone else. But this could also be, it is possible that later that person may accept his mistake and apologize. But the dark people with personality are neither when they project, nor they will feel stressed, nor will they accept their mistake. And you will continue to project, like those who are centrists. On one hand, they project their mistakes on you. And on the other hand, they will also try to make you feel bad. What's more, when a normal person does projection, he has to deal with a high level of cognitive dissonance. This is because they continue to feel that they have done something wrong. That is, they feel a lot of stress from within, whereas those who are narcissists are psychopaths. People with Machiavellian tendencies are experts at projecting blame onto others because it all happens that way. And in that situation, the guilds do not feel the way ordinary people do. For example, as for the Machiavellians, they have it in their mind that whatever their target is, it should be fulfilled, and whatever they do for it, they should do it. That is, if their target is being achieved by doing some work, then the work is right, no matter how much harm it has caused to anyone. Now something is final. The most tactful, i.e., the most effective manipulators, use these things to manipulate others. But will he blame or not? If seen in a normal way, it will seem that this person is not blaming anyone else, but some after a day, you will find that it will have become clear in the minds of the people around you that Mr. A is not a good person. This is why this happened. Because this was the manipulator's target. He wanted to blame Mr. A, wanting to prove him wrong. He never gave Mr. A friend directly, but he conveyed such things to the minds of the people that it became clear to everyone that Mr. He made a mistake. Before I end the video, I have a suggestion for you. You must watch the Mind Game video. I have created a video named Mind Game and Sunny and Vicky. I have also created the playlist. Now let's move towards the end of the video. Some manipulators are like this, that whenever they do something wrong, instead of apologizing for it, they tell others about those circumstances of their life. It will seem that the circumstances due to which the wrong deed was committed by him, and these circumstances are some may be true, and some may be just stories, or it may also be that under those circumstances, he increases the effect of show that manipulative and malicious people are there to manipulate others. You also resort to anger when some malicious person turns his anger on you. He may shout at you, call you names, and use abusive language and gesture like this. He may show that he might even assault you. The manipulator will be seen behaving in a very unpredictable way. Now see what happens. How we react in a particular situation depends on our emotions at that time. So the manipulative, there are people who use their anger very strategically so that they can control your reaction. Overall, the manipulator may yell and scream at you, creating a sense of fear within you, and then you may move on to the topic. We will not increase the reason due to which the other person, i.e. the manipulator, got angry. Let's go now. Let me explain this with different examples. When a manipulator gets angry, it means that he is angry in that particular situation. I want to appear authoritative. That is, I want to dominate. Overall, the manipulator tries to show that he is in charge at this time and in this situation. You just follow it. For example, suppose in an office meeting, your boss suddenly announces if he raises his voice or slams his hand on the table. He does so to sending a message to employees that I am not open for discussion means your boss is angry. By showing this, he was trying to create a don't question me environment in that meeting. This had this effect. What will happen is that the team members will get scared and will not dare to challenge whatever decision the boss has taken, and that's it. Then, no matter how wrong the order given by the boss is, it is in our best interest to obey it. You will understand that by brandishing anger, manipulators try to create such an environment that the person in front of them is unable to do anything. Try to avoid arguments and have the courage to disagree with the manipulator. Could not gather it, for example, suppose you are a wife and you want to talk to your husband about some issue. She wants to do it, but her husband doesn't want to discuss the issue because he knows that if the discussion happens logically, then he will have to accept his mistake. So as soon as she will bring up the issue, and her husband will be seen losing his temper, and then you will decide that it is not right to escalate the conflict, and then you will calm down. So what happened in this, that by branding husband anger, Not only in that discussion, rather, he is trying to take complete control of that relationship also, due to which that the wife should keep her mouth shut and not question any of the husband's decisions. When someone gets angry at you, the first result is that emotional tension will be created within you, which will cause you to the mental peace that you have will be lost, and the result of both of these will be that at that time, you will lose the ability to think rationally and logically. And as soon as you develop emotional tension, if tension is created, you can do this to reduce that tension and to escalate the situation. For this, you will either agree to the manipulator's words or you will remain silent. Overall, whatever you are doing at that time, the decision taken will not be balanced, meaning it will favor the manipulator. Manipulators also resort to bridging anger manipulation tricks to divert attention, such as if you are discussing something with the person in front of you. Now the person in front does not want that topic to be discussed. Then whatever you are talking about, the manipulator will pick up on one word and get angry in an uncontrolled manner. It will show, and then the discussion will start on that word, that how did you say this word, and I topic left behind. Manipulators also use the bridging anger manipulation technique to make the other person feel guilty. For example, suppose a child takes a decision that too independently, that is without parental advice. Parents may get angry at the child and show him that he has disobeyed his parents. By not taking advice, you have disturbed your parents and upset them. Now next time the child will, this time he will seek advice from his parents, because last time he was blamed for the same thing that he did independently. Disrupt your parents' lives by taking decisions. When a person repeatedly expresses anger in a situation, then the people around him, it gets ingrained in people's minds that in this situation this person explodes with anger. Like whenever someone from the office, when the deadline for work approaches, the boss calls everyone for a meeting and gets angry. Gradually, the team members will always be stressed about not missing the deadline, even if in any situation there are reasons why work cannot be completed on time. Yet employees will always remain stressed, which has many consequences. Firstly, the team members will always be seen stressed, and secondly, they will be stressed in doing that work. The possibility of creativity will end because by doing anything new, there will always be a possibility that if the new work is not done properly at first sight, then if the bar is not done properly, then the deadline may be missed. And if the deadline is missed, so who will bear the anger of the boss? And the third result will be that there will be no open in that office. Things like communication and honesty will end, all of which will harm that organization. Who is dreaming of going far in the future? Bribing anger is also a way to deflect accountability. For example, if a boss repeatedly gets angry at his team members for missing deadlines, it means that the boss is not able to complete the work on time. He doesn't want to take the responsibility of not being able to do it and puts the entire blame on his team. He is trying to impose it on the members. Due to this, gradually the team members will start feeling that he was being blamed fairly. Then gradually the team members who are trying to find some legitimacy, if you bring them in front of your boss, you will be surprised, and the boss will get the full benefit of all this. Will get it, which means the boss will be saved from any kind of accountability. And later, if an employee says that the work has been delayed because of this, the boss will say that you should have told me this earlier. Why didn't you tell me? Then see how the boss can avoid taking any kind of accountability, which technique can be used for braising. Anger. If a manipulator keeps brandishing anger for a long time, then the people in front you will gradually start doubting yourself and automatically move towards second-guessing. You will wonder if their viewpoint is wrong. Like there is a person in a friend's circle who, as soon as if his viewpoint is challenged, he gets angry, and then gradually the rest of the people in his friend's circle automatically start accepting that viewpoint. Will leave that person, because of which that person gets angry, and that person's views you will start agreeing on the point itself. Then whenever a friend makes a new plan, the plan is not going to go against the thoughts of that manipulative friend. Now I am telling you this. I'm going to explain what a manipulator ultimately does to you when he tries to manipulate you. Any manipulator plays 4 types of games with you. Let us understand these 4 games. Let's assume that our willpower is something that can be used. By doing this, we take control of our lives even when someone tries to dominate us. If someone tries to do something and tries to manipulate us, then we can use our willpower, i.e., that they try to save themselves through willpower and oppose the other person. If we do, then this is the reason why any manipulator first tries to destroy our willpower. Now the question is that how can any person destroy our willpower? Then listen to the answer first. The point is that our willpower is not unlimited, and we all gradually lose control of our will. We keep losing power, and the process through which we lose our willpower is called, psychologists call it, ego depletion. Think of it like this. Willpower is a renewable resource. It happens like this. We can renew our willpower, that is, if our willpower starts to wane or weakens, then we can increase it again, but there is a problem in renewing the willpower, i.e., increasing the willpower within ourselves. It takes time. It is not something that can be done overnight. Simply put, willpower is renewed at a very slow pace. For example, suppose we have a limited resource. Then if you want to use that resource, if we end up using it at one place, then if that resource is needed for any other work, then there will be a shortage of that resource. Something similar happens in the case of ego depression. Let me explain this with an example. Suppose you have sufficient willpower, but suddenly a challenge comes before you, and then you use that willpower to overcome that challenge. Deal with this. After this you face another challenge. So since still you must have some courage left in you, that is, you will have willpower. Then by using it you will be able to deal with this challenge as well. After this you will find that your courage has weakened in dealing with these 2 big challenges. But after a few days, if again a challenge comes before you, and let's say this challenge is much bigger than the first and second challenges. If so, you will lack the willpower to face that challenge. And due to this lack of willpower, you will neither be able to understand that challenge properly, nor if you are able to deal with it properly. Then the manipulators know very well that no one's willpower can be measured. If there is a limit, what they do is that they will create such situations in front of you again and again, in which you will have to use your willpower again and again. The result of this will be that your willpower will start weakening. For example, suppose a manipulator controls the world. He wants to show you how immature and short-tempered you are, so what will he do? The agitator will repeatedly agitate you, and you will repeatedly ask him to remain calm. You will try and ignore him, but the manipulator will not stop. He will try to manipulate you in some way or the other. He will keep bothering you in some way. Then after a certain limit, you have the willpower to remain calm. She will start weakening, and you will shout at that person, i.e. the manipulator, but you will explode in anger. What will happen after this is that the manipulator will calm down. He will be your in return for your anger. He will not get angry at you, but will show himself as a victim in front of the world, after which you will lose the respect of the people around you. If you become a bad person in their eyes, then the manipulator has succeeded here, because I wanted that your image should be created in front of the world as a person who is immature and who there are a lot of anger issues with, so here the manipulator is the winner, and you are the according to loser psychologist. Willpower is like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the more you do it, the stronger it will become. After this, whenever you want to use your willpower, you will be able to use it only as much as your willpower allows. You will not be able to use it beyond that. This is what malicious people do. They will constantly create such situations for you, due to which you have to use your willpower again and again. Then after a limit, your willpower, it will start to fade away, and then you will react to any situation in a very irrational manner and will harm yourself. This is called cancellation of willpower whenever we face serious temptation. If there is a situation or there is a situation of extreme pressure, then we can change our will. We try to take the right decisions by using our power, and whatever decisions we take, let's also try to move forward in the right direction. For example, suppose you have exams, and if you really want to watch an online video, Then if your willpower is not weak, if your willpower is weak, then you will study. But if your willpower is weak, then you will leave your studies. Before you watch that video, understand one thing, that if your willpower is weak, so other people can easily influence you, because without any will power we become highly suggestible, ego depletion, sometimes decision. Fatigue is also called this because when we have to take decisions repeatedly in a short time, then gradually there is a sense of fatigue in taking decisions, and after this, our decisions are not that good. If possible, manipulative people will put you in such situations again and again, where you will have to take decisions again and again. Then gradually your decisions will no longer be logical. And after this, manipulative people can easily take advantage of you. Apart from this, there are many other factors which can destroy our willpower. One of these factors is, for example, suppose you get news that there is going to be a shortage of salt in the market, after which you will behave impulsively instead of taking decisions logically. And it may happen. Another example is that you go directly to the market and buy 50 kg of salt and bring it home. For example, suppose you are very hungry and you do not have money, then either you can steal money so you can buy food, or you can steal food directly. Yes, and at this time, your principles that you should not steal will make you those who are experts in deviation manipulation use this element of scarcity. By doing this, they can manipulate you very easily. For example, suppose your girlfriend if he is a manipulator. Then when he asked you to do something, you refused. Then she will start giving you silent treatment, and silent treatment means that your girlfriend will stop giving you affection and human feelings. In other words, she is deprived of human interaction and affection, thus making it a scarcity for you. As soon as you feel the lack of affection and human interaction, you will agree to what your girlfriend says, which you refused the first time. After this, your girlfriend will start showing love to you again, and will start talking about canceling someone's willpower. The second way is to endanger the well-being or livelihood of the other person. For example, your boss or your colleague may do something to you that may endanger your job security, after which to save your job, you will do the work that your boss wants you to do. Your partner may do something to you that will make your life hell, and then you will feel disappointed. You will agree to what your partner says, which you would never agree to in a normal situation. The third way to destroy willpower is stress. That is, when we are constantly stressed. If we are stressed, that is, we are under stress and there are 10 types of tensions in our mind. Then our judgments, our decisions, things happen and things start going wrong, and then we take wrong decisions. So the mess, there are such people who will keep sending stress to you in a cowardly or overt manner, and dealing with those stresses is your responsibility. Your energy will have been drained and your willpower will have weakened. After this, a manipulator can easily deceive you, so keep one thing in mind whenever life changes. If there is too much stress in me, then try to reduce the stress later. First, see where the stress is coming from. If it is coming from a particular situation or because of some person, then deal with that person first. As soon as you deal with it, the stress coming into you from outside will stop. After this, you can try to reduce the internal stress. And if you can identify the root cause of stress, if you try to eliminate stress instead of eliminating it, then this stress will never end. Because stress will keep coming from outside, so first deal with it. As soon as you deal with it, people will stop getting stress from outside. After this, you will be able to control the stress inside you. You can try to reduce your will as soon as a manipulator tries to. He destroys your power and has gained control over you directly or indirectly. Then gradually you lose your control. Lose your identity too. Yes, know one thing. If we lack self-esteem, then we can be manipulated. It will also be easy to do. So if someone wants to manipulate you, it will eliminate your self-esteem. And yes, this self-esteem does not end in a day, so manipulators take a long time to drain your self-esteem, months or even years. If a manipulator wants to destroy the self-esteem of his target, he will first establish an emotional connection with him and show him how much he loves her. After this, as soon as a manipulator tells his target this, he will make her feel that he is her own and wants her well-being. After this, the manipulator can easily destroy the self-esteem of his target. Now this happens, understand why this is so. We get emotionally attached to the people we love and the people we love. After this, whenever we are with that person, we stop using our critical mind, or should we say so? We can lower our psychological defense system, after which whatever the other person says or does, he puts things in our mind, and we become critical about those things in very few situations, and also become conscious, and we are also influenced by those things in a subconscious way. Although there are many ways to eliminate self-esteem, but one thing you should understand is that even though our self-esteem it may be an internal thing, but what people think about us, what things they say about us, it makes a big difference to us. And if anything makes a difference to us, this means that our self-esteem will also be affected by this. So let the manipulators, this is where they gain the upper hand over us and slowly destroy our self-esteem. So let's understand this now. How manipulators destroy our self-esteem. Manipulators use carefully worded phrases to erode your self-esteem. This means that the manipulator will say things that will harm you, and they may be attacking your achievements either directly or by reducing them. And yes, since you are emotionally connected to the manipulator, you will take his words critically. They will not evaluate. They will just get confused and keep wondering what he wanted to say. Or you will think, why did he say such a thing? For example, suppose you got a promotion and you gave it to a friend or a manipulative family member. If you tell him this with great excitement, will he say it to you in a joking tone? I am talking, brother, I am telling the truth. It seems your luck is on your side in this. The manipulator didn't praise you. He questioned your achievement. He gave it to me and said that maybe you got the promotion because you were lucky. Well, right now you may not find this line so damaging, but if manipulators do this to you all the time, that is, they belittle your achievements every day. If you try this, gradually you will start doubting yourself. Consider another example. Husband goes to meet someone close to him, i.e. a family member or a friend he is trying to leave, but his wife does not want this. So she will tell her husband that you know very well that he is your own person, but he does not like you much. There are many consequences of such things. The first result will be that the trust that the husband had in his social circle will gradually decrease. The second result will be gradually, the husband will begin to isolate himself from his social circle. The third result will be that the husband will feel that those who were once his own people do not like him at all, so he is trying to distance himself from everyone. But you will become too emotionally dependent on your wife. Fourth result, this will happen that due to increased emotional dependence on the wife, she will now easily become dependent on her husband. Fifth, you can influence life and its decisions in your favor. The result will be that since the wife is a manipulator, there is a high possibility that she will do this to satisfy her ego and use the husband as a tool to take revenge on others, and on the husband's put distrust-inducing things into your ears and keep him away from everyone. The result will be that the husband's life, or rather the couple's life, will be filled with tension and stress. The sixth result will be that since the husband is isolated on one side, on the other hand, the problems in her life must have increased, so the husband's self-esteem is gradually weakening. By the time it reaches here, it would have completely ended, and this could be the seventh result. That as soon as self-esteem is lost, a person becomes very reactive, and then till now this man was being manipulated by his wife, but now anyone can do it easily. He can manipulate it and get out the secrets and weak points of its life. This could be another way to eliminate self-esteem. The way is, if you keep blaming someone for every small and big thing, then the other person's self-esteem will gradually diminish. So the manipulator will also do this work very well. If you do too much, he will keep blaming you for every small and big thing, and will say that this happened because of you, or you would say that you could have prevented this from happening, or you would say it may be that this was not expected from you at all. The result of this will be that you will start doubting yourself, and then it will take some more time, after which you will become subconscious. You will start internalizing these criticisms within yourself, and then gradually your self-esteem will be lost. And yes, know one more thing about blaming. What manipulators sometimes do is that without if you say one word, they will put the entire blame on you. Like if something bad happens someday, the manipulator will just look at you and will not say anything, and the way he looks at you is like this: you will start questioning yourself. It is a simple thing that we are influenced by the people we live with. So if there are toxic and manipulative people around you, they will only convey negative information into your ears. And yes, this negative information need not be about you only. It can be about someone else too. It just needs to be negative gradually. We start internalizing all these negative things, and eventually, all the negative emotional patterns get formed within us. Overall, we do not even realize it, and we become a negative and toxic person. And if you have become a toxic and negative person, it means that your self-esteem has ended. So the leaders who have Machiavellian mindset destroy the self-esteem of the common people in this way. Let's end it. They will continuously convey negative things to the people of the country, and they will instill various kinds of fear in the minds of the people of the country, and gradually, they will be turned into a subservient public. After this, it would be very easy to use such people for our own benefit, i.e., to gain power. Manipulators undermine your self-esteem by appealing to the fears you harbor. If they can mess you up, the manipulator will first create an emotional connection with you. Then you will learn about your fears, and after that you will solve those fears. By using it, it will destroy your self-esteem, because the more fear you have, the more it dominates us, the more our self-esteem gets damaged. First example, let's say you have one or two. If the breakup has already happened and you are now afraid of the breakup, then your girlfriend is trying to control you. So she can encourage this fear of yours and tell you that you know that no one can accept you completely. Despite all this, I am with you. Another example, suppose you have this feeling that you are less good than others because you haven't achieved much in life, or if you feel that you are less beautiful than others, then only your partner can say this to you. I can say, look how beautiful that lady looked in that dress, or I can say, don't dress up so much. It's of no use. It won't change you. These things will reinforce your feelings of addiction, and then slowly your self-esteem will be lost. For example, suppose you have doubts about your work skills, and if you have a question about your work, if you make any employee aware of this, he will easily help you. He can manipulate you. What he'll do is slowly make you realize this. You won't be able to move up much in this job, so be happy with what you get. Stay, or what he can do is he can instill this fear in you that because if your skills are not very good, then the work done by you is also not up to standard, due to which you will then always be in fear of losing your job and will need to take all necessary measures to ensure that your job does not go away. You will continue to fulfill the unreasonable demands of your manager. Have you heard this line? Isn't it because if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything? Manipulators first try to drain your self-esteem, because when you start doubting your abilities, and if you don't have a strong view of yourself, you can be easily controlled. And when you don't have a strong view of yourself, the manipulator, they will easily create such an image about you in your mind that it will benefit them. The manipulator is the one who is going to get it. One more thing happens, that when our self-esteem, we are so weak that we easily get influenced by others. We start agreeing, and at the same time we try to get positive attention from others, and they always look to others for approval. And this positive, the greed for attention, makes us people pleasers. And these people pleasers, it is very easy to manipulate them, because they are afraid of this very thing, that if no one gets angry with them, they do not hesitate in agreeing with others, and such people can be easily manipulated due to low self-esteem. Another disadvantage of this is that if we are not able to maintain personal boundaries, then someone will also come to you and take advantage of you and leave, because when our self-esteem, if it is weak, then we are not able to enforce the principles of our life, and along with that you will also keep thinking that, friend, I know that something wrong is happening. Still, why am I not able to refuse? What am I afraid of? If so, I will tell you the whole truth. There is no fear here. Your self-esteem will be destroyed. It has already happened, and that is why you yourself are inviting the manipulators and telling them to come and take advantage of you. Suppose a person feels insecure about you, gets jealous of you, then he passive-aggressive can resort to revenge to bring you down. Now you need to be passive-aggressive. Let me explain about aggressive revenge. Like suppose a person gets into an argument with you and does not want you to be successful, then this can be done in two ways. First, he attacks you directly, meaning he openly attacks you. It may come to the fore, but there is a disadvantage in it that a hostility will start, and this also it is possible that in the process of harming others, he himself may suffer a loss. This process is called direct conference and affirmative resolution. On the other hand, if the person in front of you is cunning and manipulative, then he will use a different method and will first make you realize this, that he wants your well-being and is your friend. After that, when he wins your trust, then he will start cutting your roots and whispering such things in your ears that you will feel stressed. Will start living in it, will promote conflict in your life, will start isolating you, and he will start manipulating you. Besides this, he will destroy your willpower and self. He will also try to destroy your esteem, and the result will be the same as the manipulator wants. It means that you will not be able to achieve your goals and will fail. After this, the manipulator will show sympathy and help you, but only for the sake of it. He will do so much that you can only survive in your life, that is, from that manipulator. If you are unable to move ahead, this is called passive-aggressive revenge. I hope you have understood this now. You must have understood the meaning of the word. Now I will move ahead in the video. Now in front of us humans a challenge arises. The challenge is that these narcissists, psychopaths, sadists, and Machias, they are Velians. They become hostile towards you for some reason and dream of taking revenge on you. If you start watching this, you will not be able to know what happens to ordinary people. Like suppose you did something wrong to someone, then now you will know that I did all this to him. I have done something wrong. That is why this enmity has started, and the other person must also know that you have done wrong to him. Means both the parties should know about this enmity. But these mentally ill psychopath, narcissist, sadist, and Machia, in the case of Velian, the matter is very different. They will become hostile towards you on such things that you can't even imagine, like the first example, a psychopath. So he's ruining your life. Maybe because you look like the girl who got proposed to by this psychopath. Another example is the narcissist and sadist you work with. A person may start dreaming of harming you because in a meeting your boss praised you but didn't praise him. The third example is a Machiavellian may be plotting against you because he thinks you are more talented than him and work harder than him, so you will surpass him. Fourth example, your narcissist may be playing games with you because he or she has I think you are a more capable person than him, so you will surpass him. And if you go beyond that, the world will respect you more. So just make sure so that you can't surpass him, even if your success will help that narcissistic cousin. Even though your success may be glorified, your narcissist cousin will still be in your life. He can destroy it, that too under the guise of love and affection. There are many examples in the video now. Moving on, whenever a person thinks about passive-aggressive revenge on you, they try to bring you down to that level. He tries to make you feel superior, which means he tries to lower your self-esteem. And it will lower your willpower so much that you will start feeling insecure after this. You will get there because of this shattered self-esteem and weak willpower, where the manipulator wants to get you. And for all this, the manipulator can do many things. First, you will find that the words coming out of their mouths are distorted against you. Verbal hostile will be seen in disguise. Verbal hostile means that in a general way it may seem like the manipulator is praising you, but there is a hint of hatred in that praise. The second thing that manipulators do is to put forward statements that are good for you. He will try to be you, but when you are not there, that is, behind your back, he will be against you. They will encourage negative gossip. The third thing they will do is to catch your mistakes. He will be very ahead in this matter, which means he will be very critical about you. The fourth thing this manipulator can do is to change your thoughts to your own. Feelingless contributions will continue to be invalidated in a very strict manner, and this is what they will do this because they cannot see you happy, and they also hurt your self-esteem. And they also want to destroy the willpower of the people who are able, and hence they are against you. Passive-aggressive will try to get revenge because they can't see you happy. Narcissists like Marjorie Love's company believe that the world belongs to them. She moves around or wherever she stands. A gathering is arranged there. Then when this narcissist will be tense and moody, so he will try to make the people around him happy. If he cannot see, then he will resort to psychological manipulation and start creating tension in the minds of people around him. Those who are sadists cannot see anyone happy, so if any person hurts them if they appear happy, they start using their brains, and then as soon as the other person becomes sad, this sadist becomes happy. Disguised hostiles take passive-aggressive revenge on those who treat you. They also use disguised hostiles with you. Overall, he will say something jokingly, and after that everyone around will laugh, but whatever he says or whatever joke he makes will reflect his harbored hatred towards you. Or they may try to belittle you through that joke, and whenever you to the person in front confidence can also make fun of things like your education, your social background, of your financial background, of your life choices, of your life struggles, of your gender, of your sexual orientation or anything else. And yes, this disguise hostiles are not done to you by your enemies who are openly your enemies, but by those who people will do this who are full of hatred and jealousy against you, but are your own now. Also understand that whatever I have told you till now, ultimately these manipulators do it. The answer to why is that manipulators are psychologically disturbed people, and this to fulfill their toxic psychological needs and to bring you down. They can stoop to any level and do the most. The dangerous thing is that our society is full of such people. And this is because the people who operate the society, the powers that be, want such people, psychologically disturbed people. But mine the job is to expose this entire trap and tell you how this spider web works. And yes, for now I will just tell you the basics. There is still a lot left to tell, so stay connected with us and keep supporting us. Because this is an educational channel, it might take time for it to grow. If I also make videos of people lying in a drain, if he had made it, he would probably have millions of followers by now. Manipulators also try to confuse your reality to control you. They try to control and dominate any person. The ultimate way could be to change the person's perception of reality. Change it. This happens because when you make the other person realize this, that what he saw, what he heard, or what he got was not correct, then after this you have so much power over that person that you can control his reality. Because after this you can tell him what to think, what to feel, and what to say. Giving importance to controlling any person's reality or his attitude towards reality, controlling a person's perception, is any manipulator's ultimate dream. And to do this, the manipulator uses various manipulation techniques, but also resort to manipulation techniques that are mind control techniques such as brainwashing, gaslighting, etc. These are the most powerful, so those who are manipulators, for many reasons, try to confuse your target's reality. Like suppose your partner is abusive, and she is constantly, if your partner is abusing you emotionally or physically, here's how to make sure that you will not be able to ask for help from outside. He will try to confuse your reality, and he tries to make you feel like he or she didn't do anything wrong to you. He will try to make you realize that he has made a mistake, but his intentions are not wrong. Or it could also be that the person you are thinking of asking for help, your manipulative partner, may whisper something about the person that weakens your trust in them. He goes, and then you are not able to share your problems with him. Those are the psychopaths. They will intentionally try to gaslight you, that is, to harm your mental health. They will deliberately target you, harass you, gaslight you, so that when your self-esteem will weaken, your willpower will weaken, that is, if you become mentally weak, he can manipulate you very easily. And since such people who have a conscience, that is, it can be said that science does not exist, then such people play such games with you. This can make you feel like your life is over, Whereas those who are narcissists, he may unintentionally try to gaslight you and distort your reality. They may try to confuse you. I am saying this unintentionally because narcissists are delusional themselves. They live in a state of confusion and think that because they are superior to others, you have the right to dominate others. No matter what you have to do, you will have to do it continuously. They will gaslight you and try to shape your reality in a way that suits them. They should appear bigger than you, and you should appear smaller than them, who are internet trolls. That is, there are bullies and sadists who try to confuse your reality. He will try because he himself is in a miserable mental state. That's why they want to see you sad and troubled, because they find happiness in this. Now I am going to tell you that what kind of people can be easily manipulated. Watch this video. In this segment, you can find out what weaknesses you have that are the reason behind your problems. People manipulate you. Tell me one thing. Do you know why some people can easily manipulate and harass you? If you don't know, then let me tell you that you have some good qualities and some weaknesses. Because of these strengths and weaknesses, people manipulate you very easily. So keep these strengths and weaknesses in mind. I am going to explain it in this video. So if you want to take control of your life, then watch this video. Otherwise, move on, because maybe there would have been some fun in breakfast at the behest of others. It might be like this, that people act on the instructions of others. So the title of this video is Behavioral Traits of Favorite Victims of Manipulators. Let's enjoy the video now. Music. Do this for people who are emotionally insecure and emotionally frozen, or they are also easy targets for manipulators. And the bad thing is that no one can stop such people. He can easily identify emotionally insecure and emotionally challenged people, even strangers. Phrases can easily identify people who are emotionally insecure in any psychological pressure situation, and when they are attacked, they become defensive very quickly. And it is so easy to recognize these people that any stranger who is a manipulator can influence the other person just by talking to him once or twice. Can tell you so much about how emotionally insecure a person is. What manipulators do is they will try to provoke the other person, and to provoke the manipulator may criticize the other person directly or indirectly. After this, the manipulators will see how the other person reacts. The other person is becoming overly defensive and trying to disprove the manipulator's criticism. If you are giving explanation after explanation, then it is a sign that this person is emotionally insecure. After this, the manipulator gradually increases the intensity of their manipulative attacks. To identify any emotionally insecure person, this is also a manipulator. They either accuse him, whether true or false, or they will make some allegations against him. I will make a negative comment, and after that, if the other person is trying to put the blame on someone else or is making some excuse, or if that person is trying to make things happen again on the manipulator, if you're trying to focus, it's a sign that the person in front of you is emotionally insecure. Because if the other person was not emotionally insecure, he would have addressed that issue very strongly, addressed that blame, and addressed that negative comment. For example, suppose you miss time at an important event. But if you are unable to reach there and are late, then the manipulator will tell you that it is so important if you come late to the event. Instead of apologizing or explaining the reason for your late arrival, instead of telling this, if you start telling the manipulator that you too often, or you start saying it wasn't my fault, you know. What the manipulator will conclude is that you can't handle criticism, and when a conflict arises, you become uncomfortable, which means you are an emotionally insecure person. Your mind and your behavior can be controlled very easily. Apart from this, people who have social anxiety are also emotionally insecure people, and manipulators know this very well. For example, suppose you have social anxiety. Then you, in any social gathering, you will try to remain a little isolated and avoid direct eye contact with anyone. Then as soon as when a manipulator sees you, he will easily recognize your social anxiety, and then he will try to make you more anxious. He will try to make you feel because the manipulator knows very well that the more anxious you feel, the more insecure you will feel, and the more insecure you feel, the easier it is for you to a manipulator can get you to agree with him and convince you of something. Now understand what pickup artists do. For example, suppose a female, if a woman has social anxiety, she will try to remain isolated in any social gathering. So these manipulators known as pickup artists will come to her and manipulate her. He will flatter her and make her feel special because he knows that this lady, she is feeling anxious and insecure, so she will not be able to understand this manipulation. And she will mistake that manipulator for a better person, and yes, social anxiety is such a thing. It's something that's very difficult to hide. People can tell if you're not comfortable at a social gathering. Now let's understand emotional fragility. Emotional fragility is different from emotional insecurity. It is different. Like emotionally insecure people are emotionally insecure most of the time, and around people of this age also realize this very well, but those who are emotionally free, they may look absolutely normal. But as soon as someone provokes them even a little, it is possible that they will immediately lose their temper. Breakdowns or overly strong reactions, as well as emotionally frozen people in normal circumstances. They will appear absolutely normal, but they get upset over very small things. Just when the manipulator, if he realizes that you are emotionally frightened, he will deliberately insult you in front of everyone. He will provoke you, and you will react more strongly than necessary. Then the manipulator, you will calm down. And after this, you will find that people around you have a different mindset about you. A negative image has been created, and all this has happened because the manipulator is controlling the people around him. I wanted to create a wrong image of you in his mind, and yes, this emotional facility is a temporary situation, which means it does not last forever. Like suppose you are a normal person, but suddenly some bad incident happens in your life, like there is a breakup, or you lose someone forever, or if you fail very badly, then you are emotionally frozen for some time. If you go, at this time some manipulator can easily manipulate you and harm you. Manipulators who try to manipulate others using emotional fragility can lead to harm. What they do is they will first build a relationship with you and earn your trust and your influence. He will invest his time too, but he will wait for you emotionally. Free express, even if you trust him, you will not be able to understand the situation. How is it getting so bad, and by the time you open your eyes it will be too late. To understand things better, you must watch the mind game video. Now tell us whether things are clear or not. And if things are clear, then start dealing with your weaknesses. And to deal with weaknesses, first you have to understand your weakness. So I hope you have understood that manipulators exploit this emotional insecurity and weakness of yours called emotional fragility. People who are more sensitive take advantage of music. They process information at a deeper level and also reflect on the things happening around them. They also have deep awareness, and you will find many good qualities in such people. You will see this because these people take great care of others and also take care that their words or the behavior should not cause direct or indirect harm to anyone else. People do not like violence and cruelty even when they receive bad news or something wrong happens to someone. If something happens and the news reaches them, these sensitive people get upset. In catching the emotions of the people around you, in understanding their body language and the reasons and emotions behind their facial expressions and their tonal variations, they are also very skilled in understanding. The result of this is that as soon as when a sensitive person passes through a room, he notices the mood of the people sitting there. He will guess this immediately. Besides, since these people, if they are feelingless people, they are highly influenced by the feelings of others. Because of this, sensitive people become emotionally exhausted very quickly and in a short period of time. So now, before I move ahead in the video, know one thing, that a person sensitive being sensitive is a gift. Sensitivity makes us a better person, but this same sensitivity also makes us vulnerable to manipulation. It also makes one vulnerable. So when people harm a sensitive person, trouble him, then that person loses he tries to kill the sensitivity, which is possible. No, the right way is for that person to consider their sensitivity as a gift. And to make better use of that sensitivity, you need to develop maturity within yourself. You should develop the ability of emotional intelligence. And how can you develop the ability of emotional intelligence? Yes, I will explain this later. So manipulators target sensitive people more because sensitive people can be easily manipulated. For example, suppose you are very sensitive about anything. If so, then manipulators try to manipulate you by using those very things. Let me explain this with 3 different examples. First example, suppose you are a very empathetic person, and if you find out that someone is in distress, you try to help them. So a manipulator will manipulate you by showing you that they are very upset. He is in distress and will tell you that he is feeling very lonely and has no one with him. So that I can talk to you. Now, because you are a sensitive person, you can identify that manipulator will think of helping, and then will even go ahead to help. But here the main goal of the manipulator is that when you start talking to him, you will not even realize it, and gradually, you will start getting emotionally dependent on him. You will make the investment, and then the manipulator will ask you for some other kind of favor. He will start making demands and controlling your actions as well. Another example is like suppose you rely heavily on honesty in any relationship. Then what the manipulator will do is that he will try to ruin your relationship. In the process of building the relationship, he will exaggerate his sincerity in that relationship. And he will tell you that I speak the truth, even when speaking the truth is very difficult. It is difficult because I feel that it is better not to build a relationship at all than to build a relationship based on lies. There is no depth in a casual relationship, and after this he will ask you to be completely dependent on him. The result of all these things will be that since you are not trusting that manipulator, if you start to see him as an honest person, you will develop an emotional bond with the manipulator. And then you will let down your psychological defense system. And after that he will gather all the information about you and later use that information to manipulate you. And the third example could be this: suppose you are very sensitive to criticism. Then the manipulator may backhand you. It will compliment you so that you will slowly start doubting your own decision-making ability. And then slowly the decisions of your life are also taken directly or indirectly by the manipulator. Music, feeling sensitive people have a very high startle reflex. What does that mean? What happens is that as soon as sensitive people sense any potential danger, they immediately react in a very unexpected and strong manner. The point here is that sensitive people get scared very easily. They go and become nervous, and this nervousness is such that the people around people also come to know that this person is nervous at this time. Now, 3 examples from 3. Let me explain the different points. These points are: startle reflex in action. Fear shows easily and is hard to hide. Actions like, suppose you are a sensitive person and you are completely focused on some work. Then suddenly someone puts a hand on your shoulder from behind and you do it without thinking anything. And knowing the reason, it is possible that you might jump up suddenly or shout. So this is what quick reactions are, how sensitive people react to unexpected situations and surprises. Then later the manipulator can use these reaction patterns to manipulate you, or any of you can make someone do bad things to you. Like suppose you are a sensitive person, and you are walking alone on a deserted road. Then suddenly you hear a sound, and you might immediately start feeling nervous and increase your speed, or you might become stressed. You will start looking around you, and then after some time you will realize that, hey, this is just a cat. So when a manipulative person does all this, if he sees you, he will understand that you can be easily unsettled, so accept it. If you have an exam someday, the manipulator will use deceit to whisper some things into your ears which are half true. Or it may be a lie, after which you will remain worried and will not be able to study well. One more thing you will find about sensitive people is that they do not hide their reactions. Suppose someone asks you a tough question in a group discussion. then it is you may avoid maintaining eye contact with the person asking the question, or then you start stammering while answering. This will give a clear signal to others that you are feeling nervous. After this, some manipulative person can make you feel uncomfortable and insecure and make you feel bigger. Sensitive people can be easily exploited and often find themselves unable to escape any social situation. They try to withdraw, and this happens because sensitive people are also introverts and do not like any social activity. When the situation is emotionally draining for them, manipulators pay special attention to such people because it is easy to isolate such people. And after isolating them, it is also easier to manipulate that sensitive and introverted person. When I discussed manipulation techniques, I had told that if you want to manipulate someone, then first of all isolation can be physical, emotional, or even mental. Manipulators may also look at the way they talk to identify sensitive people. What is tone? Because sensitive people try to be proper while talking, they avoid using vulgar language and also express things in simple words. I try to say it in a politically correct way instead of saying no, because sensitive people pay more attention to this, so that no one gets offended by their words, and this is one way to identify sensitive people. It also happens that sensitive people are a little too polite, and these people please end if they use the word thank you too much, then it is because the manipulator is behind them. It seems so because he knows that this person is too polite, so when I make a request to him, he refuses in straight words. I will not be able to refuse. Besides, sensitive people do this just to ensure that no one gets hurt by them. Often you will be seen taking a step forward. Like suppose you are a sensitive person and someone, if he asks you for a loan, you will not be able to refuse him because you will not upset him. If you want to do it, then when manipulators see such people, they understand that this is an easy target and then they manipulate you. I'll use you and take advantage of you music. Before knowing what empathic people are like, first you should know the meaning of these two words. The word is sympathy. It is called sympathy in Hindi. Sympathy means that when a person is sad, if you are in this, then when you feel compassion towards him, then you will call it sympathy or sympathy, while the other word is empathy. Empathy is spoken in Hindi. Sympathy and empathy means that suppose a mountain of sorrows has fallen on Ravi's life. Then if any person is able to feel Ravi's pain to the same level as Ravi feels it, if he is doing this, then it should be called empathy. But everyone can show sympathy, because sympathy is a superficial emotion, while not everyone has the capacity for empathy. Also, the depth of empathy is much greater than sympathy, so those people who have there is a capacity for empathy, they are called empathic people. So in this video I am going to explain about these, so you can follow us. And also if you want to support us, then the link is given in the comment section of the video. Empathetic people they are similar to sensitive people, but in one thing they are far ahead of sensitive people, and that is that empathic people understand others. Feelingless, they are also affected by the energy of others. These people bear the sorrows of others. They internalize it to such an extent that they start feeling that it is their own sorrow. Sometimes this also happens, that an empathic person may be deeply troubled and upset from within and may not even realize it. It may be that the reason for his upset is not his own sorrow, but the sorrow of that person. He was talking to someone and knowing the problems in his life. Empathy of people, because of this capacity, these people are the best partners because they care about every aspect of their partner. Because of this feelingless ability of these people, they are vulnerable to any manipulator. There are easy targets too, so what male people do is to show their false feelings of empathy. They will put it in front of the people and then try to trap them in their trap. And if the empathetic person in front gets trapped in the trap of this malicious person, then his exploitation will start as well. Empathic people are the favorite targets of psychopathic camen. What is this psychopathic camen? They tell false stories about their struggles in life and financial problems. By telling stories of difficulties, these empathetic people will extract their money, or will they do something to someone else? A problem with empathetic people, this happens like suppose you are an empathetic person and someone is talking to you about the sorrows of his life. If someone starts telling you about it, then somewhere in your mind you will feel that this is a lie. I am not saying this, but despite this, since your emotions will be so strong that you will definitely help him, that is, you will do this, I will think that it may happen that I do not help him and he is telling the truth. You take this much risk to avoid the guilt of not being able to help someone in need, and you will go ahead to help him. The heart of empathetic people is very big. Sometimes it also happens that these people help others by harming themselves. These people are very charitable, i.e. generous in nature. So when someone around them is in trouble, if it happens, then they start feeling gilded and think that look how tension-free we are and enjoying our life. Whereas this neighbor of ours is so immersed in sorrow, then only those who are mellified are like people. They can easily take advantage of these empathetic people by making them feel guilty. For example, suppose you are an empathetic person and you have someone close to you whom you care for and who is also a malefic person. He is badly in debt due to his bad habits. It has sunk. Then what happens is that this malevolent person will think of exploiting you and he will start crying about his sorrows in front of you. He will tell you many stories related to sorrow and pain. Then slowly, the feeling of empathy towards him will develop within you. His sorrows will start appearing like your own sorrows. After this, you should take 2 steps forward and eliminate his debt. Even in the process of repaying his loan, you may have to pay a small amount to your bank. Just empty the balance. After this, the work of that malicious person will be done. On the surface, he will remain thankful to you and even give you superficial respect. He will remain so, but since he is a malish person, he will not change his habits. I would like to say one thing to the empathy people, that empathy is a gift given by God. Develop such a capability within yourself that only the right people can benefit from it and not the wrong people. So those people who are malish always try to make relationships with empathic people, like if a boy is with, if so, he wants to make a relationship with a simple, caring, loving, and empathetic girl. He will try and make her feel guilty or show fake love to her sexually. He will also try to emotionally and financially exploit the girl who will be his companion. She will find a simple, loving, caring, and empathetic guy, and then she will start exploiting you emotionally and financially, and yes, empathy with people. There is one more thing, that they do not try to get intimate in a relationship immediately. There are 2 reasons for this. The first reason is this, that they consider the person in front of them as a human being and not a sexual object. So first of all, this, give time to the person in front of you. Try to understand him and try to know his needs. And the second reason this is that they feel that if we get close to someone in a hurry, that is, if we become intimate, then I will lose my identity, and after this, if the person in front of me turns out to be a sati, then he will exploit these emotions. For example, suppose a boy is a manipulator and he traps an empathic girl. If he wants to trap her, then he will try his best to get intimate with this girl as soon as possible, which means sexual relationship. Make it, because after this it will be easier to exploit this empathic girl. Music, there will be people around you who are alone. You might be afraid of living or being alone, but this fear is very strong in some people. It happens more often to people as soon as someone close to them makes them realize that if they can get away from this, or are getting away from it, then the hands and legs of these people start trembling, meaning they get scared from inside and start becoming weak, and because of this fear they become melismatic. Such people start making them dance to their tunes. For example, suppose you're a guy and your girlfriend is extremely manipulative and abusive. But since you are a person who is afraid of loneliness, you will not break up with your abusive girlfriend, because you will think that it may happen that you will not be able to find any other girl. Manipulators quickly recognize this fear of their victims, i.e., the fear of loneliness, and then they instill this fear in their target to such an extent that their target, i.e. the victim, becomes so scared that they do not even think of moving away from the manipulator. After this, these frightened people become attached to their partner. They start justifying and rationalizing any wrong behavior. You must have seen many times that a girl has a boyfriend and he is abusive. That is, he also abuses that girl in vulgar language. Despite this, when you explain to that girl, she will answer you that yes, that's it. Sometimes when he gets angry, he abuses me like this, but otherwise he is a very caring and good person. Well, now let's move ahead. The next point is that if a person has fear of loneliness, so it is quite easy to recognize him. An example of this is that the person who has only one thing in him. Punk fear is very high. It sometimes leads to despair about any relationship right at the beginning. If this happens, then normal people would consider this clinging behavior as a red flag. But the manipulators see this clinginess as an opportunity, and they understand that this person can be easily exploited. So if you are left alone, if you are afraid of someone, and you are emotionally attached to a manipulator, then the manipulator will try to make you more dependent on him. It will make you dependent, and when you become too dependent on that manipulator, then he will start exploiting you, and then one day he will make a request to you and you will refuse. After which that person will stop giving you all the love and affection, and he will start giving you silent treatment. And then this fear will start dominating your mind that I hope it doesn't happen that she stops loving me or goes away, as I fear it will grow and you will surrender to the despair. And then like this, the control the manipulator has over you will become even stronger. Now, one more point. Understand that the fear of being alone is mostly a social construct, meaning that this fear is natural. No, rather, this fear is instilled in the minds of us humans by society, and it affects women more than men, because it has been instilled in women for generations. It has been said that the purpose of women's life is to get married, and then to raise the children born from that marriage. Progressive women are those who, on the one hand, understand these social constructs created for women and completely reject them. Despite this, after a certain age, when she sees that all her friends are married and there are parents, they too will leave this world after a few days. So fear starts creeping in them too, and then they too start thinking about marriage. They start thinking and finally get married by the age of 30-35 years. And women, if women do not marry after a certain age, they feel more lonely than men because they do not see such women who are single after a certain age and are living their lives. She is living independently, and at the same time she is looking towards the history of her society. Even if she looks closely, she finds that there is no woman who is not married but has lived a better life but with men. This does not happen in the history of any society, and such men can be found even in the present, who did not marry but lived his life in a wonderful way and enjoyed life. I have achieved a lot, but now times are changing, and now even women can live without marriage. Life is no longer as difficult as it used to be. The first reason for this is that women too are now. The second reason is that a person in our society who has started becoming financially independent, but the control that used to be there has reduced. The chains of old beliefs have also weakened. And the third reason is that now if we live in a global society, then we now have alternative ideas of living life. There is no dearth of them either. Well, this was about women, but it is not that men do not fear loneliness. They also have it. Now understand the last point. The last point is that people who have faced a bondage issues in childhood have a tendency to be left alone. Fear is very high. Abandonment issues can occur in a person due to many reasons. For example, suppose a child's mother or father or both have died, or if they are divorced. Then such a child may have mental issues, or if a person, for any reason, gets separated from his core family, i.e. parents in childhood, and is relying on other people for his welfare. If dependency has increased, then the fear of being alone will also be very high within him. Apart from this, if a person's parents or caregivers had problems when he was a child, if the giver has not given him sufficient emotional support, then he too may develop endangerment. The chances of issues occurring are quite high. Apart from these reasons, there are also chances of endowment issues occurring. There may be many other reasons for this, but people with these endowment issues should fear of loneliness can be easily manipulated, and yes, even like this, you will find people who do not have the fear of loneliness in general way, but still, that person is facing some problem in his life. He might be afraid of being away from important people, like, for example, a husband, wife, and their 2 children. There are small children here. The husband is toxic and abusive, and the wife he is financially independent and does not have any fear of loneliness. Despite this, just because of her children, she, i.e. the wife, may continue to remain in that toxic relationship and the husband may leave her. Exploiting music. All the people in our lives, we all have some degree of sense of obligation towards them. What I mean to say is that we understand our responsibility towards those people, but some people do not take this responsibility seriously. They worry too much that someone might get angry with them or that someone might get hurt because of them. Such people are very afraid that if someone gets angry with them, and this fear of others getting angry is like a fear of embarrassment and fear of rejection for such people. And this is because some people feel that their self-worth and sense of identity are most dependent on this. It depends on what people think about him. And because of this, such people, if you try your best to create a positive image in the eyes of others, then it fear of disappointment is quite natural, and it is very useful in many situations. Just like the guardian of a family tries his best to fulfill the needs of his family because he by not fulfilling the needs of his family, he disappoints them, and the child who is born to him he does not want to disturb his parents. Hence he works hard in his studies. So here the fear of disrupt others, this is constructive and useful, but if this fear is used for any wrong purpose, then if it is about a human being, it can prove to be very harmful because the person who, if you are afraid that he might get angry with you because he is manipulative if you go or don't become sad, then be sure that you will get your freedom, your happiness, and you're risking your mental peace. And when a manipulator finds out that you worry too much about what other people think of you music, you must do something for the dissenter, which means you have a sense of obligation. You will try to create, for example, fear of disappointment within you. And if the manipulator understands this, the first thing he does is do a small favor for you. After this, when the right time comes, he will expect a big favor from you because you worry too much about being disappointed. So you go to great lengths to fulfill the manipulator's requests. You will try to fulfill that demand even if your happiness and your I would explain this by taking the example of Sanvi and Rohan, that mental peace can be ruined. Yes, these two are girlfriend and boyfriend. Sanvi in this is very manipulative, and Rohan has a lot of fear of disappointment. So we understand that Sanvi how to exploit your boyfriend Rohan's fears. Step 1 is the favor. In the city where Sanvi and Rohan live, there is a very famous Punjabi singer Dil Dosanjh's concert is going to be held, but what happened is that the concert, the tickets are already sold, so Sanvi tells Rohan that I have always been Diljit. I wanted to go to his concert, but now when his concert is going to be held in my own city, I'm not able to get the tickets because Rohan he cares for Sanvi and wants to see her happy, so he tries his best to make her happy. So he arranged for the tickets for that concert. Now, since Rohan had sold those tickets on the black market, she had taken it from him, so he spent a lot of money as well. Then as soon as Rohan gave Sanvi when she was given tickets for the concert, she danced with joy and praised Rohan wholeheartedly. And with his words he made her feel that he was a hero for her. Step 2, creating the obligation. What Sanvi would do after this was to always thank Rohan for those tickets, and Rohan would not be able to do anything about it. It makes him realize how he had worked so hard to arrange those tickets for the happiness of his girlfriend. And also I also say that you are the best boyfriend ever for doing that for me. I will never forget it. Now even Rohan knows. This will not work, and slowly Rohan loses his sense of respect for his girlfriend due to these compliments from his girlfriend. Obligation will develop, and he will start considering himself responsible for Sanvi's happiness. The feeling of keeping his girlfriend happy in his mind will gradually take the form of responsibility. Step number 3 will be the manipulation and guilt. So now the game will start from here. A few months later, Rohan planned a trip to Manali with his friends. On the day he was supposed to leave for Manali with his friends, his girlfriend calls and tells Rohan that she is shifting her room and then requests Rohan to please help her. Now Rohan tells Sanvi that today so he has to leave for Manali, and on hearing this Sanvi gets upset. After this Sanvi, she says 3 things to Rohan during the call. First, Rohan, I remember how much you tried and got me tickets for that concert. I really trust you, and Admiran then tries to guilt Rohan and says, I am so desperate. I really need your help. I don't know what to do. So I'm asking you for help just because I feel like you care about me. And then she says the third thing, please Rohan. Please. Step number 4 is the compliance. Now Rohan's mind is filled with tension because Sanvi has always been making him feel happy by reminding him of old favorites. Now Rohan wanted to display it to his friends also. Display has increased the intensity of guilt in Rohan by telling all these things. So what will he do? He refuses his friends and decides to help Sanvi. Now, when he was shifting his room, he was stressed about the fact that he had left his friends. Display that he will not be able to do anything because he is trapped by an emotional manipulator like Sanvi. I am stuck, and this cycle continues. Now let me explain to you that Sanvi now onwards. What is Sanvi going to do now? She will always remind Rohan of 2 things. First, concert tickets, and secondly, he had cancelled his Manali trip to help his girlfriend. I miss him so much. Along with getting her, she will repeatedly thank Rohan, give him the title of best boyfriend, and tell him that you care for me, I love you. Hearing this, Rohan will be very happy, but this thought will become more firmly ingrained in his mind that it is his responsibility to keep his girlfriend happy. So here a manipulative person, a girl should marry her boyfriend who has a lot of fear of disappointment. Now I hope you have understood that the one who has fear inside him, disappointment, is very high, and if it gets associated with the wrong person, then it becomes wrong. A man can make him dance very easily. Music dependent personality disorder, DPD, is a condition in which people feel that they need a lot of care and affection from others. Because of this need, these people are very submissive and overly dependent on others. They are dependent, and at the same time they have a strong fear that this don't be alone. This disorder has 4 key features. The first is an excessive need for care, means that people with this disorder always care about others even for small things. There is a need for guidance, resources, and help. An example of this could be that, for example, suppose a girl with dependent personality disorder goes shopping for clothes with her boyfriend. Then before buying anything, she will repeatedly ask her boyfriend whether she can wear this dress. How are you looking? And will also ask if I should buy this dress. Another feature of the disorder is submissive behavior, meaning that people with this disorder, they are so submissive that they do not take even the smallest decisions of their life on their own. Even for decisions, they keep looking at their partner's face, which means they do whatever their partner says. They will accept this because they feel they are unable to make good decisions. The third feature of this disorder is clinging. Nervousness and fear of separation means that these people are very afraid of being alone, and hence, because these people get overly attached to whoever they get attached to. Like if a boy is dependent, if he has a personality disorder, then assume he has killed his girlfriend. WhatsApp 2 helplessness means that you should understand that someday in your life too, there must have been a situation when you felt helpless. But this dependent people with personality disorders learn this helplessness, and then in such a situation where no person feels helpless, even there they start feeling helpless like a person feels helpless towards a car. He doesn't want to learn to drive because he thinks that when he learns to drive, he will mess something up, and thus he will always be dependent on others for transportation due to these traits. Manipulators can manipulate such people very easily. For example, suppose the girl has dependent personality disorder, and then a manipulative boy comes into her life. After which the first thing she does is he will show that he is its good friend, loves it and cares for it. Then when this girl will start to feel that this boy really cares for me. Then after this, the girl will give him control of her life. And then slowly this girl's life, the same boy will start taking even the smallest decisions. And then he will tell this girl that who you should meet and who you should avoid, how you should dress and how should you not wear it now because this girl has dependent personality disorder. And on the other hand, if she has become emotionally attached to this manipulator, then on the one hand, this girl will also feel that something wrong is happening to her, and she will also think that now I cannot do anything as per my wish. She can do it, and she will be upset thinking about all this, but she will be safe from that manipulative person. The emotional dependency that exists will not be able to go away. You can think of it as a milder version of dependent personality disorder. That is, it is not a serious mental disorder, but still it can create problems in any relationship, like for example, if a child has faced mental issues or felt unloved in childhood when he grows up, he will have a lot of emotional dependency. Besides this, people who lack self-esteem will also be more likely to have emotional dependence. You will also find four things in people with dependency. The first is fear of losing loved ones, and this is why such people remain in toxic relationships. Secondly, they always try to please others. They are always afraid that someone will do something to them. If they do not get angry, these people are unable to oppose even wrong things and keep agreeing with others. Third, playing the submissive role means these people are submissive, and I have understood the submissive behavior a little. I explained it to you a while ago, and the fourth thing that happens with them is that they are easy to manipulate. Because these people try too hard to keep others happy, they can be easily manipulated. I hope you understand that people with dependent personality disorder and emotional dependency ultimately need to how to be so easily manipulated music. This is the last part of this video. In this, I am going to tell you 8 such methods, by using which you can save yourself from any kind of manipulation. So let's enjoy the video music. So, starting today, I'm going to teach you how to protect yourself from manipulation. But the most interesting point is that if you want to manipulate someone, then there are many manipulations that you can do for that. There are tricks which have to be used, but if you want to protect yourself from manipulation, if you want this, then no trick will work for it. Instead, you will have to rely on your personality. We have to bring about a change in ourselves. So I am going to tell you a lot in today's video. I will tell you different stories from those stories. You will also get to learn a lot, apart from this, the story of Sunny and Vicky, which I told in the mind game video. I will also take reference from and tell you how Vicky can protect himself from manipulation. So let me start changing you from today, and let me change you first within you. The change that needs to be brought about is called acceptance, because all the great people have started their journey to greatness with acceptance. Because without acceptance, no human being can move forward towards any great journey. Now I want to tell you about acceptance. I will explain everything, and yes, if you are new to the channel, then follow us. Acceptance means accepting the reality of any situation, no matter how painful it may be. Why shouldn't it be uncomfortable and disturbing? Because there are many such things in our life. Such people, things happen and events happen that cannot be changed. And when they cannot be changed, if possible, then there is no need to justify those incidents with different explanations. Because if you are trying to explain the incident in different ways, then it means that you are accepting the reality of your life. If you do not want to accept it, then the other meaning of acceptance is that you cannot accept the reality of your life in any way. Don't fight the psychological war, simply accept it and understand a few more things. After this, I will explain this point with an example. So the next point is that acceptance is the result of denial. The opposite is true for the most rational and mature people among us. He too will deny some subtle facts of his life, and he does this because denial is a coping mechanism. And by using denial, we all lose perspective on our lives. We avoid accepting painful reality psychologically, and consciously, because if we accept that painful reality, if we accept it, then on one hand we will have to go through pain and stress. After that, either we will have to accept it or we will have to accept it. One must either surrender to reality or show the courage to change that reality. And this task of changing is not so easy, but the problem is that if you do not accept the reality of life and keep denying it, then this benefit will be less and it causes more harm, because unless we accept any reality, we will not be able to change it, so accept it. If you do not want to accept any painful reality of your life, then what will you do? You can accept that reality in different ways. You will try to explain, but then these different explanations open the way for manipulation and maliciousness. These people start manipulating you. Now let us explain this with two different examples. Let me give you the first example. Suppose one day Rohan comes to know that he has contracted a disease which cannot be cured now. After this, Rohan consulted many other doctors as well. I showed it, but everyone told me that you don't have much time now. Rohan got upset after hearing this and did not want to accept the fact that now he repeatedly tells himself that he cannot recover and is going to die in a few days. That perhaps this doctor did not understand, and then he would go to another doctor there. He would spend the money and then go to the third person and spend money there too. Then someone called Rohan. He told me about a Babaji and said that he could cure this patient. So now Rohan starts going to that Baba and he spends a lot of money on exorcism. He does it, but nothing happens there either. Then someone advises Rohan to go to he is a famous astrologer. You go to him and show him your palm. He will tell you something about you. I will tell you everything. Now you must be knowing about these astrologers that these people have expectations. He then tells the astrologer Rohan to visit the temple every Tuesday. Do this puja every Saturday, donate so much, do so much good deeds. Then whatever your Said Sati is over, after that you can get well. Then Rohan all this by the time he started doing it. His last day came and he died and went away. So the point here is that why did Rohan keep doing all this? And why did he waste so much money? The answer is that he did not want to accept the painful reality of his life. So people manipulated him a lot and took away all his money. Now the second case is if he had accepted this reality in the beginning itself, that he was going to die in a few months or years. Then as soon as he had accepted this, if he had accepted the reality, he would have found that suddenly he was in extreme pain. But after a few days, he would calm down and think, friend, now I have only a few days left, so let's live life a little. And he finishes some very important work. And then whatever he had money and used it in such a way that his children would face more problems after his death. Overall, the money that he had given to others in the last case, and if he had spent his time improving the lives of his children and then died peacefully, you would have understood. You must have thought that if Rohan had accepted the reality of his life, he would have been saved from a lot of manipulation. Now the second example. This is an example of the mind game story of Sunny and Vicky. So if you have not seen that video yet, then watch it too. See the link coming up. And yes, now watch this video very carefully because you can learn a lot from this story. So what happened was that because Vicky's mother passed away when he was a child, so he came to Sunny's house for further studies, and the people in this house were very caring. And they were loving too. So a painful reality of Vicky's life was that now he was at his home. I cannot live with the people with whom I was living till now, i.e. my parents and grandmother. And Baba, if you have even a little understanding of human emotions, then you must be knowing that when a child is growing up, he has a lot of influence on his parents. How important it is to stay together. Vicky revealed this reality of his life in a few days. I accepted that now he is not with his old family but with a new family. So when he goes to his new family, if he had stayed there with him, he would have started receiving a lot of praise within a few days, like Vicky is a very simple and good child. Till date, no one has even complained about him. He never bothered any child, not even a mango from someone else's garden stealing, etc. Now understand how Vicky's mind was working. Vicky lived his life. He had accepted the reality that he was no longer with his family. So he tried not to do any mischief, and no one would complain about him. What I mean to say is that Vicky started behaving maturely at a very young age. But the most interesting point is that just a few months ago when he was in his village, so instead of plucking mangoes from his own garden, he plucked mangoes from someone else's garden. And then those people, they even came to his house with a complaint. And then Vicky was scolded a lot for this incident. 3 months ago, Vicky, along with his brother and friend, started a diesel engine-powered car. I had filled the exhaust of the tube well with water, thinking that when I fill the exhaust with water, then perhaps the smoke coming from here will go away. It comes out that water will come out from there also, due to which people will praise him a lot, but this happened. And the third thing you need to know is that about a year ago, when Vicky's mom, when she was alive, she insisted on her mother and father to buy her special clothes. And he lay down on the road, but since Vicky's mother and father had so much money, it was not there. So despite her insistence, she could not get that dress. Then this Vicky, as soon as he was away from his family, he could not muster the courage to request, let alone demand. But despite this, the new family tried to fulfill all his needs without him saying anything. The point here is that Vicky suddenly stopped doing all the mischief because he accepted the reality of his life. Now let me take a little more diversion from this topic and explain that we humans may live in the same world, but despite this, we all have different experiences. If there is a world, then this point is also related to Vicky's story. So when Vicky grows up, once he went there and was reading stories by Munshi Premchand. One of them was Idga, is the story of a 5-year-old boy Hamid and his old grandmother Amina. Hamid's parents and grandfather had already passed away, and when Hamid was 5 years old, he went to his grandmother. When he asked about his father, his grandmother would reply that his father had gone to get milk. And when he asked about his grandmother would reply that mother is a child of Allah. She has come to buy a gift for you. Hamid and his grandmother were very poor. That's why the village there was a fair held at the nearby Idga. So Hamid saw that all his friends were going to the fair. When he was going to see the fair, he told his grandmother that, "Grandmother, I also want to go to see the fair." The grandmother gave the little money she had saved to her grandson, Hamid. Then Hamid goes to the fair with his friends and finds lots of toys there. His friends buy those toys, and he also asks Hamid to buy those toys. It is said that Hamid happily picks up those toys in his hands, but then thinks something and keeps them there. When the fair was over, all the children started showing their toys to each other. But when Hamid's turn came, I had also bought it and was a little hesitant to show it to my friends, but when his friends pressured him, he showed whatever he had bought to his friends. When Hamid's friends saw his toy, they started laughing because he had never made any toy. I had not bought it, but had bought a pair of tongs for my grandmother, so that when he used to watch his grandmother making rotis on the stove, because he did not have tongs at home, his hands would get burnt. So he bought a pair of tongs for his grandmother from the fair. After returning, when Hamid showed his grandmother that he had bought a pair of tongs with that money, her grandmother became very angry and started crying. Also came because grandmother thought that he had wasted all his money on the tongs. He would have bought some toys for him. And it also came to grandmother's mind that due to the troubles of life, Hamid's childhood was snatched away. And how quickly he has matured. So when Vicky read this story, he cried a lot, but when his friends read this story, they just told him a story. And forget about crying, he did not even feel the slightest tension. So now this let us understand what happened here. Our emotional and psychological voids are very deep. So the story that Vicky read was Hamid's, but when Vicky was reading that story, he also goes back to his childhood and finds that whatever Hamid felt at that time, he must be doing all that. So perhaps he too has felt that pain in his childhood. He has felt that emotional insecurity. Then Vicky puts himself in Hamid's place. He finds it, and after this he cries a lot. And yes, understand one more thing, that inside Vicky he also consciously realized the emotional insecurity and pain that had been suppressed. After reading this story, He realized that his subconscious and perhaps a lot of emotional insecurities have made their home in the unconscious mind, which means often we do not even know what medicines are present inside us and how deep inside us. Whatever medicines we have inside us, these are the things that affect our life the most. These things do not come with us wherever we go. It leaves us, and because of these wounds, we keep giving ourselves new wounds throughout our lives. And because of these wounds and insecurities, people can easily manipulate us. There are very few people in the world who can hide the emotional burdens buried deep inside them, are able to accept and then start healing themselves, and many people, those who want to heal themselves, are unaware of the emotional depths within them and how to accept these depths. How to do it, and after that how to do the heal, you must have understood this. That even if people are united in the relationship of husband and wife and live in the same room, but their worlds are completely different, and there are very few people whose the world starts to merge with each other. But the couples whose worlds start to become one, they melt with each other. They start to unite and finally become one. But this task is not easy because it takes a lot of courage to do this, and a lot is at stake. So let me try to explain through Vicky's story how acceptance is the most crucial step to avoid manipulation. So when I was narrating the story of Sunny and Vicky in the Mind Games video, I had mentioned that Sunny was under the guise of love and affection. He isolates Vicky and makes him completely dependent on himself. And then when Sunny, if Vicky had proper control over his life, then he would have been able to live according to his own wishes and his own wishes. I would feel like it for my own benefit and manipulate it as much as I wanted. And in that video, I called Shani an empathic narcissist. So if you follow my new channel, if you are, you will understand that this empathic narcissist is dark. Empaths, because they are very difficult to identify, and because if they take shelter behind empathy, then they remain good in the eyes of the world. So when Vicky, he used to stay at Sunny's house during his schooling time. So Sunny was very fond of Vicky. But what happened once was that Sunny said something, but Vicky did not agree with her. So he stood firm on his point, after which Sunny started staying away from Vicky, and we even stopped talking to each other ever since Vicky started living in that house. From then on, he rarely went anywhere alone. If he had to go somewhere, he would go with Shani and he used to follow him. But as soon as he took a stand against Shani, Sunny, he started behaving very coldly, after which Vicky became very insecure and he started feeling lonely and started missing his home. But this situation continued for a day or two. It remained till then because a sister from the neighborhood explained a little to Sunny, and then Sunny and Vicky, they patched up again in between. But as soon as the patch up happened, Sunny and Vicky got a lot of attention again. He started showing affection, and after this Vicky forgot everything, but in his subconscious mind, it was decided that you should not challenge Shani, and if you do, you will be very bad. If you feel like Vicky had a way out here, he could have accepted the reality. And he would say to himself that Sunny is not a good person but a bad person, and if Vicky had done this, so Shani was trying to gain control over Vicky's life, but he was unable to do so. Due to emotional insecurity and dependency, Vicky explained to himself that it's okay, he's a little upset, but look, he loves me so much, he always stands by me. After a few days, something like this happened. That during a discussion, some people gave more attention to Vicky than Shani. So Shani again started behaving coldly, but now Vicky, he understood that he had to stay with Shani, but behind him, if you will. You won't have to face any stress and Shani will take care of you and show you love. Here Vicky again made a mistake. He made the mistake of not giving up the one day of his life. The reality was that he was not at his home, and the house he was in had all good people. But he is also a very dangerous person. Vicky consciously acknowledged this reality. I did not accept it and tried to convince myself that what is the problem in following Shani's wishes? He loves me so much. He is so attached to me. He is so supportive and is also elder to me, so I should listen to him too. Well, from here on, the desire to control the dark empath named Sunny never ended after Vicky left his even after completing his studies and leaving the house. Shani tried to keep Vicky under his control in many ways. Whenever Sonny met Vicky's friends, within a few months he found that people who were once his good friends have become Shani's good friends, but not Vicky's. Vicky now felt from within that he had moved away or had started behaving coldly. That Sonny was slowly putting some such things in their minds, due to which all his friends remained a little distant from him. But then he thinks that Sonny is there, he takes care of me and is always with me. Overall, Sonny was isolating Vicky and making him dependent on himself. I was trying my best to maintain it, but Vicky was not accepting this reality. I wanted to, but when these things keep repeating, Vicky often gets very emotionally tense, and then sometimes he would react very angrily towards Sonny. But the interesting thing was that Sonny would remain calm even here, and Vicky he would not have said anything. Even once Sonny even said sorry to Vicky. But then Vicky's same Sonny would tell Vicky's loved ones about his emotional response, and yes, only about his emotional response. He would tell me about it and what games he plays with Vicky. He would hide everything, but still Vicky was not accepting the reality of his life. He used to think that sometimes I get so angry at Shani. But in return he never gets angry. He always forgives me, maybe elder if he is fulfilling his duty as a brother. Then here you are seeing that Vicky is just a painful reality. By not accepting this, Vicky is slowly moving towards his death, and one thing is no more. I was able to understand why he was not able to succeed despite so much hard work and knowledge. Constantly struggling, and sometimes just when he is about to succeed, some or the other tension comes in his life. Now let me tell you about Vicky's last mistake. After that, if he thinks of concluding things, then a few months there was already a lot of tension between Vi and Sonny over some issue. But when the time came to go to Delhi, Sonny's mother told Vicky that since Sonny was there, he should go there with her. Then Vicky calls Sonny and tells him about UPSC preparation. He tells that Sonny talks to Vicky very nicely here. Now Vicky's, it came to my mind that he is my elder brother. That is why he is showing his greatness, forgetting everything. He was accepting me again, and this was the desire inside Vicky, that Sonny should accept him. She had been becoming strong since childhood, because whenever Sonny was away from her in childhood, so Vicky thought of doing everything that would allow him to talk to Sonny properly again, and then Vicky would never have made that mistake again. You know the story after that. Vicky starts living with Sonny, and then Sonny continues playing his game, and I also kept managing the perception of Vicky's loved ones. But Vicky was showered with lots of love, and he kept showing affection. And finally, when Vicky was about to succeed, he came back into his life. A storm came from there. Rest you can see the mind game story. Here Vicky has done everything. He made the same mistake once, that he did not accept his reality and became emotionally weak and insecure. Secure attachment style causes you to repeatedly raise your gut level if everything slips out of your hands. Then you should not make this mistake. These toxic and abusive people are such that they never change, and these people are like poison, so you should know this. You have to decide that as soon as a drop of poison enters you, you should stay away from that toxic person. Will you start dealing, or will you drink the entire bottle of poison and ruin your life? You will think something only after doing it. It is possible that our parents are manipulative, or our wife and husband. If girlfriend, boyfriend, or any friend is manipulative, then, since we are not when we are emotionally connected, we do not want to accept the reality that those who are our own are the ones who protect us from within. Weakening region, emotional weakness, and post-acceptance stress that look at the same. So, I have a wife, and she too turns out to be toxic. So I want to avoid this stress, hence the reality. Now let me give you some suggestions. Now sit very quietly and think about what fears you have, and you have weaknesses which people use to exploit you. Accept those weaknesses, and then think about who are those people around you who take advantage of your weaknesses and manipulate you. As soon as you think consciously about these things, you will find that your life, the control is coming into your hands. After this, you will have to show some courage and then decide which of these toxic people to stay away from and which ones not to stay away from. How to establish a healthy boundary with him. Now some people we think that if we accept the reality, then we will have to adjust with the reality. And if this happens, then how will improvement happen? If you also think like this, then you are thinking wrong, because accepting reality means accepting the truth of your life consciously. And like as soon as you consciously accept that extremely painful reality, a mental clarity will automatically develop within you. And as you gain mental clarity, your decisions will also start improving. Remember one point: even our enemies cannot harm us as much as our own unguided efforts. Thoughts reach you as soon as you accept your reality consciously. If you do this, your thoughts will automatically start getting guidance and to tell you the truth. As soon as you accept your reality, the path to improvement will open up, because improvement requires a strong foundation. You should, and this is the foundation of your reality. Let me give you one more example. Like, suppose you have accepted your reality consciously. Then one day your manipulative wife tells you to convince her that you do not love me. Then you just have to think this: do you love your wife or not? If you feel that yes, if your wife is telling the truth, then after this, these things of your wife will not bother you. And if you know that if you love your wife, you will understand that she tries to get her way by manipulating her. I am trying, and then you do it in your own way. That is, with a little love and a little anger. Will try to give this message to his wife that what you are doing is wrong. If it's called manipulation, then you shouldn't make the same mistake as a lawyer, that you ruin everything first. Wait for it to happen and then accept the reality of your life a little. Show courage. Use your brain a little and start taking control of your life. And yes, let me tell you one interesting point. There was nothing left in Vicky's life, which the things that were left were severe depression, severe suicidal tendencies, and severe anxiety disorder. But as soon as she accepted the reality and started living with a boy named Sonny, when he got away from Dark Impact, he started growing. So now you tell me in the comments what this is. I have put a lot of effort into the video, so please let me know how it was. Music. When you increase your awareness, it means you are more alert to your environment. If you increase it, you will know well what is going on in the environment you live in. And increasing awareness means being aware of what is happening around you and what is happening around you. Be attentive to the way people are behaving. So if you can understand your environment, if you remain attentive, you will soon understand the true character of the people around you. Apart from this, you will also be able to do a lot of manipulation with the help of this video series. If you are well aware of tricks and manipulative behavior, then after this, if you remain alert, you will be able to spot any manipulative behavior immediately. What often happens to us is that we focus on our own thoughts and emotions. We live preoccupied, and because of this, we are influenced by the behavior of the people around us. We do not consciously notice the language and their way of talking, etc. Overall, we keep our lives on autopilot mode, but this is what happens. That whenever a manipulative person tries to take control of you, in the beginning, we are unable to understand anything, and by the time we understand it, it is too late. So if you increase your awareness, you can catch any red flag in the early stage itself. You will recognize this if you have been following this video series from the beginning. You already know a lot about manipulative people, which means you can recognize any manipulative person. I have gone far ahead of others, but one thing to keep in mind is that more than one there are such manipulative people in this world that no matter how much you try, you cannot understand their real motivations, and you will not be able to understand the intentions. To identify manipulative people, you can do one more thing. You can be a little skeptical whenever you interact with someone. Repeat, let me be a little skeptic, but not too much. I mean, I'm going to make you a paranoid person. I'm not saying that because you are a skeptic you are unable to trust anyone. I'm just saying that when you trust someone, if you connect with someone, keep in mind that this person can be manipulative and toxic. For this, you need to know the way the other person talks, his body language, and how he is. He talks about things and how those things affect you and your emotions. You have to notice things, and yes, just increasing your awareness will not help you. Self-awareness also needs to be increased, because both awareness and self-awareness, there are different things. Self-awareness means having a clear understanding of yourself. Being means what is your personality like? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your values and what are your motivations, etc. At the same time, you should also know well about yourself that what kind of things bother you, and when you get upset when something happens, what you think and how you react are two benefits of self-awareness. The first advantage is that you know most of the things about yourself. You also know very well how the world sees you and how you perceive yourself. Awareness acts as a defense against any manipulation, because height and self-awareness give you know yourself well enough, after which no manipulator can manipulate your thoughts and perception, cannot be easily manipulated, because people who have a strong sense of self, there is a decrease in self-awareness or a false perception related to self-awareness has developed. If you take such people, it is very easy to manipulate them, and most interestingly, the point is that most of us do not have awareness and self-awareness. The biggest example of this is social media. People are wrong on social media. They share a lot of facts and fake information. Then gradually that information becomes a part of their reality. Apart from this, one advantage of self-awareness and awareness is that whenever a manipulator tries to influence your behavior and thoughts, if he tries to give directions, you will experience cognitive dissonance due to self-awareness. You will feel this, then your mind will reply to you to be a little alert as if, look, your wife is cutting out references about someone and feeding you wrong information. That too with the motivation that if you consider him a wrong person and take bad things from him. Then if you have awareness and self-awareness within you, if you become aware of the stress you will feel after listening to your wife's words, this will give you an idea that something is wrong. And then you will think that either this the biggest sign of self-awareness is whether I am telling the truth or thinking something wrong. The advantage is that once you get rid of a manipulator, your self-awareness allows you to preserve your self-identity, and then you will also be able to begin your journey of healing and growth. And yes, in the previous video, what I told you about acceptance is not possible without awareness and self-awareness. So from today onwards, you should become aware. And self-awareness starts to move toward both of these music. Let's say you love someone close to you with whom you are emotionally connected. If someone is manipulative, a powerful way to deal with this manipulation is to detach with them. Love, this method of detaching with love is basically to deal with those people. It was conceptualized, which is ours, but it is said that we have become drug addicts. Meaning, he is a #1 drunkard. He drinks a lot of alcohol and after drinking, he lies down anywhere. And if you fight with anyone, the way to deal with them is to detach with love. For example, suppose your son drinks a lot of alcohol, which means he has become an alcohol addict. Because he is your son, you must be taking care of him and explaining things to him whenever you want. If he gets drunk and picks up a fight with someone, you might try to intervene, and if he doesn't come home till late at night, you might even go out of the house to look for him. If you are going, then the concept of detach with love can be useful here, because this thing it is true that he is your son, but one thing should not be forgotten, that everyone has his own free will. If it happens, then whatever your son is doing, whatever harm he is causing to himself, he is doing it for his own free will. If he is doing it with will, then let him do whatever he is doing and stop worrying about him. Don't go looking for him out late at night or have your son cook for him. Just say that, son, whatever you are doing, keep doing it, we will not stop you. But since we people also have a life, so now we live our life and you live yours. Just remember that whatever you do, you will have to bear the consequences. So be prepared to face those consequences. After that, keep distance from your son. Whatever you used to do to care for him, to take care of his needs, stop all that, I mean yours. Detach yourself from your son emotionally, mentally, and physically. But this detachment tad means it should not be based on hatred, but it should not be based on love, which means that after being away from your son, do not start hating him, but keep a deep love for him in your heart. Maintaining love will have the advantage that if your son ever comes back to you in the future, he comes and says, "Papa, I want to change now, or he tells you, Papa, now that I have changed, you will be able to accept me again. But if if the trade is based on hatred, then you will neither be able to forgive yourself nor your son. Keep one thing in mind, that love never harms us. Rather, the attachment that gradually grows with love harms us, even if it is true. This is because the greater the attachment and emotional dependency in your relationship as love diminishes, this method of detaching from love is manipulation. It can also be useful to protect yourself from this. Let me explain this with some examples. I am the first example. What happens many times is that the people you are attached to, if they are manipulative, then what they will do is that they will create problems in their life for any reason. He will be upset but will blame you, which means he will blame you for his problems. They will try to make you feel guilty so that they can then exploit you. After this, since you are emotionally connected to them, you stop doing that work. If you give them something that causes them trouble, then here's what you have to do. If you understand, then detach yourself from your loved ones and tell them that you are mine and I am your own. I love you too, but the way you make me responsible for your happiness, if you keep making it and make me feel guilty, that is wrong. Then I will not get involved in such things. Walla and I also have to take care of my happiness and mental health, so now I will not talk much to you people, and I will ask you for an emotional, mental, and if needed, if necessary, I will maintain physical distance as well. After this, you should detach yourself from them and then move forward. If he ever improves, then you can move forward with him again. Second example, in this I giving an example of a manipulative wife. This husband is boyfriend and girlfriend. This will apply to everyone. So, suppose a manipulative wife wants her husband to be completely dependent on her. Give all your time to him only and stay away from the rest of the family and his friends, so that when she becomes completely isolated from everyone, she can stay with her husband. If you can influence any decision in your favor, rightly or wrongly, here the husband has to tell his wife that, look, I give you a lot of time too, but whenever I meet my parents, I come back after meeting my brothers and sisters or my friends and spend some time with them. If there is mourning in the house, it is not right. Change it, because to keep yourself happy, the responsibility of this also lies with oneself, and what you are doing is not a sign of love. It is sign of manipulation and toxic relationship. Now the husband just wants to get his maintain emotional and mental distance from his wife. After this, if his wife changes her behavior, if it happens, then both the people can again move forward in their life with love and affection. But this will be possible only when the third example will be based on detachment love. We all have a different life journey, and we also have the right to decide in which direction we want to take our life. But what happens is that those who are very close to us and are special to us also know something about us. I have a lot of things in mind, and I also think about what kind of good things will happen to us. I am, and what is our happiness in. Now suppose you two have an understanding about life, and at whatever stage of your life and whatever maturity level you are at, you need to, it seems that your happiness is not where your loved ones think it is, and now you are living your life if you are thinking of taking things in the other direction. Then these people who are close to you will put a lot of pressure on you and will emotionally blackmail you. They will do many other things so that you come under their pressure and change the direction of your life in that direction. Turn it in the direction he wants. In this case, tell your loved ones that I understand your feelings, I respect you, and I know that you love me and make me happy. But because my happiness is not where you think it is, and I am not in my, if I want to take my life in a different direction, then if you respect my decision, if you are able to do it, then it does not matter. We all can stay connected with each other and do our bit in our own way. We will move forward in life and help each other as much as possible when needed. I will, but if you keep pressuring me, you will be troubled, and so will I, and I don't want this. That's why I am moving away from you. But yes, that doesn't mean that I don't just love you, I love you, but I love myself too. After this, detach yourself from them And then if in future they are ready to accept you, then you can get together again, but you will be able to become one only if your detachment is based on love. And if your detachment is based on trade, that means if it is based on hatred, then your relationship can never become strong, because you must remember Rahim's couplet, Rahim: do not break the thread of love. If it breaks, then it will snap again. Don't get stuck in the knot. Now you might be thinking that this is a very easy task. There is no problem. Anyone can do this, so it is not like that. Now comes the real thing. The challenge is that if your loved ones are not toxic and not too manipulative, then everything is fine. It would be great, but it is also possible that the person with whom you are getting detached with love, if he is very toxic and manipulative, he will go to any extent to bend you. You can go up to it. Maybe your mom will start telling you that if you listen to me, if you don't agree, then I will commit suicide. And it is also possible that your wife will also do the same. She may start threatening to commit suicide or go to her home and accuse you of dowry and domestic violence. A false case of violence can be filed, and it can also happen that when you do not accept the wrong demands of your husband, if you don't give in, he may start beating you or withdraw your financial support. Or it could be something else, so here you will need tax and also some of your loved ones. You may also need support. The point is that now you will have two options: either give in to the demands of manipulative and toxic people, or show courage and stand up for yourself. Take a stand, but when you take a stand, you will suffer a lot of losses. You may fall into this trap, and then if you feel that you have bowed down to the wrong person, it is better to bring peace to your life by troubling your conscience. Keep me alive and be prepared to deal with any kind of losses and challenges. So if you have that much courage, then congratulations. This method will be very useful for you. But you will be able to walk on this path only when you keep your self-esteem strong. If you do this and also build your support system, then here is detach with love means that you accept the individuality of other people. And it is believed that every human being is different, and every person has his own unique ability to take decisions related to his life. It is free for you. After developing such a mentality, when you will realize that since your mother is he is very toxic, that is why he has many problems in his life, and there is only tension in their life, then you should not get too angry with your mother. I will not do it, nor will I try to change them. Their joys and sorrows are all with them. If I say I will leave them, then I will detach myself from them. Then as soon as you detach yourself, you will find that neither are they able to manipulate you nor disturb your mental peace. Now I am ending the video, but keep one thing in mind, that if you are with your loved ones, if you want to protect yourself from any kind of manipulation by the internet, then you have to do a lot of work within yourself. You will have to bring mental clarity within yourself and build self-esteem mentally. And you will have to learn to remain emotionally calm. Along with this, you will also need self-awareness and meditation. You will need to practice, and the biggest thing you may need to do is to improve your life values may have to be redefined, because perhaps you may not realize how painful it is to take tough action against those we love. Is music whenever a manipulator tries to manipulate you? The first thing he does is self-attack esteem. So if you want to protect yourself from manipulation, you have to build your self-esteem. Building self-esteem is very difficult. It doesn't happen. You can build your self-esteem by using even simple self-help techniques. Even if you don't believe in self-help techniques, one thing to keep in mind is that self-help techniques may not solve all your problems, but they can help you overcome any challenges you may face. It can definitely prepare you to deal with it. So let me tell you some simple things. Let me tell you about self-help techniques you can use to build your self-esteem. The first way to build is to be nicer to yourself when a person fails again and again. Also, he is not able to achieve everything in life that he had thought of. So gradually, a person starts losing faith in himself and gets trapped in the trap of negative self-talk. It seems, and sometimes what happens is, that if a person makes a mistake, then he repeatedly blames himself, keeps blaming others for that mistake. That is, gets trapped in the trap of negative self-talk. Now, this negative self-talk has many disadvantages, but one of them, the disadvantage, is that your shelf gets exhausted. So now you don't have to do this, but now you have to be a little kind to yourself and become your own fair leader. Whatever negative conclusions you have drawn about yourself, and whatever negative assumptions you will have to challenge the ones you have made one by one. Overall, you will have to develop a good self. You have to be a friend because whenever your friend is very upset, he gets tense and when self-doubts are overwhelming inside, your friend helps you by telling you the truth. If he asks for it, will you start shouting at him or will you abuse him? You will not do this. Rather, you will explain it to him and tell him that whatever his reality is, even if he no matter how uncomfortable you are, first accept it and then move ahead. First of all, become your own friend and do the same thing with yourself. That is, guide yourself. Start over even if you make a mistake, but blame yourself again and again for that mistake. Stop mentally punishing yourself. Instead, take the lessons learned from that mistake and move on. That to build your self-esteem, you have to do a very simple thing, and that work is to be nicer to yourself. The second point is that we are all somewhere if you don't try to draw your strength from anywhere else. Then if you lack self-esteem, you will become an external. You will try to draw your strength and motivation from sources. But whenever you will try to draw your strength from external sources, i.e., from other people. So here a problem is going to arise. The problem will be that every person will have his own different people have agendas and different interests. So it's not necessarily your thing. You will be able to keep being a top priority every time. Along with this, it will also happen that if you try to gain strength from external sources, other people's control over you will become stronger. And from here on, if the path to manipulation opens up, you will have to do something else to build your self-esteem. What you have to do is stop comparing yourself to others. Because when you desire to have those things which others have but you do not have, then you give manipulators a lot of opportunities to manipulate you. People fall into the trap of manipulative people because they blindfold themselves with desires, and then because of their desires, they stop seeing reality, just like you have seen many such people. You must have seen scams where people invest their money in the wrong place in the hope of doubling their money quickly and ultimately lose everything. From today onward, stop comparing yourself with others, and if you do so, then your self-esteem will gradually start building. The next way is that you do your work, that is, focus on yourself. This means that whatever interests you have, work on them and understand your current situation. Keeping this in mind, set some small and some big goals and then work towards them. Start growing and stop measuring your life by looking at others. Stop it, because if you do this, you will destroy your self-esteem. And you will also invite a lot of negative emotions into your life. The result will be that you will make yourself vulnerable to manipulation. Next point, this means that you should also take a look at the people you spend time with and who are close to you. Friends, because company also affects self-esteem, and people who, if they constantly say negative things, they will destroy your self-esteem, so you will stop being with them. Stay with people who are positive and who make you feel happy. Now at last, one more point to keep in mind is that if you want to build your self-esteem, you will have to exercise. Studies show that when you exercise, you feel more motivated and more confident. You feel more in control of your life, and when you exercise, feel good hormones are released in your body, which result in it happens that your self-esteem boost music. Now, since you want to protect yourself from any kind of manipulation, remember one thing. Remember that you can only control one person, and that is yourself. You have no control over what someone is saying or doing. You can only control your reaction. Don't believe anything more than this. You have been harmed a lot by using your emotions. Despite this, at the end of the day, you in control. Only your reaction and response is there, like suppose someone is troubling you or in some other way. If he is trying to control you by manipulating you, then first of all you should calm yourself down. Do it and then try to deal with the situation rationally. The focus here is you have to keep in mind that you should not focus on whose mistake it was, but your focus should be on this point. There should be some effort to resolve the conflict, but normally this does not happen. What about us? We do that as soon as someone makes false accusations against us or spreads smears against us. By running campaigns, it tries to emotionally destabilize us and isolate us. If someone tries, we react angrily and then blame each other. We start asking the manipulator, "Why did you do this to me?" If you do this, the manipulator also puts another accusation on you, and in this way we become manipulators. We are trapped in the trap of this person, and then we feel that we have given a befitting reply to that toxic and manipulative person. But the truth is that the manipulator knew in advance that I would react this way, and then he was already prepared to respond to this type of reaction. So now you have to change your reaction to the manipulator. When it thinks if one day you react with anger, then you can express your views in a very calm and polite manner. When you change your reaction, you are creating new rules of the game, and let's send a message to that toxic and manipulative person that the game you were playing till now that game will be played according to our rules. After this, the manipulator will he will start getting defensive and may then assert himself in front of the world. Make a final attempt to appear as a victim, but you have to keep in mind that here too you don't react angrily. Remain calm and approach the situation rationally. Approach the point is that whenever you are dealing with a manipulative person, you don't move forward under the control of your emotions. If you do so, you will only harm yourself. So what you have to do is think before you react, and when you react, if you think about it, your reaction will be very calculated. So from today onwards, if a person tries to upset you, then before reacting angrily, ask yourself this: asking what the other person wants will get you different answers, but all of them the answers will start like this. He wants to upset you so that what this means is that if a manipulator tries to manipulate you in any situation, if he is upsetting you, it means that he wants to upset you and he wants to upset you. After this, you will become emotionally destabilized, and after this you will harm yourself. If you take it, don't let this happen to you. Don't get upset. First of all, you have to calm down. You have to handle the situation rationally when you are angry. To control your reaction, you need to do what is called anger management. Therapy teaches you to take long, deep breaths and practice breathing. Then think rationally about the situation and respond. And if you do so, if you are unable to do it, then postpone your reaction and response for some time. Take a long and deep breath. The advantage of taking action is that there is a barrier between the trigger situation and your reaction. Time distance is created, and this little time that we get is spent at this very time. Now our brain gets ready to give a better response in the frame than before. Let me tell you two interesting things. First of all, whenever you face any situation, so that situation often has the same meaning that you give it. For example, let's say someone abuses you and shows anger towards you. After that, your mind starts working, it will happen, and you will start thinking in thousands of ways. And after thinking so much, you will draw a conclusion, and then you will give your reaction according to this conclusion. So now you have to reform this mechanism of yours a little bit. Now what you have to do is that whenever you drawing conclusions from any situation, and then deciding on a response, that response shouldn't harm your long-term motivation. What I mean to say is that whenever you think of responding to someone's misbehavior, first check whether that reply is appropriate or not. It won't harm you either, and if it does, change your response. The simple point is that if other people harm you, it is not so bad, but if your reactions and responses are harming you, then there is something wrong. First thing. Now second thing, the reaction you give in any situation depends on this thing. It depends on what kind of questions you are asking yourself. Like suppose someone asked you if there is a verbal or physical attack. Then generally this question will come to your mind that who did this? Why did he do this to me? Or you will ask yourself this question that he understands himself. You will think, what is this? Right. Now you should not think about this, but you have to think that in this conflict, how do I resolve this? Or you may think, what should I do in this situation so that I can save my dignity? The point here is that if you are right with yourself, if you ask questions, Your reactions will also improve because these questions themselves deciding on your reaction music yes. Remember one thing that any person can manipulate you only when you are able to manipulate him. In a psychological fight, you surrender to the other person. There is no point in surrendering. It is also possible that he may try to make you feel like his own by showing you fake love and affection every time. Make him surrender further or make him surrender in some other way, but the person in front he can manipulate you only when you allow the other person to manipulate you. If you want that whenever a manipulator tries to manipulate you, if you try to manipulate, after some time the manipulator will turn his back on you. If you start peeping, you will have to become an assertive personality. It is easy to become an assertive personality. To have an assertive personality, your self-esteem should be high. There must be clarity and a good understanding of emotional intelligence. If you develop this within yourself, you will be a nightmare for any manipulative person. You can prove yourself. Being assertive means that you are neither passive nor they are aggressive, but in the middle between passive and aggressive behavior. You stand on the ground and the aggressive people try to control the person in front of you. To do something or to get one's point across, one resorts to aggression. That is, they try to get their point across by intimidating the other person. Whereas those who are passive, there are people who, whenever someone makes any kind of demand for a conference, they surrender immediately to the person in front of them. Unlike these two types of people, assertive people neither try to dominate nor they allow others to dominate them. Along with this, assertive people are very firm, but let me explain these assertive personalities in detail so that you can understand them. You should understand clearly that to become an assertive person, you need to have confidence in yourself. What changes should be made when you become assertive so that you can protect others? You will try to remain full of needs and feelings, but at the same time, you will also put your point forward very strongly in front of others whenever you talk to someone. If you make a request, you will also ensure that the request made by you do not violate the rights of others whenever there is a dispute. If the situation arises, whatever solution you offer to resolve the dispute will be fair to all parties in that conflict, i.e., the one suggested by you. The solution will be such that no one person has to compromise, but everyone has to compromise. Compromise little by little. Along with this, when you become assertive, then a feeling arises within you. You will have the ability to draw clear boundaries, and whenever someone tries to cross that boundary, your self-esteem will be so high that you will respectfully tell the other person that to say that you are crossing the boundary means that neither you nor the other person's boundary will not try to cross, nor will allow anyone else to cross my boundary. To become an assertive person, the most crucial step is that you have to become a good communicator of assertive people. The voice is relaxed but firm, and they speak very fluently. You say what you want to say, and whatever words you use to say what you want to say, those words, there is a sincere look in these people. Whenever they work together with others, they achieve a lot. Remain cooperative and also contribute constructively to that work. Whenever the situation gets heated, these people try to raise their voice. You won't, but you'll remain studied and unfadingly logical. If you want to be an assertive person, you must also improve your nonverbal communication. It will happen because nonverbal communication is a very effective way to convey your message to the other person. If there is a powerful method, then what assertive people do is that whenever they talk to someone, if you are, then definitely maintain eye contact and also maintain open body tension and good posture. They also try to project confidence and strength through this. When he is happy while talking to him, a slight smile can be seen on his face. But whenever they do not like something, they change their facial expressions. They send a message to the other person that they did not like what the other person said. Arty people are very direct, and they know from the beginning that this result in them not being easy to manipulate. Manipulative people are experts in hiding their real intentions. I have also seen lethal people do various things. He easily traps his target with his mind games, But any trick of manipulative people can hardly succeed in front of assertive people. Because assertive people like to speak clearly while manipulative people like to speak clearly. Always avoid talking, as if an ordinary person realizes when an attempt is made to manipulate him. That something is wrong somewhere, but he is still unable to say anything. But when someone, if a manipulator tries to manipulate an assertive person, it is possible that the assertive person will directly attack him. Ask the manipulator what your real intentions are, and as soon as the manipulator will hear this question and will immediately be put on the back foot and may even come up with an explanation. But he started giving clarification that if you are an assertive person, then it means that you are passive and you can communicate skillfully with both aggressive and aggressive people. Now finally, let me tell you a couple of things about assertive people. The first point is that whenever an assertive person is in a relationship with an aggressive person, when he is dealing with someone, he tries his best to control the anger that is building up inside him, or then the fear that is becoming dominant should not be able to derail it from its assertiveness. People remain active even in situations of anger and fear, and those who are passive often, due to his meekness, he does not demand that thing openly. Things which are their right, but when an assertive person deals with a passive person, if he does, he will try his best to give the passive person in front of him whatever he deserves. Now the final point is that these assertive people are expressing their emotions openly. They are well-mannered, but when they are very upset, they feel emotionally weak. Even then, it does not make any difference to their assertive behavior. Hope you must have understood about assertive personality, so if you want to save yourself from any kind of manipulation, then you will have to be assertive, and this will happen gradually. You will gradually develop this in your personality. You will have to change your emotions, mental patterns, weak points, and behavioral patterns. You also have to understand this properly, so try to become such a person. Music, you must have heard some people saying that we are like the food we eat. They keep getting formed. You might have even heard from some people that whatever we eat, it also affects our self-esteem. But now there are many scientific evidences for this. There is also evidence that the food we eat affects our confidence level and self-esteem. Apart from affecting our esteem, it also affects our mental state. It means that whatever we eat affects our mood. Mood means we feeling happy, feeling sad, feeling low, or feeling high. Apart from this, the food we eat also affects our anxiety levels. For example, whenever there is a lack of nutrients in our body, if the balance of elements gets disturbed, then it also affects the level of hormones inside our body. And then we get this, our mood is shifting, like when we consume sugar, drink coffee, etc. Or consume any food that has high levels of carbohydrates. If it happens, we feel more energetic and stimulating. That means we become lethargic. Apart from this, when we do not get enough vitamins and minerals, if we do not consume fatty acids and omega-3s, etc., then it affects our brain. This happens, and then we feel sad and depressed. So if you keep your mood balanced, if you want to stay healthy and feel happy, then you should also pay attention to mood-boosting foods. For example, the omega-3 fatty acids are beneficial for our brain, helps in better functioning, and this omega-3 fatty acid is found in flax seeds, walnuts, and chia seeds. Apart from this, it is also found in salmon fish. Similarly, the vitamin D present in it helps in improving our mood. And where do we get this vitamin D? Sunlight. The mood-boosting elements in X also include magnesium, because it helps in reducing stress within us. For this, you should consume banana. You can consume nuts. Let me take the next example of carbohydrates. And let me explain that if there is a deficiency or excess of carbohydrates in your body, so how do you become susceptible to manipulation? When we consume carbohydrate-rich food, this carbohydrate is converted into glucose. It breaks down into glucose, and then we get energy from this glucose. Energy is supplied to our body as well as the brain. So when there is a deficiency of carbohydrates in your body, if there will be a deficiency of glucose. And when there is a deficiency of glucose, your body along with this, there will be lack of energy in the brain also, and when there is lack of energy in you, then you will neither be able to concentrate nor take better decisions. Then it will directly affect you. Your self-esteem will be affected, and as soon as your self-esteem is weak, you will be vulnerable to manipulation. But when you consume more carbohydrates, your weight will increase, and weight, as your self-esteem increases, it will weaken. And as your self-esteem weakens, you will now become susceptible to manipulation because your goal is to improve yourself. To maintain positive esteem, you must consume the right amount of carbohydrates. And when I'm talking about the right amount of carbohydrates, it means you should neither do you have to go towards dieting, nor consume too much carbohydrate food. And yes, you should also keep this in mind. Make sure that whatever carbohydrates you consume come from whole food sources. It should not be from refined food sources, because whole food sources means unrefined food. Whatever carbohydrates enter our body from the source, energy is slowly converted into energy. It is released, due to which our body gets energy for a long time. And if you consume carbohydrates from refined food sources, they will provide you with instant energy. But after a while, you will find that your energy is drained. For example, when you eat biscuits, pastries, cold drinks, or such flour. If you eat rotis, which are completely white in appearance, then you will get energy from them immediately. But since these are refined sources of carbohydrates, you will get only a small amount. After some time, you will find that your energy is exhausted. Whereas if you eat sweet potato, i.e., if you eat sweet potatoes or rotis made from whole wheat, you will stay healthy for a long time. You will get energy because it is a carbohydrate. Unrefined rotis made from it are not as beautiful in appearance as those made from refined wheat flour. Similarly, if you consume food that is sufficient in omega-3 fatty acids, if found in sufficient amount, you can protect yourself from low mood situations and depression, etc. You can save yourself from this. Melt this omega-3 fatty acids, and please also give your answer in the comment box. And when you so, it helps you to boost your energy level as well as your mood. Because these foods are rich in vitamin B, and this vitamin B helps in boosting our energy levels. Helps boost energy levels and boost mood. This way we think positively about ourselves, and ultimately our self-esteem becomes high. And when our self-esteem is high, we are less susceptible to manipulation. At the same time, you must have heard about the feel-good hormone. Feel-good hormone means serotonin, and to regulate this serotonin, you need the right amount of vitamins. You will need to take D. For that, you should consume different grains and eat eggs. And also take a walk in the sun. And yes, you should take a walk in the sun for some time every day. You will feel good, and by feeling good, your self-esteem will also remain high. When you are more consume excessive amounts of sugar, caffeine, or alcohol, so your self-esteem will keep weakening. Now understand how this will happen whenever if you consume sugary snacks in large quantities. Your blood sugar level will suddenly increase, and then you will feel yourself having high energy levels. But after some time, your energy level will drop drastically, and this you will feel the difference between high energy level and low energy level in a short time. It will harm your self-esteem. The same effect caffeine has when if you eat too much chocolate or drink too much coffee, then immediately after drinking coffee, your energy level will increase, but after some time, your energy level will drop drastically. As your energy levels drop, your mood will also reach a low level, and then this combination of high and low will harm your self-esteem. There will be a delivery person. Similarly, I have an example for those who drink a lot of tea. But if I give this example, it is possible that all the tea I drink right now will be if there is a cut in that. I cannot take such a big risk. Hence the tea I'm not going to give examples. But if you're fighting anxiety and depression, don't drink too much tea. I've read a lot about it. I have said it, but I will pray to God that my loved ones should not see this video, because my first, second, third, fourth, and even last love is tea, similar to the effect of alcohol. Alcohol is a kind of social lubricant. Like suppose you are with someone. If you have gone to a friend's wedding, you may not dance, but as soon as you have 2 pegs, as soon as you go inside, your dance will start, and then it will be such a dance that it will look like cow dung lying on the road. He too will cling to you after seeing your dance, and this happens because after taking two pegs on the one hand, your confidence gets boosted, and on the other hand, the investments that are inside you, they decrease. As your invisibility decreases, you become less self-conscious, and then you don't feel much shame. So when this intoxication rises, it feels good. But you feel really bad after you get off. And then if you drink too much alcohol, this cycle of highs and lows damages your self-esteem, and finally, you become susceptible to manipulation. And yes, since consuming alcohol, if your investments also go down, it could be because you are under the influence of alcohol. Tell others many things about yourself that some people can use to start manipulating you. Music. If you want to increase your self-esteem and are free from any kind of manipulation, if you want to protect yourself from this, you will have to become autonomous. And after becoming autonomous, you will have to take control of your life in your own hands. Research has also found that the happiness is more related to autonomy than any other factor. The general conclusion is that people who are autonomous, wealthy people are more satisfied than others. And this is why, because autonomy is a core value that makes us human. And you can also exercise your free will by using it. You can understand it like this. Suppose there are two birds, lock one of the birds in a cage and set the other bird free. After this, take care of all the needs of the bird in the cage and feed it on time. Give him water, and when it is time for him to sleep, make it dark around him. However, a bird in a cage will not be as happy as one free in the sky. It may be a bird, even if it has to work hard every day to fill its stomach, or then you have to face various kinds of dangers throughout the day. But generally, we humans are very strange. If someone talks to us about cages, we look at those cages with bad eyes. We will see, but as soon as someone shows us a golden cage studded with diamonds, etc., similarly, we humans go and sit inside that cage, and from inside we close the cage door. Now this gives us safety as well as a better life. We are saved from many challenges that may come our way, but this does not mean that life has many challenges. We deprive ourselves of so many wonderful and beautiful experiences. That is, we deprive ourselves of. Let's deprive you. What am I trying to say with this golden cage symbol? I will not tell you. You can interpret it as per your own understanding. In social science, autonomy is it is defined as the quality by which we can use our free will to make decisions about our lives. The autonomy that results from this is a kind of feeling of freedom, and we using autonomy to make life decisions without any internal or external pressure, we accept it. And yes, since we consider ourselves civilized humans, we accept this fact. We also keep in mind that when we do something using our free will, that one should not take away the freedom of others. Autonomy can be defined in simple words, as I will explain it this way: that you have a self-identity about yourself, and he is the only person who is in control of his self-identity. If you are in a relationship with a controlling person, there is a high possibility that you will lose your autonomy. If you give, you have to keep one thing in mind, that whether you are a couple or a family member, even if you are a part of it, don't do something just because it always happens. Has it come to you, or is this how the world does it? Or are others telling you that you should work rather than doing something because you feel you need to? You should do something because you feel it from within. If you do that work, then the work done by you reflects your true character. That means it is bringing your real character in front of the world, which means you are authentic in the eyes of others, and being authentic in your own eyes is yourself. It is good for esteem, but you must have noticed that most people do some work, because so that we can manage people's perception, and the perception of others to manage such people. Unauthenticated, what this means is that you have to talk to your partner clearly and tell him/her that since we are a couple, whatever responsibility we have as a couple, so we will definitely try to fulfill it. But despite this, since every person is different, whatever dreams I have in my life, I will try to fulfill them, and whatever dreams you have, you will try to fulfill them. Try and we will help each other when needed, but not like this. It may be that because we are connected with some kind of social contact, we fulfill the responsibility related to that social contact. Whatever we do, we should eliminate our individual motivations. Now you should understand one thing. It should be understood that if there is a power imbalance in a relationship, one of the people you will lose your autonomy. So if you want to maintain your autonomy, and your self-esteem also needs to be protected. So when you connect with someone, you should be careful about what kind of person you are connecting with. And if you get lured by the golden cage, you lose your autonomy. Here, trapped in a golden cage means that when you are just talking to a person, you get involved because you like the other person's financial status. Is the other person's beauty attracting you, or is the other person's social status? If he is attracting you, then you should not do this. First of all, you should bring maturity in yourself. You have to try to become a better and sensitive person. After that, you have to decide what you want from your life is what you want, and what are the fundamental values of your life. Decide this also. After this, whenever you get involved with any person, confirm in the beginning itself that this person is the core of my life. There are values and I cannot or will not compromise with them. After this, you will have to continuously move forward according to the core values of your life. And whenever someone attacks your core values, if you try to compromise on your core values or are asked to do so, core values must be strongly protected. So the point here is that you must clearly define what you stand for. Kind of person. And if you can't do that, then someone else starts defining you, he will do it, and finally you will become an extended personality of the other person. In simple words, the person in front of you will easily start dominating you and will gain control over you. You have to keep two things in mind. The first thing is me time, even if you are a part of a family. Be it husband and wife or part of a friend circle, it is obvious that you will definitely give time to your family, your partner and your friends, but these despite everything. You have to keep a part of the day for yourself in which you can spend time with yourself. You can spend time together, but if you are not able to do this, then gradually you will lose control over your life. And your self-identity will also gradually become blurred. So you have to decide on a me time for yourself and make sure that other people also need your me time. Respect, and you also need to learn to respect others' me time. The second thing is learn to say no respectfully, well-mannered and politely to yourself. You will have to maintain clear personal boundaries, and whenever someone makes any kind of request to you, then answer it in 3 points. Analyze the request. First, consider whether the request conflicts with your core values. The second point is whether the request harms your self-identity. Is it going to be delivered or not? And the third point is whether that request is relevant to anyone in your life. Is she adding value or not? And if you find anything wrong, then you should be very careful. You should say no in a respectful manner and yes in a respectful, well-mannered and polite manner. You will have to learn how to say no, so you have to keep in mind that they are manipulators. They will try to make you an errand boy, which means they will try to make you their subordinate, which you should not allow to happen. So in the end, you will have to do one thing. Remember, don't be emotional, become autonomous and take control. Now tell us by commenting how you liked this video. If you liked the video, then like us and subscribe to us. And thank you.